Interlude. A long time ago? When they dropped out of hyperspace for the 7th time, the Jedi Wanderers were greeted by a world wreathed in flame. The previous jumps had all been smooth but draining. The 29 Titan Jedi, strapped in their crash couches or monitoring systems aboard their refitted racketing gunship, had melded minds together and commanded the alien vessel to propel itself past lightspeed. The jumps got longer and longer, and each one got progressively more tiring. The Rakata had built their ships to be powered by dark side energies extracted from tortured prisoners, and it sometimes felt like this one was urging them toward pain. Each time they dropped out of hyperspace, it was a relief, and they'd take their time before beginning the next jump along the path laid out by their Lorie guides. Each time they'd arrive at a new location in deep space, and each time the surrounding stars would seem dimmer, the blackness around them greater. The Jedi understood they were being pulled out of the galactic core into regions where stars were less densely packed. Likely, these were the systems their ancestors had been pulled from long ago. Some Jedi wondered if they might find their long-lost homeworlds, and their anticipation grew. Lorie wasn't among them. Each jump pained her. Sometimes she felt like she was falling out of the universe. Other times she thought she was slipping back in time and space to that cavern in Tython's old city where she'd killed her brother. She hadn't told anyone yet that she'd brought Dow's ancient device aboard. Supposedly it was the power generator for a gree hypergate, though in truth neither she, Dow, nor any Jedi master knew the truth of it. For the 7th jump, Lorie volunteered to be part of the team monitoring the ship's systems. Master Quan Jang, leader of the mission, was one of the other 5 Jedi awake for this jump, and Lorie joined him in what was apparently the ship's bridge. One broad, curved wall was transparent. Consoles and a single throne-like command chair were turned to face it. Lorie had never seen hyperspace before, and the first sight of it took her breath away. Stars became streaks of white that erased space as black. When the white became overwhelming, it flashed and disappeared, replaced by ghostly swirls of blue and white light. Amazing, isn't it? Quan Jang had whispered beside her. Lorie hadn't disagreed. She stared at the mysterious vortex through which they plunged. Wonder returned strength and clarity of mind. During the jump, which lasted several hours, their longest yet, she began to feel confident in this mission once more. And when they dropped out of hyperspace, that vanished in an instant. The planet that exploded to view in front of them was a great ocean blue sphere, streaked with swirls of cloud white and dotted by small dark islands. It sat moonless against the stars, but it was not without company. Explosions were bursting in its lower orbit, beautiful chains of short-lived scarlet and gold. The 5 Lorie, which had exited hyperspace dead ahead of their ship as usual, plunged toward the planet in the fray. Quan Jang refused to sit in the command chair of a dead racketing tyrant, but he gripped the seat back tightly as he stared at the conflagration. Clearly, the Lorie meant for them to plunge in. They'd tested evasive maneuvers and even fired weapons above Tython, but they'd never taken the ship through any real combat. "Ranger Brock," he said, "go wake Ranger Rio. Get him up here, and bring 3 more, enough people to man the weapons. Everyone else must stay as they are." Lorie understood. They needed many minds working in union to pilot the ship, now more than ever. She raced back to the vaulted hall where the other Jedi lay in their mind meld. Hawk woke easily, the other 3 Jedi struggled more, but in the end she led them all back to the bridge. The battle was all around them now. The 5 Lorie had pulled ahead. The 8-spoked wheels on their upper flanks had turned to glow and were spewing blasts of destructive energy, as they had during the defense of Tython. As Lorie watched one starship burst into flames, she realized their targets were the same as well. These were Rakata vessels they were fighting, many of them ovoid, 3-armed gunships like the one the Jedi had commandeered. The Rakata were attempting a counterattack, and several began bombing runs that tore fiery pits in the Lorie's seemingly impenetrable black stone surface. Yet the arrival of the Lorie had given the Rakata's enemies a chance to regroup and stage their own counterattack. Lorie quickly noticed that there were 2 distinct types of ships, surely the product of different civilizations, and neither like anything she'd seen back home. Some craft were sleek of ovoid and trailed long fans made from a shimmering translucent material. Others had long segmented bodies, like insects, and were propelled by fiery thrust engines rather than solar sails. In the far distance, half silhouetted against the blue of the planet, she spotted great flying discs that seemed to have layered cities mounted atop them. It was hard to measure, but they looked larger than any spacecraft she'd ever seen. The insectoid starship and the ones with solar sails all had weapons, and they were all attacking the Rakata. They gave the Lorie a wide berth, apparently unfamiliar with the devices, but they relished the confusion it brought to their enemies. As one large Rakatan warship exploded, cheers rang out from the Jedi on the bridge. Lorie wasn't one to celebrate, and neither was Quanjang. He asked, "Ranger Rio, can you communicate with those Lorie? Can they tell us what's going on?" "I'll try," the Twi'lek said, and Lorie could feel him concentrate in the Force. She concentrated as well, locking eyes on the nearest Lorie and searching for the half-familiar essence of Tasha Rio. She'd barely known the young seer in life. Now she was incomparably changed. The Lorie were like volcanoes of raw force energy, and each blast carried a whiff of Tasha, but only that. There was so much ancient magic in those black stone arcs. The Twi'lek woman was just a small thing inside them. The Rakata continued to fight, and they fought viciously. One large cruiser, harried by attacks from small sailing vessels, pitched toward a Lorie and increased speed. That arc was already battling another batch of Rakatan ships and unable to defend itself. Lorie almost cried aloud, begging the Lorie to flee, but it was too late. The Rakatan ship slammed into it, breaking the black stone casing open. What came next was pain. The Lorie's dying agony stabbed into the minds of the Jedi, both on the bridge and in their meditation beds. The entire gunship trembled as they temporarily lost control. The Lorie broke apart into smoldering pieces, and the dying echoes receded slowly in the Jedi's minds, but the fight continued fiercer than ever. That was when the battle finally came for them. The Rakatan ships, assuming the Jedi one of their own, had ignored them until now. It was a pack of the segmented warships that fell on them, peppering their hull with laser blasts. The Jedi pilots, distracted from the meld, struggled to evade. "Communications, try broadcasting on every signal we know," Quanjang snapped. The Rakatan transmission technology had been one of the easiest things to learn on this ship, but that was no guarantee of success. Lorie took command of the comm console and began a wide-range broadcast that pleading with their attackers to cease firing. It flashed through space in every language spoken on Tython, but none of it merited any reply from the attackers. They'd also programmed the computer to produce accurate translations into the Rakatan tongue. Lorie had no idea how well it worked, but it was the last thing left to try. She broadcasted the message in Rakatan as the ship continued to shudder under enemy fire. A few more direct blows, and their grand, ambitious quest would come to a pathetic end. But the firing stopped. The console's holoprojector came to life, and Lorie found herself staring at a flickering blue face, with leathery skin and reptilian eyes above a short snout. She'd only seen a face like it once before. "The holocron," she snapped. "Where's that Qua holocron?" "I've got it," Hawk said, and sprinted out of the room. As Lorie waited, the Qua in the ship behind them spoke in a strange hissing tongue. She understood none of it, but thankfully Hawk returned a moment later, cradling the device shaped like a miniature Lorie. He stroked its smooth sides. The image of a second Qua appeared and said, "Peace. I am Anang of the Qua, last of the Tython Qua, master of the holocron. Ask, Seeker, and I will guide you." "Master Anang," Quanjang said, "the Lorie had guided us out of the Tython system. We have encountered some of your race. Please explain our situation and tell them we are friendly." Hawk held the holocron in front of the comm device. The Qua in the other ship seemed to blink surprise at the sight of his own kin. Anang's holocron began to speak to it in the same hissing language. Though taken aback, the other Qua replied. Lorie understood nothing of the conversation, but the Qua ships behind them had at least stopped firing. That gave some relief, but not for long. A stab of pain echoed through the Force, rupturing the meld. Every Jedi on the ship cringed and shuddered, and they knew another Lorie had been destroyed. Nonetheless, there were still 3 arcs left, and they all sprayed destruction at the remaining Rakuten ships. The Rakuten were more outnumbered than ever, and when Lorie looked out the viewport, she saw that 3 of the flying disc-shaped cities had drawn close. They were indeed bigger than anything she'd ever seen, kilometers in diameter, and while not bristling with weaponry, the cannons mounted on their edges delivered another layer of punishment to the Rakuten. As the holocron and the Qua completed their conversation, the last enemy ships broke away from the blue planet. They soared past the 2 broken Lorie, past the swarming Qua ships and their solar sail allies, and once they were clear of the fight, they winked out of existence and disappeared into hyperspace. The withdrawal took some 5 minutes, and their enemies harried them all the way. Once the last was gone, the only Rakuten ship in sight was the Jedi's own. Both types of ships encircled them, and it was hard not to feel threatened, but Lorie could feel something of their occupants in the Force. The minds were strange and alien, but not malicious. She felt caution and curiosity, but no ill will. The remaining 3 Lorie drifted back toward them, as though assuring protection. Lorie tried to hail them but got no response. Hawk stroked the holocron back to life and asked, "Master Ainang, what did you tell the Qua? Do they realize we're friends?" "They realize it, but they must decide your fate for themselves." "Master," asked Lorie, "do you know why the Lorie led us here? We've above an ocean world. There are countless of those in this galaxy." The holoimist shook his head. "I cannot advise you on your location, nor the intentions of the Lorie. I am not Ainang in truth, just a catalog of his knowledge. Some truths are beyond me." There was no encouragement there. The Jedi waited and watched until the comm console chimed with the fresh hail. A Qua face the same as before or not, they couldn't tell, appeared and began to speak. They needed the holocron to translate. It listened, then said, "Arcano Vecum of the Qua Holdings will speak with you in person to determine your intentions." "We're very much willing," said Quan Jane. "Tell us how to proceed." After a short exchange in Qua, the holocron said, "Arcano Vecum extends his invitation at the request of the Counselor Alatak of the Gree Empire. They offer to host 3 of your delegates aboard the Black Netter." Lonie's mind snagged on the word gree and refused to move further, but Quan Jane asked, "Can you explain? What is the Black Netter?" Another short exchange in Qua. Then Ainang's image said, "It is the spacecraft 10 degrees and 50,000 kilometers off your bow." Eyes went back to the viewport and found the only thing the holocron could be referring to, the nearest of the giant city discs. At this range, it was easy to say they made even the Lorie look minuscule. "Tell the Qua we'll be happy to conference with them. I'm sure we have a lot to explain to each other," Quan Jang said, and let the holocron translate it. To the Jedi, he said, "Rangers Brock and Rio, you're with me. We're going to engage in some diplomacy." He looked at the holocron in Hawk's hands. "And make sure you bring that along." One holocron felt like small protection as the Jedi sent their soul scout craft into the maw of the Great Gree City ship. The Tithon-made Hunter starfighter had been refitted for passengers, but at 2 riders and a pilot it already felt cramped. Doors opened in the side of the Black Netter's lower level. Once they flew through, the door closed, and the chamber beyond became filled with the roar of inrushing atmosphere. Lorie, in the pilot seat, checked the Hunter sensors. "Looks like breathable oxygen. That's a good start." "We'll need more than that," said Quan Jang. "Hawk, have you sensed anything more from the Lorie?" "Something." The Twi'lek's brows drew together. "I'm getting this sense of satisfaction. Congratulations for a job well done." "I'm getting that too," Lorie said. "It's faint, but there." Communicating with the person inside those Lorie had been hard at first, but after navigating 6 jumps it had become more natural. "Apparently we're at the place we're meant to be then," Quan Jang said. "The right time too, apparently," said Hawk. Lorie wasn't sure what the implications of that were. Whoever created the Lorie could never have imagined a single Jedi ship could stumble on the Qual and Gree at this exact planet, at this exact moment when they needed help against the Rakuten. At least she didn't think they could, but nothing was certain anymore. When the chamber was fully oxygenated, the 3 Jedi disembarked the hunter. A single door opened on the far side of the chamber. As they stepped toward it, 6 creatures emerged. Each rose taller than a human and slithered on 4 thick tentacles. 2 more were lifted like arms and held long staffs. Red robes draped down their bodies, hiding torsos assuming they had torsos at all. A metal shell was wrapped like a scarf around the lower halves of their faces, but the upper halves of their heads were visible. Giant all-black eyes stared, unblinking, while thick organic sacs seemed to fall off their heads and halfway down their backs. So these were gree. They were as alien as anything Lorie had ever seen. She had so many questions she wanted to ask them. None had to do with their mission. They were all about Dal and the device he died to make. But that wasn't for her to decide. Master Quanjang was in charge here. The 6 gree, apparently on her guards, led them down a long corridor with wide walls arching overhead and a smooth red carpet. Lorie tried to match what little she saw of their architecture with the old city on Tython, but couldn't be sure of anything. Eventually, they were led to another chamber. This was one circular, and a bulbous transparent wall looked out on space and the blue planet beneath them. There were only 2 beings waiting for them, 1 6-tentacle gree in green robes and 1 blue-scaled saurian qua in a black hooded cloak. Each stood far taller than a human, and their alien eyes tracked the 2 Jedi as they entered the room, communicating nothing. On Tython, they'd been taught these races had been ancient architects that had shaped the galaxy and even helped found the Jedi Order. They were myths, legends, echoes, ghosts, the things Dal had died to chase. And now Lorie was standing in a room with them. His legs went weak beneath her, and it was a trial to stand. It was no smooth conference. The Jedi spoke nothing the Qua or Gree could understand. Their languages, in turn, were only decipherable by the holocron. Master Quanjang led the conversation and gave the device instruction as necessary. With help from Master Ainang's image, he explained where the Jedi had come from, how they battled the Rakata, and why they followed the Lorie out of their home system. The Gree and Qua had a story of their own. Their 2 species had been lifted up and spread across the stars by someone else. The translation through the holocron was uncertain, but they seemed to speak of the elder civilization with an almost religious reverence. These gods, if that was what they were, had departed a long time ago. Their former servants had fallen to squabbling. For a time the Gree and Qua had been enemies. That changed when the Qua accidentally spread their technology to the Force-imbued, power-hungry, and vicious Rakata. Lorie had already heard this story from the holocron. Literally fueled the Force's dark side, the Rakata had overrun wide swathes of the galaxy. They'd brought horror wherever they went, and the Qua and Gree had frantically set about destroying their galaxy-crossing, matter-transporting gates lest the Rakata use them. Still, the damage had been done. For thousands of years, the Rakata had reigned supreme, chasing the Gree and Qua back to their ancestral homeworlds. Only a few of those ancient species still roamed the stars. These were such exceptions. Their own people's records were spotty, but they'd banded together to chase down the last remaining gates and destroy them. When the Jedi spoke of the Infinity Gate beneath the chasm on Tython, the Qua Archon Ovecum trilled in recognition. That was one gate, she said, that her people had never been able to locate. She was glad it had been destroyed. They'd come to this ocean world to destroy another gate. The Gree had nearly finished dismantling their arch when the Rakata appeared. In the fighting retreat that followed, most of the gate's pieces had been recovered and stored aboard their ship. The Rakata had chased them relentlessly, aiming to capture the device and rebuild the gate. The arrival of the Lorie and the Jedi had been like divine deliverance. As she listened to the holocron's translation, Lorie marveled at the coincidence of it all and found herself wondering if it had been only that. Now that the discussion had turned to the gates, Lorie couldn't control herself. She told the holocron, "Please, ask the Gree. Did they ever build one of their hypergates on Tython?" The holocron, using Master Ainang's image, repeated the question in the clicking, gurgling language of the Gree. Their green-robed delegate, Alatact, replied in turn, writhing his armed tentacles as it did so. The holocron translated, "The Gree once had a presence on the world you call Tython. Whether a hypergate was ever built, they cannot say. That was a very long time ago. Still no answers. Lorie was deflated, yet knew any answer would have brought her little peace. Dal was dead. His vain dream had driven him mad, and she had killed him. All the discoveries she made out here wouldn't undo that fact. "We have a device," she said. "It appears to be some dark matter injector. We think it might have been a power core to one of your hypergates." The gree squealed, apparently in surprise, but it was nothing like the shock Quan Jang fixed her with. The master put a hand on her shoulder and said, "You need to explain that to me, Ranger Brock. Right now." Though the gree and Qua couldn't understand their speech, they stepped aside anyway and lowered their voices. They left Hawk holding the holocron, but he didn't try to continue conversation with the gree. Instead, his attention seemed elsewhere. Holding her shoulders, Quan Jang asked Lorie, "How did we get a gree dark matter generator aboard our ship?" She stared into the lenses of his dark eyeglasses and swallowed. "The device was my brother's, sir. He recovered it." "I know what Dalian Brock did. How did it get here?" "Master Dan Powell gave it to me. She said we'd have better use of it out here than anyone would on Titan." She hesitated, then added, "She also thought it would be safer here, given the schism happening among the Jedi." Quan Jang's face twisted to a scowl. She shouldn't have done that, especially not without the consultation of the council. "You just accepted her gift, did you?" "I did," Lorie nodded. "She was my master, you know." He nodded, but she sensed he also knew the real reason. That device was the last piece of Dal in this universe. It could yet give meaning to his life, and thus to her own. She could no more abandon it than she could abandon herself. Behind them, Alatak squealed, and the holocron said, "The gree are quite interested in seeing the dark matter injection device." Turning toward them, Lorie said, "I don't actually know what it is. That's just what we Jedi thought." As the holocron translated, Hawk said, "I think that may have to wait." Lorie and Quan Jang circled back to face him. He still held the holocron, but his eyes were lifted, staring past the viewport at a yours drifting diamond black against the planet's blue. "Is it talking to you?" asked Lorie. "She is," the Twi'lek said hoarsely. "She's beckoning. Telling us to follow again?" "You mean another hyperspace jump?" "Yes." He blinked and refocused his eyes. "Tasha says to bring her new friends." Lorie had barely seen anything of this galaxy, but she had a feeling the armada assembled over this ocean world was the first ever of its kind. The lone Rakuten gunship, commandeered by the Jedi, sat among segmented quadcruisers, gree gunships trailing glimmering sails, and 3 giantess-shaped city ships. In front of them all, leading them away from the blue planet and toward black space, were a pair of Voyeur. The third great arc lingered behind everything. From the Rakuten ship's bridge, the Jedi couldn't directly see it descend into the planet, but their sensors registered its steady plunge into the atmosphere, down into endless oceans. "I still don't understand," Lorie shook her head. "Why is it abandoning us now? What's left here on this world?" The gree said they took apart their gate. "The Voyeur have always been a mystery," grunted Quan Jang. "I doubt it will ever be different." They looked to Hawk, seeking some hint. The Twi'lek shook his head. "All I feel from that Voyeur is farewell." "Do you still feel Tasha in it?" asked Lorie. "I do. And I feel her in the ones ahead, beckoning." "Are they giving us a direction?" asked Quan Jang. "Yes. I can feel it." Lorie could feel it too. "We'd better strap back in with the others. Join the meld." "I'll stay here and man the bridge," Quan Jang said. "Someone has to make sure our friends follow." Ovecum and Alatak both had given the Jedi tracking devices to place on their ship. The gree and Qua would follow them to whatever their destination was. Lorie was surprised they trusted the mysterious newcomers so quickly, and she'd said as much. Both gree and Qua had explained that the Voyeur recalled icons of their own mythology. 8-sided double pyramids were said to drift the stars, sent as messengers from their departed gods. Some said the drifting devices were transports that gathered the faithful. Others said They were the homes of the gods themselves. It was all a muddle, and Lorie was coming to realize that just as the Jedi understood little of their origins, the same could be said of these beings. Dal had thought these ancient ones could unlock to the key to everything, but they were just as lost. The well of the past was deep. Maybe it had no bottom. Maybe understanding would never come, and Lorie would die like her brother, groping desperately for knowledge that could never be hers. The thought filled her with sadness, and also fear. There was nothing she could do about either. Grimly, Lorie left the bridge and followed Hawk to the meditation vault, where most of the other Jedi were strapped into their couches. She joined them. It was easier to fall into the meld this time, and it was easier to sense the living essence inside those Lorie ahead. The Lorie gave direction, the Jedi followed. As their ship lurched into hyperspace, Lorie's mind was spread out with all the others, yet searching inside itself. She was looking for knowledge, for peace, and for balance. She dared hope some of it might be ahead. Chapter 11. As if in defiance of the tense political situation, a steady flow of civilian traffic continued to pulse in, out, and around Coruscant. Seen from the right approach vector, the planet was equally split between daylight and night, with one half a bisected sphere, a gleaming metal jewel, the other a collection of bright electric swirls against black. All around it, tiny lights marking starship drives continued to swarm. It had been a long time since Marin Skirata had seen Coruscant with her own eyes, and she tried to think exactly how long. As Ania Solo, she'd mostly avoided the core, instead crisscrossing the outer and mid-rim with Ania and Benin on their cargo ship. As Marasiah Fel, she'd likewise mostly made her home on the galaxy's edges. She could probably count on one hand the times she'd been to the capital, and the latest must have been almost 20 years ago. She'd forgotten what this place felt like in the forest. As they dipped through the planet's orbit and vector for Galactic City, which for now lay on the planet's night black half, she felt almost assaulted by so much life. 1 trillion individual selves, each with individual wants and desire and goals, frustrations and griefs and loneliness, all combined to make one chaotic whole. As they rocked through atmospheric entry, she closed her eyes and tried to pick out just one signal against so much noise. She couldn't. It was simply too difficult, and she was beginning to wonder if she'd be much good on this journey after all. Marin resolved not to give in so easily. Old as she was still capable of learning new tricks. She opened her eyes to watch as they came in for landing. They decided to use Starlight Champion for this mission, and she'd handed over the pilot controls of her father's ship, a rare occasion, to Hondo Kar so she could immerse herself in the Force. Stirring in her chair behind Hondo, she glanced sideways at the man in the other passenger seat. Ganner Krieg's suspicious eyes darted away from hers. With an inward sigh, Marin decided she'd best get it over with soon. They set Starlight Champion down at the reconstructed Eastport docking complex. Ganner knew Galactic City better than anyone, and he claimed that the government district was a 20-minute airspeeder right away in good traffic. More likely, he admitted, it would take twice as long. Marin didn't mind the distance. They were trying to look as innocuous as possible, and nobody in their crew, 6 humans and 1 Mod Calamari, would attract much notice unless they put on Mando armor, which was right now sealed in the cargo section. The only reason people would glance at Champ would be for its antique design. As the ship powered down on the landing pad, Hondo stretched and looked back at his passengers. Stage 1 accomplished. When do we get to stage 2? What time is it local? Asked Ganner. From the co-pilot's chair, Salk reported 0200 hours. Not exactly prime business hours. No, but they're good for R&R. Hondo got up from his seat and made his way toward the back hold. Marin got up and followed. What exactly are you planning, Hondo? Nothing to interfere with the mission, believe me. Just tourist stuff. He reached the crew lounge, where the rest of the team was assembled. Tezvevic and her brother Oren wore plain tunics and jackets, while Marin's nephew Yenger had a drab brown jumpsuit. They were all hardened Mandalorians, but anybody would mistake them for the average spacers. Stepping up to his wife and taking her hand, Hondo said, "Well, Vode, we are safe on the ground, and it is party time in Galactic City. I'm told there's a not-too-shabby entertainment district located right next to Eastport, to the north and down level. Marin crossed her arms. You're not being paid to go bar hopping. Don't worry, Bavodu, said Yanger. I won't let him do anything too stupid. Because we won't, Hondo nodded. Like I said, we're tourists. We don't come this way very often, so we might as well see the sights. You said yourself you won't need us for the first day. We probably won't, Marin admitted. Then I say we stretch our legs and knock back a few Baisgal, said Orn. Marin knew trying to corral willful Mandas was a fool's errand, so she let them off. They were right as far as it went. The coming day was about getting the lay of the land. After they traipsed nosily out of the ship, Marin turned to see Salk and Ganner behind her, expectant. She didn't like being seen as the leader of this mission, so she asked Ganner, when do you want to go visit the Jedi Temple? That is your first step, isn't it? I think it's my best route to Master Sende, the Imperial Knight nodded. The shaved bald dome of his head gleamed ivory in the overhead lights. The temple has separate security apparatus than the other government buildings, and is located a kilometer or so away from the rest. The Jedi like their privacy. They do. Ganner gave her another lingering look. I'd like to go inside under cover of darkness, just in case. I understand. That's still, 4 hours away. Right? I slept on the way here, so I'm fine to get going soon. All right. She glanced at Salk. What about you? I'm going to approach my contacts during normal business hours, the Mon Cal said. I want to make my visit look as legitimate as possible. Makes sense. Do you plan on catching rack time until then? That was my plan. Then you better get to it. The Mon Cal nodded and excused himself. Now it was down to just Marin and Ganner. He looked at her. She looked at him. Finally she said, let's step outside for some fresh air. I figure we should have a talk. Night wind blew across the landing platform, and on first whiff Marin couldn't call it actually fresh. Coruscant's pollution scrubbing system was the best in the galaxy, but the air was still rank with the smells of rust and metal, speeder exhaust and starship fuel. It was a long way from the air of Conquer Dawn, Cerberus, and the other barely settled Mandalorian colonies she'd spent the past decade on. For Ganner, though, this was home sweet home, and she could feel some of his tension disperse as he looked out on the glittering skyline. Even at 2 a.m, the lights were bright and the speeder traffic ringing the port was thick. Standing beside him, arms crossed and looking out at the night, Marin said, you can probably guess what I am, can't you? Ganner stiffened. I don't know what you mean. Don't be coy. Everyone else on this boat already knows. It's awkward having to tiptoe around it with you, and I don't want it to get in the way of the mission. All right. You're Ania Solo's mother, aren't you? I am. And you're a Skywalker. I never thought of myself as one, but apparently I am. That means you can use the Force. I can. Ganner went silent as he processed confirmed suspicion. What he said next surprised her. I envy you. The Force doesn't solve all your problems. For a long time I thought it made more than it created, so I pushed it away. Quietly she added, I spent 30 years refusing to use the Force at all. That's almost half my life. If I can ask, were you related to Ron Fel? First cousins. He press-ganged me into a mission once. Had me go to Mandalore. Ganner said, so soft she could barely hear. I guess you know about that. Somewhat. So your father, Arlen Fel, Ron's uncle. He was an Imperial Knight material and took us out of the Empire to settle on Ossus for a while. To ward off further prying she added, that was all a really long time ago. Ganner thought a moment and asked, do you know Master Sende? Yes, but not well. I'd probably recognize a few more faces in the Jedi Temple. Do you want to come with me tomorrow? She thought about that the whole ride here and hadn't come up with a good answer. Softly she said, I've been keeping apart from the Jedi and the Sith, an alliance and the Empire, and all that for a lot of years. But you came here now. Call it a family obligation. Those came on all sides for her. Have you ever met Marasiah? No. Wind and silence blew between them. She noted you called her by her first name. I meant the Empress. You meant Marasiah? She glanced at him. You care about her personally, not just as your boss. We've been through a lot together. Her husband and I were good friends. She'd heard about had happened to him, and she felt Ganner's ache through the Force. All Marin could say was, I'm sorry. She felt his frustration too, his smoldering anger. His hands balled to fists as he said, since I lost the Force, I feel like I've been fraying apart. I need to have it back again. I feel like I'll break if I don't. It was a stunningly honest admission to someone he barely knew. Marin put a hand on his arm and passed soothing thoughts through the Force. Ania tells me Cade Skywalker is looking for a way to get it back. She said he's getting close. Really? Ganner sounded like he didn't dare believe. You mean they found Khat Lah? That's what Ania says. She gave his arm a brief squeeze. She says to keep it quiet for now. Secret business. So you can't go blabbing to the Jedi or to Sinde. I won't, Ganner said, suddenly light with hope. And don't go spilling my secret either. She squeezed again and released. Your secret? So you won't go with me to the Jedi Temple tomorrow? I don't think so. I need time to meditate. To acclimatize. If I'm going to be of use here, if the Force is going to be of use, I need to train and be ready. Ganner looked at her, eyes narrowed in the dark. Carr said you were a Mandalorian mercenary? The leader of their band that overthrew Yaga Arches. I was. She felt Ganner consider several possible responses before saying, that doesn't sound very meditative. It wasn't. She looked back to the cityscape and opened herself, just a little, to the rush of teeming life. That's why I need time to practice, to get it right. In itself, it was not unusual for Treeson to receive a visit from Astral Vale. When she came to his office, however, the Regent's aide reported that a request had come for Treese to visit the Jedi Temple at his earliest convenience. That was a flag in itself. Treese knew Astral's brother was a Jedi, which allotted her special connection with the Order, but only the unofficial kind. That she'd come to ask him in person instead of using the comm was also curious. When he prodded for more information, Astral had simply deflected it with vague verbiage about the Jedi requiring his unique expertise. The former Imperial missionary had learned a few things about bureaucratic obfuscation. Treese had an opening in his schedule at midday, and he took a short ride on his personal land speeder over to the temple. Astral hadn't needed to tell him to come alone. The Jedi pyramid looked dignified, but also lonely as he approached. He was recognized on entry, and was escorted deep inside the building by a middle-aged human dressed in brown robes. The halls were indeed emptier than those in the Imperial Knight Academy, and he didn't see a single child in Padon's whites. He wondered how long the Jedi could last like this, a purely monastic order seeking vainly to touch a force that had withdrawn from them. The Imperial Knights at least had a government to serve, the Jedi had nothing. Treese was unsurprised to step into a dimly lit meditation chamber and see the long, tusked face of Kay Kruk, eldest member of the Jedi Order and its leader. The old Wifit had been triumvir of the Galactic Federation, along with Marasiah and Gar Stazi, but upon losing the Force he'd withdrawn. Aside from expressing formal condolences at Marasiah's funeral, he'd been notably silent about the status of the former triumvirs. For a second, Treese thought their meeting would be about that. Then he saw the second figure in the chamber, a tall, bald human dressed in a civilian tunic. The figure turned toward Treese, and his face was familiar in the low light, but it still took a heartbeat to identify him. Ganner. Treese gasped, then corrected himself. Master Krieg. I am very happy to see you. Are you really? Ganner took no steps closer. I would better say I'm relieved. Is Master Ray well? Yes, but she's not on Coruscant. Ganner's tone was guarded. Treese looked to Kay Kruk, but that Wifit face was unreadable. He spread his hands and said, You have nothing to fear from me, Master Krieg. Since your last call, I've been dying to hear from you. You left me with a lot of questions. I hope you've come to answer them. That depends, said Ganner. What has Hadron Chalk said about us? He's very interested in finding you. He's had me ask the other knights for clues to your whereabouts. Did he send Imperial knights out to search for us? No. He's been reticent to send us on field work, until recently. Master Val is heading a search for Senator Darrell. He ventured to ask, do you know anything about Darrell? Nothing. Has Chalk implicated Aslan and me in the bombing? Treese blinked. No, he hasn't. Has he hinted at it? No. And we've spoken about you two every day. You have. Among other things, yes. Treese glanced at the Jedi. If this is a conversation for just the two of us. No. Master K'Kruk deserves to know. I've already told him the important parts. You wouldn't have called me here if you didn't think you could trust me. You do trust me, don't you, Master Krieg? The younger man exhaled. I don't think I have a choice. So he told it. He talked about how he and Aslan had been sent to question Senator Darrell apparently without Chalk's knowledge, and how they'd been on their way to report to Marasiah and her personal quarters when by luck they spotted Hogram walking her away with cuffs on her hands and a stormtrooper escort, one of which was wearing an Isolamarian harness. Minutes later, the bomb had gone off. It was everything Treese had been dreading to hear. You're telling me this was a coup? That means Stasi and the others are about to be tried for something they didn't do. Softly, K'Kruk pointed out, they are also being tried for the murder of Antares Draco. Aslan and I determined the Sith were behind that. We just couldn't get proof. There was no evidence Stasi or the Alliance senators had any connection, Ganner said darkly. Hogram says he obtained proof from Darth Havoc. Master Ray captured him herself. And where is Havoc now? Dead, Treese muttered. He'd known Eshker 9, trusted him, and been shocked by his fall. He felt no pity for Elia's killer, but he wished Hogram had spared the man, if only so Treese could listen to his lies and try to sort out the truth firsthand. Now all he had to rely on was Hogram's word. The bombing and the trial are all part of a sham to purge Chalk's enemies, Ganner said. It makes sense, Master Sende, you have to admit that. Perhaps. But all I have is your word on this. I'm sorry, Ganner, but I'll have to have more. I have a place to start. Ganner reached into his pocket and took out a data card. If they're holding Marasiah somewhere, they have to be using Isolamary. And Isolamary needs special native foods to keep alive. I wasn't aware of that. I haven't dealt with the creatures. I have, on rare occasion, said K'Kruk. Master Krieg speaks truly. Ganner pressed. On this data card is sensor information from a pirate's nest over Mirkor, the Isolamary homeworld. It tracks ships coming and going from the planet, and there aren't many of those. If you check this card, you'll see I've marked 2 points with timestamps. These indicate the time Mirkor was visited by an IC-2 scout craft. One 10 days before the coup, one the day of. Chalk should have everything he needs to line his cage for a while. An IC-2 was commonly used by Imperial intelligence agents slumming as civilians. It was also used by civilians, the Alliance, and more. Treese reached out and cautiously took the card. What do you think I can do with this? You can guess a time window when a ship inbound from Mirkor would reach Coruscant. Look for IC-2s arriving at the same time. Try to find matches for both. I don't have access to everything Chalk security people do. No, but you're head of the Imperial Knights. You can at least bully information out of orbital control to find out if, and when these ships came through, right? Perhaps, Treese allowed. What makes you certain Marasiah is on Coruscant? If you were Chalk, would you let her far from your sights? It was a good point. If the Empress truly was alive and held prisoner, it was probably somewhere beneath the government district, probably the palace itself. As he took the card, a sick part of Treese wished she wasn't alive. If Ganner was a madman or just mistaken, it would be tragic, but a tragedy he'd spent the past 2 weeks gradually acclimatizing himself to. If Ganner was speaking truth, his best friend's daughter had been betrayed by someone he'd known and trusted for 40 years. Worse, the crisis in the Federation was more complicated and dangerous than he dreaded. But Treese had one certainty. He'd served the Fel dynasty all his life. First Davik, then Rome, then Marasiah, and he'd loved all three, one as an icon of virtue, one as a friend, one as the closest thing he had to a daughter. His hand closed around the card. I'll do what I can, Master Creed. It may take some time. I'm a busy man, and I don't want to arouse Chalk's suspicion. I understand. The Jedi have offered me shelter here. Treese wanted to ask other questions. How he'd gotten to Coruscant, whether he brought friends, what Aslan was doing. Of course he couldn't ask any of them. Instead he pocked the card and said, I'll probably use a straw veil to route messages to you. It's safer than making trips here. That's perfectly fine. Does she know about any of those? No, said K-Kruk. No one knows, outside of we three. Then I suggest we keep it that way for now. There's no sense letting rumors fly, especially when we don't have proof of anything. I agree. The Whiffet twitched his shaggy head. I'm sorry, Master Sende, but I'm afraid the Jedi will not be lending their assistance to the upcoming trial. I quite understand. Frankly, Master Dare will be relieved. Ganner, who knew Sigel's imperial ardor, allowed a tiny smile. Thank you for this, Master Sende. We owe you more than we can say. You owe me nothing, Tree said firmly. There will be no accounts to settle, not until this is done. And that, he knew, was a long way off. As he made his way out of the temple and back to the government palace, the minuscule weight of the data card in his pocket felt as dangerous as a beradium bomb. Even worse was the knowledge that it was far more explosive than any warhead could ever be. After ending his conversation with Sende, Ganner made his way through the Jedi Temple's hollow halls, back to the Spartan room where he'd been assigned to stay. He was surprised by the figure waiting beside the door. Master K-Kruk has spoken truly back there when he'd said only the three in that room knew about Marasiah's survival. Shadow Veil didn't know that much, but he knew that something was up. The blue-skinned Twi'lek leaned against the wall beside the door, arms crossed. When he saw Ganner approach, he lifted his head, but only slightly. His expression was slack, his eyes sullen. The shadow that Ganner had worked with during the war against Crate had been honorable and just, level-headed, and loyal to the mandates of his order. In some ways, he'd reminded Ganner of himself. Losing the Force had changed them both. He wasn't sure what to make of the man in front of him now. Did a straw come through for you? Shadow asked. She did. Thank you. The Jedi didn't budge. Do you know how long you'll stay here? No. I'm sorry. After a pause, Ganner added, Aslan is all right, if that's what you're worried about. She's safe, far from Coruscant. He hoped it was true, anyway. Shadow didn't seem assuaged. You're moving against Chalk, aren't you? Ganner went very still. He didn't answer. The Twi'lek shrugged. If you do, think long and hard about what might happen. Think about the consequences, then think about the ones you haven't thought about. I'll keep that in mind. You'll keep it in mind. But you'll go through with it anyway, won't you? Shadow seemed sullen and lost, pessimistic and resentful. Ganner wondered what could have happened to the Jedi to make him like this. I know what I'm doing is right, Ganner said. He had to believe that. Noble purpose was the only strength he had left. Do you think the Force is telling you that? Shadow's voice was soft, his tone bitter. Because he had to know, Ganner said, Master Veil, what happened to you? The Twi'lek finally tuned his eyes down. He breathed deep and said, I was on Bakura. I'm sorry. Ganner had seen holos of the world's ruin. You don't understand. I was there from the beginning. I should have stopped it. I thought I was stopping it, he swallowed. I thought the Force was guiding me, but it was only vanity. I'm sorry, Ganner repeated. He still didn't understand and wasn't sure he wanted to. When we get the Force back, you'll hear it clearly again. We all will. Shadow kept his head low for a long time. When he finally picked it up, he asked, Do you really think that? Ganner had to believe that too. There's hope, he said. Cade Skywalker found Khat Lah. Really? The lids on Shadow's eyes narrowed, like he was trying to contain the hope inside. Yes. I don't know more than that. We haven't heard anything from Master Lobaka. Ganner cursed himself for spreading secrets too far. I don't know the specifics. I only know what I've heard. You trust your source? Ganner nodded. He barely knew her, but he did. Shadow's expression was still conflicted. He was a man so deep in despair he distrusted his own hope. He did, however, push off from the wall and say, "Thank you, Ganner." Ganner nodded. The Twi'lek walked past him without a word and receded down the hall. Ganner watched him go, still wondering what had happened to Shadow, still hoping he'd never find out. Chapter 12. When Cade passed through the gate between worlds, the transition came with a warm tingling through his body and a flare of white that swallowed his vision. The tingling faded before the white, and for a minute Cade simply stood on the other side of the gate and waited before the new world faded to existence around him. He breathed the alien air and felt it on his skin. It was cool without being cold and dry in his lungs. When his vision cleared, he saw why. Before him was a vast plain of dusty earth and bare rock, spread out in low undulating hills. He saw no plants at all, no running water, no signs of life. Desolation stretched on for miles and miles. It could have been the surface of an airless moon. That was strange. Stranger was what he saw when he lifted his head. They truly were at the heart of the galaxy. He'd never seen a sky so densely packed with stars. Most of them were old and deep on the color spectrum, and red and orange light seemed almost as plentiful in the sky as night black. With as many stars, he thought, there was no night, only an unsettling perpetual twilight. Cade rotated his body to look in all directions and noticed several points of bright light on the horizon. Some were stronger, some dimmer, but unlike the broad corona lit-up city projected into the sky, these looked like luminous spears climbing into the air, maybe hundreds or thousands of meters, before fading into starlight. The landscape was strange, the sky stranger. Strangest of all was how this place felt in the Force. Back on Lehen, the ancient Rakata homeworld, he felt oppressed by an invisible dark miasma left behind by that dead conquering race. He felt similar remnants here, but they weren't dark exactly. What he felt, rather, was the promise of raw power. He stretched out with the Force but couldn't grasp it or see it clearly. It lurked on the edges, like those strange light pillars on the horizon, hinting but not revealing greater things. Cade was a long time taken in this strange place. Eventually he turned attention to his companions. All four of them still stood before the hypergate. The high stony structure looked like a perfect match for the one on Khat Lah. Now that they passed through, all light had vanished from the portal and it seemed just an empty arch. Looking through it, Cade saw more of the same, lifeless landscape, star-packed sky, strange lights in the distance. Finally he turned attention to his companions. Eli was restless. He looked in all directions, eyes narrowed, trying to make sense of what he saw. Kyra was different. She emanated a sense of wonder and, Cade thought, a nagging fear of the unknown. Finally, there was Khat Lah. The Yuuzhan Vong stood farthest from the others, slightly on the downward slope of the hill on which the hypergate was perched. He watched the three newcomers with a calm, patient expression. He'd probably seen something like this before. "Okay," Cade said. "What now?" "We have days of travel ahead of us. I suggest we start walking." Cade looked back at the teenagers. "You two okay?" Kyra jerked at the sound of his voice but said, "Yeah, I'm fine." "Yes," Eli agreed, though his eyes were still on the distant landscape. "The Force, I can't feel it." "It will awaken in you," said Khat Lah, "but it will take time." "How much time?" "You will know when it happens, and it will happen. Be patient, Eli Horn." Eli shifted the pack on his back. "Yes, I can be patient." He looked uncertain, lost, and definitely not like a dangerous Sith Apprentice. Cade had to remind himself what the kid was capable of. Without another word, Khat Lah started down the slope. Cade followed, with Kyra and Eli coming silently behind him. The hillside was all hard rock, but when they reached more level ground, the earth became lined with a pale gray dust. Cade could see some of it had been packed hard, apparently by passing feet. "You give many people this tour?" Cade asked Khat Lah. "No one you haven't already met on Khat Lah." Looking down, he He could even make out some individual footprints. It occurred to him that he felt no breeze on this world. No wind at all. The air was stagnant, which meant there'd be little erosion. He looked at the star-packed sky again and couldn't see any clouds. "Where are we going that is gonna take us days to reach?" he asked. Khat Lah raised a hand at one pillar of light glowing on the far horizon. "There." "And what is that?" asked Kyra. "There are places here that are incredibly rich with force power. It breaks through the planetary crust and rises to the stars, like heat from a volcano." That sounded extremely dangerous to Cade. "You've been there, I take it." "Yes. I've traveled all over this planet, seeking the eruptions." That explained some of the gray in his hair, the lines on his face. He said time traveled faster here, which meant he must have spent many local years charting this world. "And when you came over here, did you do it alone?" Cade asked. "Or did you bring your Yuuzhan Vong buddies?" "When I first crossed over, I explored alone." "What about the Qua?" Eli asked. "They helped me open the gate, and several came through, but they did not go far. They felt this place was dangerous." After a pause he added, "They were right." "Great," muttered Kyra. "Dangerous how? It looks totally dead." "You will learn. In time." Cade was hoping that once they got over here the vague cryptic answers would stop. He wasn't the only one frustrated. Kyra released a labored sigh and shifted the pack on her shoulders. "You know," Cade said, "if this is such a long trip, we could have taken the repulsor sled from Minok. Or one of the speeder bikes from his ship." He jabbed a thumb at Eli. "Mechanical devices do not function if taken through the gate," said Khat Lah. "Only living beings may pass intact." Well, that was interesting. Cade had heard about ancient pre-Republic technology that was powered by the Force itself, but he'd never considered seriously how such creations might operate. It implied what Maladi had said during her long dying rant, that the Force used to be much stronger than it was now, more connected with the everyday life of every being. Then does that mean this thing is useless? He slapped the lightsaber at his waist. "I do not know. A Jedi's weapon is simple, and in his fashion draws from the Force." Because he had to know, Cade took his lightsaber in one hand and thumbed the trigger. The green blaze shot out. Its hiss and hum seemed like a roar on the soundless plain. "Well," he muttered after shutting down the blade, "that's something anyway." As they walked on, Eli said, "This is a strange planet." His voice was soft with curiosity. "You think?" Cade said. "I see no plants. No animals. How can there be oxygen without any plants?" "There is life here," Khat Lah said. "It blossoms around the eruptions and sustains the rest of the planet." "How?" "The Force is strong there, so strong life flourishes out of bare rock." "You will see. Be patient." "I am patient," Eli muttered, and they kept walking. They passed over more low ridges. The expansive stone landscape passed slowly by. The faint packed dirt trail led them down a gradual slope, and from a distance they could make out angular structures that stood in contrast to the surrounding natural curves. As they drew closer still, Cade realized they were nearing the ruins of a city. Chunks of walls, crumbling on either edge, rose 10 or 20 meters high. Fragments of a few arches jutted above their heads. "So people used to live there?" Eli muttered. "You said this planet attained consciousness, like Zanima Second." "There are cities on Zanima Second as well," Khat Lah reminded. "The Force is all life. The beings who lived on this world were part of the matrix that formed its consciousness." "But you said the consciousness got subsumed into the Force, that it left behind all physical form. Does that mean all the people, all the sentient beings who lived on this planet, ascended, whether they wanted to or not?" "What they wanted, I cannot say. But all life on this world was transformed, probably in an instant. We'll see more evidence on that to come." "Do you have any idea when this happened?" asked Kyra. "The Qua have their journal of the Whills. They say it goes back 25,000 years. What happened here happened longer ago than that. We will discuss more later. Let us keep walking." They walked. Cade was generally not a guy who got creeped out easily, But things started to get to him as they passed through Cyclopean ruins jutting out of an ancient desert. This planet felt wrong in the Force, fundamentally different than anything he'd ever known. It was ancient, but everything here felt half-formed, malleable, raw. He suspected that feeling would only get strong as they approached the eruption in the distance. The Force didn't change as the planet turned to face its sun, but the dry plain was cast in a new and sickly pallor. The star that rose in the sky was red and dying. It was large overhead, but the light was dim, more like the reflected glow of a moon. A star like that, he thought, might be around 10 billion years old. How wondered the age of the rock he stood on, how long ago its total consciousness has dissolved into the Force. Perhaps it took millions of years of continuous life for a planet to evolve collective awareness. If so, planets like this one would be concentrated in the deep core, where billions of years of gradual draw from the galactic center's black hole had collected the most ancient stars. Khat Lah had said this world had ascended a long time ago. Cade had a feeling he wasn't kidding. Even trying to think about this beggared imagination. The Rakata and their infinite empire had perished, 20,000 years ago. The mythic Celestials, who'd apparently once been their masters, had disappeared maybe 10 or 20,000 years before that. This place was more ancient by magnitudes, as old as the galaxy, as old as the Force. Cade was no longer disturbed by this place. He was starting to get afraid. They took periodic breaks for food and water, dropping their packs and sitting down in the middle of the plain. It felt strange, having an entire planet to themselves. Through the Force, Cade felt that Eli was curious and wary. Kyra was impatient. Khat Lah was watching them all closely, Eli especially. The stoic-seeming Yuuzhan Vong had a clear emotional investment in the kid. Cade hoped it didn't come back to bite them. The red sun climbed high quickly. The planet must have had a quick rotation time. As it began its downward slouch, Khat Lah led them into a canyon pass. The rock seemed cut straight through, as though by giant vibroblade instead of a river. Cade had led the kind of life that made him wary of narrow passes and high walls from which an ambush could spring, and even though he knew he'd find nothing, he reached out with the Force for other life signs. Not even animals here. When this planet's living conscious had been absorbed into the Force, every living thing had been sucked up with it, and Cade had a hard time believing they all wanted to be part of an immaterial energy field. Then he wondered whether the living consciousness on Zana Maseket was just a young and teething form of whatever this planet had evolved to after millions of years. More terrifying thoughts. Cade was so distracted by them he didn't notice they were approaching the canyon's end. When the sight became clear, it took his breath away. The land sloped suddenly downward, and as he panned his head from side to side, he realized he was standing at the brink of a crater at least a dozen kilometers in diameter. On the other side, he could see more craters pock in the far distance. It's like a meteor storm hit this place, Kyra muttered behind him. Khat Lah said nothing. Cade sensed he was waiting for them to understand. He dropped his pack off his back, took out his macro binoculars, and began scanning the craters. They were deep and perfect pits, the kind you saw on airless moons that had racked up impacts over the eons and didn't have the atmosphere to erode them. This planet did have an atmosphere, and occasionally Cade had even picked up a faint breeze. He looked at the crater edges and his stomach went cold. They were half crumbled to dust but still visible, slumping walls and fragmented arches, like they'd seen in the ruined city before. He realized now that the city they passed had been a mere village, and the entire vast plain ahead of them had once been covered by a sprawling metropolis. Those weren't meteors, Kay said. This place was bombed. It was a war. Grimly, Khat Lah nodded. The others took it in silence. Even a massive beradium bomb or a turbolaser volley from high orbit couldn't have carved craters this deep. Maybe someone had precision-dropped asteroids on the city. Maybe they were using ancient weapons, more powerful than anything around today. Stang, he thought. Maybe somebody back then had built their own Death Star. I thought you said this planet ascended, Kyra said, voice slightly trembling. Come, Khat Lah said gruffly. Walk with me. We will camp at nightfall, and then I will explain. They began the process of crossing the plain, skirting around the edges of the craters. It was a long walk, silent with foreboding as the three humans tried to process what they were traveling through. The old red sun, which had climbed the sky quickly, now lingered over the far horizon. Cade grew tired before it dropped out of sight. The disturbing sights and heavy packs were wearing them all down. When the sun disappeared, the world only seemed to grow a small bit dimmer as the deep core stars still glowed overhead. He was glad to be done with the blood-red pallor, if nothing else. They hadn't entirely exited the crater-pocked ruins when night fell. Cade didn't look forward to sleeping in an eon's old graveyard, but he had even less desire to keep trekking. Khat Lah understood that, and with the sure guidance of someone who made this pilgrimage before, he led them to a bald crest of land wedged between two craters. "This is a high place," he told them as they laid down their packs and got out materials for a fire. "It is easy to keep watch from." "What exactly do we have to be on the lookout for?" Eli asked. Khat Lah didn't answer. Kyra pressed, "Do we need to keep watch for something?" "Not tonight," he said. Nobody tried to get more out of him. Instead, Eli took out a flare stick from his pack and twisted the ends in opposite directions to spark the fire. He tossed it on the stone top of the hill, and they watched flame consume the stick. It wouldn't burn high, but it would burn long, warm them against chill, and heat up some of the canned food they'd brought. It still wasn't much of a meal. Once they seated themselves by the fire and started digging into their tins, Kyra reminded Khat Lah, "You were going to explain what this place is." "Indeed." The Yuuzhan Vong exhaled and looked into the fire. "You understand that I do not know everything. What happened here touched the very nature of the Force, and minds like ours cannot comprehend them. Only the Whills can do that." "You say this planet ascended," Cade said, "that it voluntarily shed its flesh, which means all the life forms on it to become one with the Force. And that makes it a will." "That is correct. As far as words can say." "How did you learn all this?" asked Eli. "Was it at that eruption we are heading toward?" "I gained understanding there. Much of what I'm about to tell you is recorded in the Journal of the Whills, but the events took place eons before the Qua civilization existed. It is myth and legend, but with enough truth left in it. This galaxy is billions of years old. Galactic civilization, as you know it, has only lasted how long? 20,000 years? 30. Does that not seem strange to you?" "Honestly," said Kyra, "trying to image 30,000 years is enough to fry my brain." Cade laughed softly, but Eli said, "This planet and its star have to be ancient. But when did this ascension take place? You keep saying this was eons ago, but what does that mean? Can you give us a number?" "No, I cannot," Khat Lah said. "My point, however, is this. There are depths. The Force springs from life. It is as old as life, and goes back deeper than any of us can ever know. The Qua believe that there were great empires that spanned this galaxy millions of years ago, centered on worlds like this one. Yet traces of them have vanished, dissolved into the Force, or ascended." "What does this have to do with those Celestials?" asked Kyra. "Celestials are a name for what we do not understand. According to the Qua, they once served powerful masters. They used the Force in ways we can't conceive, and eventually joined with it to become Whills. They dominated this galaxy for tens of thousands of years and shaped entire star systems." Khat Lah took a breath. "The Qua think even they had precursors. Time goes back deeper and deeper. Layers of beings beyond our understanding stroll stars like giants. Worlds like this attained collective consciousness, transcended their physical forms, and were subsumed in the Force." "Worlds," Cade repeated. "So they're more like this out there?" He nodded. "The Qua are certain of that. You know of Mortis?" His mouth felt dry. "Yeah. The Qua believed Mortis was such a one, and there were others. The living worlds had ascended millions of years ago, but their Force power was so strong that echoes remained, like electric pulses twitching through a long dead body." He pointed to distant pillar of light. "According to the Journal of the Whills, the Celestials sought to harvest that power. They captured those worlds and put them inside great 8-sided monoliths, like that around Mortis." "What about the ones that Anakin Skywalker met?" The father, son, and daughter. The what? Kyra tilted her head. Cade sighed. I'm just passing down hearsay, but supposedly, way back during the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker ended up inside Mortis. He met 3 beings there with grant crazy powers who were supposed to maintain balance in the Force. The son was dark, the daughter was light. The father was supposed to keep balance, but he died cause Anakin wouldn't take his overthrown. Not that I blame him. I always thought it sounded like a metaphor, not anything close to real, but he looked at the lifeless landscape, the dense bright stars. Staying, what does seem real nowadays? Khat Lah said, the Qua suggests the father, son, and daughter were celestials who decided to remain in the physical realm, directing events as they saw fit. Until they and Mortis all went dead. Khat Lah nodded. So basically, Kyra sighed, this place is older than old. The Yuuzhan Vong nearly smiled. Basically. What about the hypergate? How did it even get on this world? It was built by the gree. I know that much for sure. When they served the Celestials, they ranged across the entire galaxy. Somehow, they even navigated the dense packing of stars to find this old world near the heart of the galaxy. They built one gate here and linked it to the one on Rahakala, which was then inside their empire. The journal suggests this became a place of worship for them. To pass through the gate and come here was an act of religious pilgrimage. Cade looked at the pillar of light faint in the distance. Some things, apparently, never changed. When we first came here, Eli said carefully, you told us that here was where the old gods kept. What did you mean by that? Khat Lah looked at the light pillar too. You'll discover when we get closer. Cade was finally starting to understand. Khat Lah wasn't answering questions because he couldn't. After all the years he'd spent here, there was a lot he still didn't understand, and probably never would. He'd brought Cade here in hopes his Skywalker blood could unlock more secrets. That was plain to understand, but he still didn't get what Eli and Kyra were here for, especially Kyra. The girl was trying to puzzle it out herself. She said, you've talked about these Whills, how they give up their bodies and merge with the Force. What then? I mean, you have this name for them. That makes it sound like they've got some identity still, and didn't just, I don't know, disappear. A wise question. Khat Lah looked to Cade. I'm sure your father told you about the living Force. Cade's mind flashed back 10 years. The last, awful day on Ossus. His father standing before the swarm of approaching Sith, shouting, I am Cade Skywalker, servant of the living Force. None of you will pass. Mouth very dry, he said. Yeah? Dad said the living Force was this moving thing. Every living being, big or small, was a part of it. Life created it, made it grow. And when we die, a little part of it joins that current. It joins, but does not dissolve. And he remembered his father's Force ghost appearing before him, gifting him with strength and wisdom when he needed it most. Cade's body was gone, but his will remained. That's right, Cade rasped. The Qua believe that a powerful enough presence can turn the flow of the living Force, especially if they pull themselves together. They suggest that mortal Sith succeeded in doing it, and your ancestor Anakin Skywalker was created was consequence. I'm familiar with the theory. Muladdy's ranting against went through his mind. Imagine a being powerful enough to willingly transcend mortal flesh and join with the Force permanently. One like that could certainly direct the flow. Especially if it's the size of a damn planet, Kyra said. Khat Lah nodded. Quite so. You understand that when I spoke of old gods, I was not speaking entirely in metaphor. Cade shook his head. Dad talked about the living Force too, but he also said there was a core to it, something nobody could control. I believe that is also truth. From a certain point of view. Cade sighed. I hate that kind. I first heard this theory from your grandmother. There is more than one nature to the Force. Jedi and Sith believe there is a light side and dark side, but Jade Skywalker told me of another division that may be truer. She told me there is a living Force, into which all life feeds and sometimes molds. There is also a cosmic Force, from which the living draw strength but cannot touch. As she described it, The cosmic force is the wellspring, and the living force is the river. Well, I can't speak to that one way or another, but Grandma was a smart lady. Perhaps she was wiser than any of us know. Khat Lah looked back at the light pillar. But that is something we will have to discover in time. It was a lot to process, and there was little talking after they finished the meal. They brought out bedrolls and spread them across the stony hilltop. Kyra asked Khat Lah if someone needed to keep watch. In another non-answer, he told them not to worry and rest as well as they could tonight. Neither Eli nor Kyra was totally happy with that, but they were too tired and confused to argue. They lay down on their rolls, bodies turned away from each other, and didn't stir. Cade lay down to do the same. He closed his eyes for a few minutes and opened them. Khat Lah was sitting on the hillside, looking out at the vast crater. Cade closed his eyes, opened them again. The Yuuzhan Vong was still sitting there, clear in bright starlight. As quietly as he could, Cade slid out of his bedroll, walked over to the Yuuzhan Vong, and sat down. "You look like a guy who's keeping watch," Cade whispered. "Merely thinking." Cade tried to read the Yuuzhan Vong in the Force, but got only the dim sensations of someone purposely stifling his aura. Khat Lah picked up some tricks along the way. "You talk how it's dangerous here. I still don't understand why we didn't take Jo or Lorie. They're strong and powerful." "That is precisely why I did not want them." "Oh." Cade thought a moment. "So I'm not strong and powerful." Vain as it was, it kind of hurt. "You are a special case, Cade Skywalker. For now, I am not worried about you. Their awakening will come soon." "Awakening? You mean getting the Force back?" Cade eyed their blanket-wrapped forms and wondered if they were really sleeping. "So how does that work?" "I could not speak to it. Like you, I did not need awakening." Cade eyed him in the dark. He started to think this stoic-seeming Yuuzhan Vong was playing with him. "Got any hints?" Khat Lah looked up at the stars. "Among my people, especially those who follow our old gods, pain is seen as the bridge that binds us to something greater." His voice dropped to a whisper. "It seems they were right." "Well, you'll forgive me if that's not exactly what I wanted to hear. It is not your pain we should be concerned with now. It will come from them soon, maybe even tonight. How they react to it will determine much. So we are watching out for them. They may need our help and our guidance in days to come." Cade nodded. He didn't understand, but he knew what he had to do, and he wanted to get some sleep where he could. He looked at the sky and the ancient war-wracked landscape, surreal in bright starlight. Then he went over to his bedroll and slid himself inside. As he lay down, he thought he heard Eli stir, but when he watched the young man's back, he was still. Cade tried to forget about it. He lay on his back, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep now, while he still could. Chapter 13. Ganner Krieg spent a day and a half in the Jedi Temple before Treason's response finally came in the form of a single data card, delivered without explanation by Astral Veil. By the time he returned to Eastport, everyone had been recalled to Starlight Champion and gathered in the crew lounge to hear what he discovered. Ganner hadn't checked the data card yet and was as in the dark as any of them. He felt like he had a small army over his shoulder as he plugged the card into the data reader and viewed its contents. They came with no explanation from Sinde, but most of the information was easy to understand. He found selected records from Galactic City's flight control system, which marked 2 separate occasions when an IC-2 scout ship descended from orbit and appeared to land directly at a service hangar attached to the Department of Transportation headquarters building. "That's where they're keeping the Empress." Hondokar grunted disbelief. "I was expecting the main palace complex, maybe the Justice or Defense buildings, but the Transit Department." "It's not where someone would think to look," Salk said. "Maybe that's the point." Ganner considered. "I know that building is one of the few places in the government district that didn't get wrecked in the fighting. While we were rebuilding, we had to cram in a lot of other agencies until they had their own spaces. Mostly they got stuck in the lower levels. So when they move into their own buildings, there's vacant space for Chalk to remodel," Tess said thoughtfully. "It makes sense." is still a huge tower. I think there's over 100 stories still in use. The Empress would probably be below that, Marin said. Far below. What else is on the card? Ganner checked the other files. A half-dozen personnel reports listed biographical data on 6 different stormtroopers. All had served with valor during the war against Crait and all had experience in intelligence work and black ops. From the markings, Ganner could tell these were classified profiles, which meant Sin was doing some risky sleuthing. So who are they? Asked Yeager. Did Sin find the pilots who flew to Mirkor? I'm not sure. Ganner scanned through several profiles. All of these records go up to about a month ago. Then they were all switched to Hagram Chalk's personal bodyguard team. Does that mean he has them doing Mirkor runs on the side? I'm not sure, Ganner admitted, and wished Sin had passed more explanation along. These may just be the people who are closest to Chalk, Marin said. I bet there's a half-dozen people, at most, who know what he's doing to Marasiah. Hells, the ones tending the isolamary might not even know why they're doing it. He had 4 soldiers when he arrested her, Ganner recalled. At least that many have to know. Unless he shut them up already, Hondo muttered. It was certainly possible. Ganner had no idea what was out of bounds for Chalk, if anything. Whatever cage Marasiah was locked in could easily be tended by droids. He checked the data card for anything else useful, and found a single, tiny text file. It read simply, men to watch. Let me know next step. I think, he said, Sin just gave us information on Chalk's bodyguards, which means if we're watching them, we can watch Chalk. You mean put a tracer on M? Hondo sounded skeptical. Even if we could get close enough, Chalk's gotta have top-grade security. They'll be sure to scan for homing devices. Some are easier to spot than others, Salk said thoughtfully. Others are nearly impossible to find, even with a good scanner. Do you have something specific in mind? Asked Marin. Maybe. The Mon Cal's big eyes seemed to stare back in time. About a year ago, we, Ania, and our friends used an old tracking device to find a pirate's treasure den. It's totally dormant except for when it sends a signal at once-in-hour intervals. The signal's practically invisible unless you've got a receiver set to hear the exact right frequency. Sounds useful if you're after something that doesn't move around a lot, Tess said. But Chalk probably will be moving. It was an idea. Salk spread his webbed hands. I examined the thing before we put it to work. If I had the right materials, I could probably build a new one. How big would it be? Asked Marin. About as big as a human thumbnail. Sounds easy to conceal, Hondo admitted. I still don't know how you expect to get close enough to Chalk's guard to tag him, though. I imagine Sin would be in the best position to do that, said Tez, if he's willing. There's only one way to find out, said Ganner. But we need to do other things first. Salk, are you sure you can fix up that kind of tracker? I just need the materials. I'm sure I can find them on Coruscant somewhere. Then it sounds like you need to go on a shopping trip this afternoon, said Marin. We also need to find out more about this transit department HQ. If the Empress really is in the lower levels, we'll need some kind of building plan before we try to get there. Ganner thought a moment. Parts of that building are open to the public. They have to through security, of course. Good thing we brought a fistful of fake IDs, Oren said cheerily. You'll need more than that to actually get a copy of the building plans. You'd have to slice into a public information terminal without alerting security. Sounds like a fun challenge. It won't be fun if you get caught, Ganner warned. In fact, it could screw up the whole mission. Oren's as good a slicer as we've got, his sister said. I'll shadow him when he goes in and watch his back, just in case. Even if we do pull a building schematic, you can be sure it's not gonna have some Empress here marker on it, Hondo said. How are we gonna find her? Well, the tracker might help, said Salk. If Chalk or his guards ever make a run to the transit building, his eyes drifted toward Marin. The old woman nodded. I'll be able to sense if he enters the isolamary bubble. Handy powers, those are, Oren muttered. Are you sure you can do that? Ganner asked cautiously. Marin nodded again. I've been taking time to meditate over the past few days. I've gotten better at pinpointing a single life amidst all this noise, though I admit I could use more time to practice. It'll probably take a few days at least to make the tracker and get it to Sinde, Salk said. From there, who knows when Chalk or his guards will go visit Marasiah. Not to crash your plan, but it might be if instead of when, said Yanger. Can't we get, I dunno, old building plans of the transit headquarters? He looked to Ganner. You said it's been remodeled. If we can do it before after comparison, we can narrow down where the Empress might be. That's good, Ganner nodded. Oren, if you can get into the building computer, try to copy any map in the memory files, outdated and current. I'll see what I can do. You recommend a time to stop by? Midday is probably the busiest time for visitors. If you want to get lost in a crowd, go then. Understood. Silence filled the hold. Hondo gave a wide look around and asked, Is that it? Do we have a plan? It seems like we do. Ganner sounded slightly surprised. What about the off-world part of this job? Asked Yanger. He was referring, of course, to Ania and Aslan, who'd gone back to the Alliance fleet to beg assistance. Nothing yet, Marin said. If and when they have something to say, they'll contact us. Right now, Ganner didn't even know what help the Alliance could provide. They'd have to locate Marasiah before coming up with a rescue plan. They might not even require assistance at all. Nonetheless, he knew Aslan's mission was important. If and when they rescued Marasiah, they'd have to get her off Coruscant and someplace safe before she announced her survival to the galaxy. If she came riding into view on the bridge of the Alliance, thereby cementing the collation that made the Galactic Federation possible, well, it seemed to him the best possible outcome. But that was a long way off, he reminded himself. Both he and Aslan had a lot of work to do. Ania lost count of how many jumps it took to reach their destination, and so did Aslan. But Ange gave them a warning shortly before they exited hyperspace for the last time. All three women crowded Scarlet Star's cockpit as the old YT-2100 freighter shuddered out of lightspeed and plunged into the Alliance fleet. As they slipped between two saber-toothed Mon Cal cruisers and vector for the broad white wedge of the flagship, Ania could tell she was surrounded by a formidable fighting force. She also knew that it was no match for the combined navies of the Galactic Federation, all under Hagron Chalk's command. This fleet was a flint match, big enough to set off an inferno but not enough to win a war. It was a precarious position they were in, and Ania thought she saw some of that tension on A&J's face as the woman guided them into the secondary hangar beneath Alliance's bow. There wasn't much of a welcoming party, just a few soldiers and a short-haired human who introduced herself as the ship's captain. It's a pleasure to meet you both, Ona Antilli said, without pleasure. If you follow me, I'll take you to the Admiral. It was a long ride from the nose of the ship to the command section, and as the lift car whisked them along, Ange asked, anything fresh from Coruscant? Nothing yet, Antilli shook her head. You're not our only new arrival, though. Senator Darrell is aboard. Ange raised both brows. Good to hear it. How'd he find us? He used to serve on Alliance and still has friends here. He and his wife arrived a few days ago. Ania had been faintly impressed to hear Darrell was on the run with his wife. She doubted most political spouses had that kind of loyalty. She was even more impressed when Antilles led them into a conference room behind the bridge. Admiral Bay was here, a big and intimidating Weequay. Both Darrells were present as well. Ania didn't know much about Chagrian agent, but the wife looked barely out of her teens. Her husband wasn't much older. Ange gave the senator a firm handshake. Good to see you survived. I got worried for a while. I'd be a poor soldier if I let some imps take me down now when I'm needed here. He released her hand and gave more polite shakes to Ania and Aslan. Captain Solo. Master Ray. It's an honor to have you aboard. It's an honor to be had, Aslan said, and nodded to Bay. Thank you, Admiral. The Weequay nodded back. He seemed relieved to have a politician around to handle niceties. I appreciate your willingness to travel this far. Now I'd like to know why. Everyone took a seat before they launched into explanations. Aslan talked about how she and Ganner had seen the Empress being arrested shortly before the explosion and described their escape. Ania told them about the mission to Coruscant and the leads they were following. Admiral Bay watched it all with a stiff leathery face, and Antilles looked just as skeptical, but Ania noted sparks of hope and maybe enthusiasm from the two Chagrians. Bay saw it too and said in level tones, "We appreciate what you've done and what you're trying to do. However, I don't see what support you need from the Alliance." "We won't know until we get a detailed report from Ganner," said Aslan. "But right now, all we have is a small team of Mandalorians backing Ganner up. We may need more firepower." Ania silently thanked her for leaving her mother out of this. "There's no certainty the Empress is even on Coruscant," said Antilles. "Or that she's alive." "She's alive. We saw her," Aslan said firmly. "And we know Chalk has been importing some isolamiri and the plants they need for food. He's setting her up for a long-term captivity." The Admiral sighed. "I want to believe you, but the evidence is circumstantial at best. I've never heard of these isolamiri creatures. Imperial Knights and Jedi don't like to advertise their existence for obvious reasons." Almost timidly, Sare Darrow raised a hand. "I've heard of the creatures before. They do exist." Everyone except her husband shot her a surprised look. She added, "I had an interest in Jedi history once. I studied them before the war." "Even so," Antilles said, "we still need more." "And our friends are getting more?" said Ania. "We came here to sound you out and see what kind of help you will be willing to provide." "I'm not going to commit anything now," said Bay. "I can't, not with so many unknowns to deal with." "We understand," said Aslan. "But we'll get more information in coming days. We'd at least like to know up front whether you'd be willing to shelter the Empress once we free her." Ania had been hoping for an immediate yes on that, at least. Instead, Bay said, "You understand we're in a precarious position. Admiral Stasi and two of her senators are going to go on trial for murdering the Empress. And if you can show her in the flesh, that'll tank Chalk's murder case," Ania said. "Yes, but what then? How Chalk would react. His government would be over. His admirals would never go along with the guy who usurped the rightful Empress." "They did once, with Crate," Sari reminded. "Chalk's no Sith Lord," said Aslan. "He's just a man, and he can't make them bow like one. And I'm sure the Senate wouldn't stand for it." Bay sighed. "If the Empress is alive, and if you rescue her, it will shake Chalk's government so hard it will either collapse, or he'll dissolve the Senate and purge all his enemies, violently. He may even execute Stasi without trial. I can't be party to that." "Whoa, hold on," Ania said. "Miragia did every damn thing she could to hold the Federation together. She wanted to make it work for Imperials and Alliance both, right?" "Yes," Bay admitted. "And now you're just going to leave her hanging because it might jeopardize your guy." Ania stopped herself before she called him a coward. "Admiral Stasi kept us, and the Alliance, alive for a decade," Darrow said. "You can't expect us to have the same loyalty to Fel as we do to him." "We're not asking for that," said Aslan. "But if we are going to get rid of Chalk, we're not going to do it by fighting old Imperial Alliance squabbles, right? Stasi knew that. It's why he made a pact with Roan Fel." The look shared by the Alliance people were satisfyingly guilty. Bay said, "If the Empress can be rescued and needs shelter, I believe we can help." "Thank you," Aslan exhaled. "We'll consider other options as they present themselves." Bay lifted a hand toward the door. "We prepared amenities where you can rest until then. Captain Antilles, please show them where they can rest." The captain stood and started for the door. Ania and Aslan followed, sharing glances as they passed out of the room. It wasn't the start they'd been hoping for. The looks agreed, but for now it would have to do. The door sealed shut behind them, and Ange finally felt free to ask the question that had been on her tongue for the past 2 minutes. "Joram, are we really just going to leave them hanging in the wind?" The Darrows looked taken aback by her bluntness, but the Admiral smiled. "We're not leaving them hanging. If they can rescue the Empress, we'll give her shelter. I just promised that." "It's a start," The pilot said, but is that it? She wanted to tell him he used to be braver as fighter jock and would have if the Darrells weren't watching. They got the message anyway. I have to make every choice carefully, Anj. The fate of this ship, this fleet, maybe even the Federation depends on it. Okay, I get that. Anj conned herself. But she's right, you know. If we don't give help, and they fail to rescue the Empress because of it, what does that make us? We can't afford to give up on a potential ally, even if there is a risk. The senator exhaled heavily. I'd accept an alliance with Fel to take Chalk down, but Stasi, Nellorin, and Kaiga could die even if they free her. Except for a bit of luck, I'd be with them too. His wife put a hand over his. I know you feel a debt to your friends, but there are more important things than them. Saving the Empress might be the best chance to save the alliance. Darrell looked at her with surprise, which wilted quickly. You may be right. It's ironic though. Too much for my taste, Space said. For now we wait. In the coming days, we'll make our choice. And then, thought Anj, our choice will make us. One way or another. Chapter 14. Jerry Asin didn't consider himself to have a long list of virtues, and patience wasn't on it. As soon as Cade and his companions passed through the gate and disappeared, he started getting anxious for their return. They said time passed differently on the other side of the gate, that it moved faster somehow, which skewed Jerry's expectations the wrong way from the start. Hours went by and they didn't come back through. Night turned to day and back to night, and they still hadn't come back. He wasn't the only restless one. Delia tried to distract herself with busy work on Mynock. She'd enlisted Lobacca, and when Jerry found them, they climbed out on the starship's red wing to remove the tracking device placed there. After their standoff with Eli Horn on Tython, they and the Sith Apprentice had placed trackers on each other's ships to ensure that neither tried to run out on their awkward partnership. Now that the Sith kid was in parts unknown, it seemed like a good time to remove his handiwork. Jerry crawled out of Mynock's open hatch and stepped across the broad wing, toward Delia and Lobacca. He watched as the Zeltran's cutting torch sheared through the tracker's magnetic clamps, and the Wookiee pulled the thing free with a mighty tug. Glad to have that off, Jerry called. You and me both? Delia shut off her torch and rose to her feet. You want to work on the other one? He jabbed a thumb toward the Sith scout craft, parked next to Mynock just past the canyon rim. Lobacca gave a roar, and Delia agreed. Yeah, best to keep it on. Never know if that chica will make a run for it. She doesn't look like she's going anywhere. First she finds out her buddies are all dead. Then her boy leaves her behind. Jerry gave a snarling smile. Poor Shutta looks like some kid who lost her favorite toy. Almost feel bad for her. Almost. Lobacca responded with gruff warning. Never drop your guard around a Sith, especially one who still had 2 lightsabers. Yeah, that's a point, Jerry admitted. Stepping to the edge of the wing, he looked down, past the canyon rim, at the gate below, and the torchlight scattered around it. Some Yuuzhan Vong and Qua were still gathered at the arch, as though keeping vigil. Talon was nowhere to be seen, and probably sulking in her cave. Jao Assam and the droids were likewise absent. Is 3PO still doing translation work? He asked. Best I know, said Delia. I think the imp's with him. Studying ancient lore, no doubt. He looked at Lobacca. How come you're not down there, being all scholarly? The Wookiee explained in a series of woofs and barks that he preferred to keep his mind busy in different ways. He'd always been a tinkerer, more interested in machines than ancient history. You're a Wook after my own heart, said Delia, but what all those old scrolls might have something that'll get the Force back. Don't you care about that? Lobacca huffed. Of course he cared. When the gate had lit bright, he'd barely restrained the urge to leap through it, but he was also dealing with power far behind the ability of a mortal Jedi to understand. If anyone could come close, it was probably Cade, so for now he'd resigned himself to wait until Skywalker's return. Jerry still wasn't comfortable thinking of his friend as a cosmic keystone, and neither was Delia. The Zeltran muttered, We'll just see what they come up with. Hope it won't be too long. Lobacca roared a question. Delia and Jerry exchanged glances, and the Zeltron shook her head. We could make another run out of the system and get some updates, but I'd rather not. I want to be here when that gate lights up and Cade comes back. Lobacca woofed. Their devotion to their friend was admirable. Jerry wasn't used to compliments from a Jedi. He'd once hated Jedi passionately for killing his dad, but he told himself he'd gotten over that and accepted that his pa hadn't been the hero he'd remembered. Well, he grunted, Cade's the Kuchu who dragged us into this. Someone's gotta watch out for him. Something moved down below, and Jerry leaned over Minek's wing for a better look. In flickering torchlight, he spotted the Sith Chica herself walking slowly across the canyon floor toward the gate. A pair of Yuuzhan Vong warders stayed exactly 3 meters behind her, and a few more stepped closer. But Darth Talon didn't do anything. She just stopped in front of the arch, stood there, and stared at it. After a minute, she sat down in a cross-legged pose, like she was meditating, and continued to watch the gate. Gradually, the Yuuzhan Vong around her relaxed. Jerry looked away too. Even her kind was groping for answers. It should have been a comfort, because it meant she was less dangerous. But instead it was a reminder that whatever was happening on the other side of the gate, it was far, far beyond what Jerry could wrap his head around. Not that he wanted to. He was a man who lived his own life and had no desire to be tugged around by old gods or a shapeless cosmic will. It would be a bad day for the galaxy if any of those mystic powers ever met a Barv like him. Whatever was going on there, it was something he was better off not understanding. Still, Jerry hoped there was someone out there, on some plane of existence, who could. One moment she was asleep, buried beneath bed covers that were warm and soft. She stirred at the sound of thunder, distant and dull against the sharp patter of rain against the bedroom window. Then the thunder sounded louder, and over the thunder was the rattling of objects on the bedstand inches from her head. Then, finally, came a roar overhead, only barely muffled by walls and ceiling as something tore the air apart. That was when she realized it was not a dream. She rolled onto her stomach, pushed hands against mattress, and shoved herself up. She twisted and threw bed sheets off her husband. He still lay asleep, his back facing her. Thunder sounded again, closer, and the building tremored. "Jakov," she said, shaking his shoulder. "Jakov, get up." He shuddered, opened his eyes, rolled to face her but didn't rise. "What? What's going on?" Thunder again. She rolled completely out of bed, raced bare feet across carpet to the window. She threw open the curtain to show the cityscape outside. Lights moved through the night sky, exhaust flares from overhead spacecraft. Fires were scattered in incandescence across the city, and smoke was invisible against billowed clouds. War had come to their home at last. It was the realization of her most awful fears. For a second, horror froze her. Then she spun to her husband, still sleep-stiff and struggling out of bed. "We need to get to the basement," she snapped. "We need to get Kyra." And that was when Kyra started to understand. This was a dream, but more vivid than life. Every sight and smell and sound seemed crystallized, perfecting. Jakov fell out of bed and barely landed on 2 feet. She was already past him, pushing through the door and sprinting down the short corridor to her daughter's bedroom. Her loose nightgown flailed around her as she pushed through and half fell onto Kira's bed. The girl was fast asleep, but her mother's shove woke her up. Kyra jerked half upright and met her mother's terrified face with a blank stare. I look so small, Kyra thought. "Kyra, come on, you have to get up," she said, and wrestled the 5-year-old girl out of the bed. "What's happening?" Kyra whined, confused. "What's wrong?" "Marla." A voice called from behind, "Do you have her?" "I have her," she said, and steered Kyra by the shoulders out the door. "What's happening?" The little girl repeated. She twisted her shoulders and stared up at her mother with big dark eyes. They pleaded for explanation and compelled total protection. It should be impossible to see through the eyes of the dead. "I've got jackets," Yakov called from the hall. She pushed Kyra ahead. In the dim overhead light, they could see him at the far end, hoisting an armful of long coats. "Where are we going?" Kyra asked, hoping for a concrete answer. "We're going down to the basement," said Jakov. They gathered at the door and threw on light jackets to protect them from the cool and rain. "But why?" The girl whined as her mother pulled arms through sleeves. Over Kira's head, she exchanged glances with her husband. There was no way to explain to Kyra that the city was being bombed, and the war between the Empire and Alliance, a war neither of them had a stake in or even understood, has finally reached them. "It should be impossible to feel what my mother felt." "Something's happening. A really bad storm," Jakov said. "Thunder pounded through the walls. We'll be safer underground. Let's go." He took Kira's hand, opened the door, and pulled her through. All three of them stepped onto the exterior walkways that tiered the outside of the apartment block. Wind and cold rain lashed their faces and pattered their coats. Jakov led the way toward the lift shaft at the far end of the building. They kept Kyra pressed against them as they hurried, terrified anything might happen to her, even here. Still dreaming and twisting in her coiled bedspread, Kyra realized that anything is possible with the Force. A howling sound filled the air as they got close to the lift shaft. As Jakov stabbed the button to summon the car, she dared look skyward. The sky was still dark, but she could see 3 starfighters flying low. They unleashed chains of green laser blasts that lanced down into the city, disappeared for a moment inside the night-dark cityscape, then became gouts of flame that tore up streets and collapsed buildings. Small thrust flares, close together, tinted red. TIE fighters, Kyra thought. She'd never known for sure until now. The lift, which has been shuttering up the tube toward their floor, suddenly stopped. She gasped as lights began to go out across the city. The plague of total darkness spread fast, and she realized they must have knocked out a power control station. She looked back down the walkway and saw all the lights inside the apartment tower have gone out. "Damn it." Jakov swore and punched the lift control panel. "We'll have to take the stairs. Come on, hurry." This time Kyra didn't protest and didn't question. She was too scared to do anything except run with her parents halfway back down the walkway until they reached the stairwell entrance. 11 stories down to the basement. Steps were tricky for a 5-year-old girl with short legs. "I never knew what was going on," Kyra remembered. She recalled that much, at least from that horrible night. The stairs kept coming and coming fast, and she was terrified her rain-slick shoes would slip and she'd fall into an unstoppable dive. Emergency lights in the stairwell were so dim, and it was nearly impossible to see each step. She didn't remember how tight her parents had held both hands, or how much they slowed their own descent to help her. They'd only get down a flight or two before the stairwell became suddenly crammed with people, all of them trying to clamber down to the same basement. Suddenly they found themselves lagging behind a pair of old, stout Geodu. They took up nearly the whole width of the stairs and were causing a bottleneck of frightened, desperate people behind them. Holding tight to Kira's hand, looking back all the time, she saw the terror and urgency in the people piling behind them and became afraid it might start a panic, a stampede. Jakov saw it too. He let go of Kira's hand, fell a step behind them, and gave her shoulder a soft shove. "Get her through? I'll catch up." She gave her husband a short nod, then slid her body sideways and barely slipped past the plotting old Geodu. She tugged Kyra through the gap. The girl stumbled on the slick step and fell into her mother's breast. Kyra remembered that too. Soft and warm and comforting, the last touch of her mother she ever knew. And now that she knew the moment was coming, she yearned to break away. She wanted the dream, the nightmare, the vision, whatever this was, to end now, before it became too horrible to bear. Before she was forced to live her mother's death. She lifted her daughter up, held her close with both hands, and carried her down the flight of clear steps. There was still a crowd filling the stairwell ahead, but at least the crowd was plodding ahead slowly but surely to the safety of the basement shelter. Still clutching Kyra tight, she allowed herself a moment of relief that they might get through this night alive. That was when the world broke in two. The entire stairwell rattled, slamming her and Kyra into one wall and sending others off their feet. Suddenly rain pounded down on them, and she looked in confusion and shock and disbelief. A cloud of dust fell on her upturned face. She took one arm off her coughing child to brush her own face clear, and when vision returned she saw night black clouds underlit by a burning city, starfighters howling horribly overhead. The stairwell climbed up one full flight, then disappeared. Above that, walls crumbled and smoke furled from the burning wreckage of the metal stairs themselves. The dream just wouldn't stop. She couldn't see her husband. No one was coming up behind her, not even the old Jedi couple, but through the darkness and smoke she couldn't be sure. Indecision tore her, stealing time she couldn't afford. She looked back down the stairs and saw the crowd surging forward, more intent than ever to escape into the basement shelter. She carried Kyra to the next landing, bent low, and set the child down. She stared into her child's eyes, stroked her soot-darkened face, and said, "Go ahead. I'll be right behind you." "Where's Daddy?" Kyra asked. The sound of her own voice made Kyra want to cry. "Daddy's fine. I'm going to get him now." She tried to sound brave for her daughter. "Go ahead. I'll be right behind you." "But Mommy." "Go," she said, and gently pushed her daughter down the first stair. Kyra stumbled 2 steps more, into the back of a younger Jedi, who didn't seem to notice the human girl clinging to the back of his robe. She took one last look at her daughter, then turned and charged back up the stairs to find her husband. And now Kyra twisted in her bedsheets, sweating in the cool air, silently screaming for her mother to stop and turn around and go back to her daughter. Everything could have been different if she had. Everything could have been better. Just a few steps the other way. She bounded up the stairs 3 at a time. She plunged into choking, blinding smoke, and tried to bat it away with her hands. She stumbled and fell and caught herself on a metal stair plank. She glanced back to see what she tripped over and saw the body of one of the old Jedi, awkwardly slanted across the stairwell. She couldn't be sure from the haze, but it looked like green blood was gushing from a wound in his conical head. She panted her husband's name while crawling further up the stair on all fours. In her panic, she barely noticed the growing howl of another TIE fighter. The vision wouldn't change. Screaming and sobbing in her nightmare, Kyra begged the Force to end the vision and let her wake. She begged it for mercy. She climbed up, and suddenly she was at the place where stairs turned to twisted flash-melted metal. Her hands found the metal before her eyes, and the heat burned her palms instantly black. Pain was overwhelming. She tried to scream out, but when she sucked in for air, all she got was choking smoke. The Force was not merciful. The TIE's howl was so loud it erased nearly everything. She heard the lasers a half-second before they hit. The concussive force of the explosion slammed her in the back before she knew what was happening, and then she was in the air, arcing through it. She was thrown out of the stairwell, over the crumbling walls, and onto the slanted wreckage of an outer walkway. She landed on one shoulder hard enough to crack it, and the ribs beneath her twisted arm shattered. More pain, agonizing. Her body, too limp and broken to stand, rolled helplessly down the walkway before stopping. She lay face up. She tried to move her legs, but something was broken. When she twisted her hips, white pain shot up her spine. Something warm trickled out of her mouth and down the side of her face. It had to be blood. That was when she realized she was dying and could do nothing about it. Nothing except stare into the rain and the black storm clouds. Kyra felt her mother's death. She felt the agony of burnt hands and broken bones just as if it had consumed her own body. Even worse than the physical pain was the knowledge that her husband was dead. Maybe her daughter was too. And if she survived, Kyra would be without her parents or anyone else to care for her, an orphan helpless against a galaxy gone mad. Kira's mother took a long time to die, and the vision held Kyra to the end. She felt the encroaching cold and darkness, and she felt the steady resignation that took her mother in her final moments. All the love, all the striving, all the sadness and joys of life had all been for nothing. She hated it, but there was nothing she could do. The world grew colder and darker. Eventually, though not soon enough, even the pain went away. By the time oblivion took her, the rain had stopped. And then the Force released Kyra. The vision was gone, but the pain was not, and she lay in her twisted bedrolls, curled into a fetal position, and trembled. Her mother's dying pains echoed through her nerves, as vivid as they'd been in a dream. She felt someone crouched over her, Skywalker or Khat Lah, and she felt a hand caress her face. It seemed like someone was trying to use the Force to calm her and relieve the pain, and very gradually the echoes began to dim. She thought someone whispered soothing words, but she couldn't make them out. Kyra lay there for hours until the memory of her mother's dying agony finally faded from her body. It was like a second death. The second flyer wrenched violently as his Davin Basal struggled to swallow the latest round of laser blasts streaking through black space. The enemy had boxed them in on all sides like a pack of ravenous AKK dogs. There was no escape now. The angry Duros militia was determined to make someone pay for the ruin of their world, and a ship full of Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong were the ideal victims. In a way, he thought they might deserve it for what they'd done. The Ossus project promised paradise, and had delivered hell. He still didn't understand how or why, but it was a disaster the Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong both would have to pay for. In a rush of despair, he felt they deserved to pay for it. Then he remembered his son Eli in the ship's hold, and the resolve to live returned to him. It returned, as well, to Khat Lah. The young warrior standing beside him lurched forward and stroked the communications villa mounted on the pilot's organic console. The surface of the black orb rippled to take the form of a flat, scowling Duro face. This was Ren Burr, the militia captain he tried to negotiate with a minute ago. "I am Khat Lah, warrior of the Yuuzhan Vong, and architect of our actions on your world." It was a lie. Khat Lah was just a bodyguard for the Shapers, nothing more. If anyone should take responsibility for this mess, it was he, Riker Horn, Jedi Knight, but Khat Lah proclaimed, "I will leave this ship and surrender myself to you if you let the others go." He opened his mouth to tell Khat Lah not to be stupid, but the Yuuzhan Vong held up a hand and asked Ren Burr, "Will you let them pass? You will have to destroy this ship otherwise. I offer myself as a sacrifice." The captain's face twisted in indecision before he said, "Only when we have you in our possession. As long as you let them go, I will surrender peacefully. If you do not," Khat Lah growled, baring teeth, "I will not." He shut off the connection and handed the Villip to the fly's co-pilot, who said, "Warrior, you honor us with your sacrifice. Go with the gods." Khat Lah snapped a salute, forearms crossed, wrists against shoulders. His companions returned it. Then he turned and hurried out of the cockpit. He immediately followed Khat Lah. The flyer's main hold was packed with people, many of them wounded by the monstrous plants and animals that had sprung up on Duro like a nightmare made manifest. The Yuuzhan Vong was making straight for the dorsal airlock, taking long-legged steps over prone bodies, paying them no heed as he marched to his death. His companion followed after him, slowing just a second to look at the sun. Eli was strapped into an impact couch affixed to the far wall. His 5-year-old's feet danged over the edge and above the floor, making him seem even smaller than he already was. And Eli remembered this. His last image of his father is emblazoned in his memory even after so many years. He remembered Khat Lah charging forward, determined towards some end Eli did not then understand. And he remembered the way his father slowed, just a little, when his eyes locked with his son's. And as he looked at Eli, he understood, truly, what had to be done. To protect his son, and all these people aboard, he had to be a Jedi. He had to atone. He had to save lives, and he'd failed to save them on Ossus. And in that instant, he knew what he had to do. He could save all of them, even Khat Lah. And his father turned away, and Eli's heart broke. He knew what was coming next, and he knew that this dream, nightmare, impossibly vivid Force vision, wouldn't release him until it was through. It was just a short turn from the hold to short hallway that ended in the airlock. As soon as they stepped toward it, he said, "You can't do this, Khat Lah. I won't let you. There is nothing you can do for us, Jedi. Do not worry. I am prepared for my fate." The young warrior looked proud and strong and fearless, like always, but he had the tremor of repressed fear in his voice. There are other ways out of this. Try to reason with him, even though it probably won't work. No, there are not, Khat Lah said. The airlock and pressurization chamber was one of the few non-organic parts of the ship. Khat Lah tapped the metal control panel to open the metal door. He immediately opened the supply closet where the vacuum suits were kept. Give him the offer, once last time. You don't have to do this, he said from behind. Khat Lah turned and looked the Jedi in the eye. Among my sect, we revere no one more than the Jedi Ganner, who stood bravely against thousands of Yuuzhan Vong and fought until they killed him. Also his Jedi friend could escape. There is no higher act that sacrifice. It doesn't have to be yours. We both know it does, Jedi. He lowered his head, as though accepting defeat, then took a step back toward the chamber exit. Khat Lah relaxed and turned attention back to his vac suit. Don't do it, Eli screamed silently in his nightmare, but he could not stop his father's resolve. That was when he moved, locking one arm around Khat Lah and throwing the big warrior off balance. Khat Lah dropped the suit and raised both arms to defend. He released the Yuuzhan Vong, jump-stepped back, and raised one foot for a strong kick that sent the warrior stumbling out of the airlock vestibule and back into the corridor. Before Khat Lah could spin around, he slammed the controls and locked the chamber door. With a snap of the fingers and a touch of the force, he turned the door's control panel to a shower of sparks. Jedi. Khat Lah pounded on the door's porthole window. What are you doing? Tell the pilots to run as soon as I'm off the ship. He raised his voice to be heard through the thick metal. I don't think they'll kill me, so watch over Eli until I return. And if I don't, tell him I did what I could. Jedi horn. Khat Lah pounded on the door, but that was all he could do. On the other side, he stuffed legs and arms into the vacuum suit and zipped himself tight. He grabbed the helmet, turned back to Khat Lah, and gave him a brave smile. We all have to do our part, my friend, and this is mine. It shouldn't be your part, Eli thought. The look on the Yuuzhan Vong's face was heartbreaking. He turned from it, sealed his helmet and suit, and faced the heavy airlock doors. He checked his suit over one last time, then used the force to wrench open the airlock seal. Air rushed out and he rushed with it. He was swept out among the stars and the hungry Duros malicious ships all gathering close. One was already on the flyer's flank and swooped in to grab him. The ship was so close, and they'd pull him in soon. Instead of facing it, he used the force to tilt his body in the other direction to face the second flyer. He felt a track to grab him, reel him in. As he was drawn from the flyer, it wrenched hard to port, rolled out between two Duros ships ahead, then nimbly dodged a volley of laser fire before breaking into a fast, clear shot for the edge of the gravity well. Laser fire still whipped past their ship as a few Duros gave pursuit. Eli remembered the wrench of inertia and the burst of panic, and he remembered wondering where his father had gone to, never imaging that he was already as good as dead. He felt light, free, triumphant. He didn't know what horrible sin he committed on Duro to doom that planet, but he felt absolved of even that. He was a Jedi Knight. He saved those who couldn't save themselves, most importantly young Eli. With that conviction, he turned his body to face the airlock as it swallowed him whole. His bravery faltered when rough hands grabbed him and pulled him through the vestibule. After the chamber pressurized, more bodies piled in. They emanated raw anger through the force and a savage hunger for violence. They'd been hurt. They wanted to hurt back. He tried to use the force to calm the angry crowd, as he'd done many times before, but their spite was like nothing he'd ever felt before. They wrenched his helmet off so he could look with clear eyes on the dozen flat, angry Duros faces ringed around him. That was when he first felt mortal fear. Eli trembled in his sleep. He felt everything thus far with perfect vividness. Now he would feel his father's every pain. He never found out exactly how his father had died, only that it had been ugly. You are no Yuuzhan Vong, the closest Duros snarled. I am Rykar Horn, Jedi Knight. I spoke with Captain Burr a minute ago. He raised his hands and sent common influence through the Force. Burr told us we were getting a Vong, snapped another Duros. I am a Jedi. I oversaw the project on Duro. I can help you. That's what you said when all this started. The first Duros lunged, grabbed him by the collar of his vac suit, and threw him against the wall. His head snapped back into the bulkhead. Pain blossomed through his skull as the Duros pressed his face close and growled. We'll help you, you carking Jedi said. You and your pet Vong. You said you'd save our world, and you ruined it. We trusted you. Dazed, he said, this was not the Jedi's fault. Then why didn't you hand over the carking Vong? Another one shouted. The Yuuzhan Vong are innocent. They've done nothing wrong. Like hell. A Duros came in swinging from the right side. He tried to block the blow, but it slammed into his flank, just beneath the rib cage. The one holding his vac suit kept him from keeling over in pain. Eli felt the pain as if it were his own. No one was there to hold him, and his body curled up tight in his bedspread. You invited those monsters into our homes, that first Duros snarled. We trusted them because we trusted you. You ruined us. Wait, please. A third Duros snapped. Don't tell us you can explain. We've had enough carking explanations. He opened his mouth but didn't speak. He couldn't explain. He didn't know what had happened at Duro. He didn't know if the same disaster was repeating on the 100 other worlds on which the Asus project was taking place. When he'd thrown Khat Lah aside and gone out the airlock, he hadn't been thinking of any of those things. He'd only wanted to save his friends and his son. He said, The first Duros punched him in the face. His head cracked against the bulkhead again. As he groaned, the one on his right punched his stomach again. Please, he croaked, and summoned the Force to calm them, or at least to try. Another Duros lunged in on his left. He felt the closed fist hit first, then felt the cold of the vibro knife as it slid through his vac suit and skin and into his stomach. Pain and bile surged through his chest. The Duros who'd been holding him up stepped away, and he half fell forward. He tried to summon the Force still, to clear his mind through his pain, but it wouldn't come. It wouldn't save him. Eli cried cold tears as he dreamed. He'd give anything to change this fate, even just to escape it, but nothing comes. He prayed to the Force, to the Whills, to whatever old gods speak on this unreal world he was trapped in, that this dream can end. Realize filled him with sadness, and then fear. Then another Duros came in from behind and stabbed another blade into his back and through his kidney. Pain exploded. He tried to scream but didn't have the breath. He pitched forward and collapsed on the deck. The Force was not merciful. They gathered around him. Like a pack of hungry acts, they came in for the kill. Some delivered kicks, other bent low for punches. He tried to curl into an fetal position and protect his head and neck, but they kept coming at him. Someone else came and stuck him with a vibroblade, and fresh blood gushed out to add to the red pool already spreading around him. It moved fast across the slick floor, and as they kicked and punched and beat him, his face, now twisted in dying agony, became washed in blood. Still they kept at it, beating and pounding him until the pain dulled. Vision dulled. Darkness claimed the fists and boots and falling knives, and finally claimed everything, even regret that he'd never see his son again. Numbness was a gift, Eli knew. Otherwise his father might have tried to imagine just for a moment what it would be like for his son to be a child in a war-racked galaxy without his father. Yet even if he had, he'd have never imaged what his son would become. That, too, was a mercy. When the vision ended, Eli could feel every punch and kick, even knife thrust. He felt someone hold him down and pour calm into him with the Force. His eyes broke open, and he saw them leaning low over him, a silhouette against bright starlight. The looming shape recalled the Duros who killed him, killed his father, and with a wordless shove he tried to push them away. The figure staggered back, struck by an invisible blow, then bent close again, pinned Eli to the ground, and poured the Force into him. His father's remembered pain retreated slowly. Gradually his vision cleared, and Eli realized it was Khat Lah bent over him, doing whatever he could to heal the son of the man who died in his place. and he realized how, just a moment ago, he'd shoved Khat Lah away. His jaw chattered. He opened it wide, took deep breaths, and allowed Khat Lah to calm his shaking body before he spoke again. I did it, the Force. It has returned to you, the Yuuzhan Vong said in a sad voice. He looked over his shoulder. Eli could dimly make out the form of a long-haired young woman, Kyra, standing along at the edge of the hill, looking out on the alien landscape, lost in her own awakening. Khat Lah stroked his forehead tenderly, brushing hair from his sweat-damp face, and said, "Among my people it is said that every great gift must be paid for with pain. I hope, for your sakes, this is your last and only payment." Chapter 15. As he sat down in Hogram Chalk's office, facing the Regent across a desktop and 2 cups of morning caf, Tree Sin was extremely grateful the Force had been silenced, which, he supposed, was proof of how absurd his life had become. He never thought of himself as a man adept at subterfuge, but the past week proved him to be a fast learner. When he passed the data card containing traffic data and profiles of Chalk's bodyguards, he hadn't known what would come next. When Astral had returned several days later, the sealed box she'd brought from the Jedi Temple contained a scrap of flimsy with instructions wrapped around a pair of metal chips the size of his fingernail. One for him, Ganner had written. One for the Regent or his guard. For the next day he prevaricated, wondering whether it was worth the risk or if he should have Astral make yet another courier run and return the tracking device. He politely asked the Twi'lek to keep these runs private, that is, not to tell Chalk, and she'd agreed, though the question in her eyes bordered on suspicion. Even sending her on one more run would be a risk. That was why, heart pounding in his chest, Treese had found prudence to make small talk to one of the guards standing outside Chalk's office just a minute ago. For a second, he laid a hand on the man's shoulder and gently affixed the adhesive side of the tracking chip on the interior edge of the shoulder plate, where it would be invisible except to thorough checks. The chip would be found eventually, probably through armor maintenance, but for now Ganner's people had a window, probably of a few days. He prayed it got them what they needed. It wasn't guilt that racked Treese as he sat down with Hogram and casually sipped his caf. He increasingly suspected that somewhat was, indeed, happening in the lower levels of the Department of Transit building, and if Marasiah was hidden there, he had every right and duty to find her out. What unsettled him was pure nerves. Subterfuge was not his specialty but Chalk's, and he was afraid the Regent might spot some mistake he hadn't known he'd made. Hogram, however, seemed slightly weary as he sipped caf through scarred lips. He placed the cup on his desktop and said, "I'd like to meet with Master Dare to discuss security arrangements for the trial. Sometime late this afternoon, if possible." "I'm sure that can be arranged," Treese replied. He kept one hand tight around his cup to keep from shaking. "Do you have a clear idea of what we'll need to prepare?" Hogram nodded. "The Jedi's recusal has clarified things somewhat, and I believe we finally have a timetable. I'm looking to begin the trial 10 standard days from now." 10 days? That was less than a month since the bombing, a stunningly fast time to put together a criminal case. Unless, Treese thought, you manufactured most of the evidence. "What about Senator Darrell?" he asked. "You tell me," Hogram said wearily. "Has Master Val made any progress?" "No," Treese admitted. "Neither have my agents. Still, putting Darrell in trial in absentia, it won't appear credible. Darrell lost credibility himself when he ran. You don't want to wait until we have him." "I would, in theory, but I have to be practical. We may never have Darrell. Our best chance of catching him was when we tried to arrest him with the others. Since then, our odds of capture diminished by the hour. For all we know, he could be hiding in Chiss space right now." "That seems unlikely." "I don't mean literally. I meant he's run and probably found a secure place to hide. The galaxy is vast and full of holes a Rannoch can cower in. If he picks a deep one, he can stay there without having to run and risk capture. If we wait until we find him, we could wait a decade. No, we have to move forward and administer justice soon." "And you're sure you have an airtight case?" "Yes. Even the terrorist enablers in the Senate will have to accept it. Therese was impressed by his conviction, and also frightened. You must have uncovered impressive evidence. We have. You'll see it in time. Have faith, Master Sende. We'll make sure justice is done. Hogrum took a long drink from his cup. Therese forced himself to do the same, then asked, when will you make an official announcement? This afternoon, 1500 hours. I'd like to meet with Master Dare after that. I'll be sure to arrange it. Thank you, Master Sende. Hogrum pivoted his chair slightly to let his natural eye wander toward the skyline. The Imperial Knights will have a heavy presence at the trial. You should reserve at least 60% of your people to keep the Justice Center secure. That was a large order. Does that include our agents abroad? No. Let Master Val chase Daryl. He might even get lucky. I understand. Is there anything else? Hogrum seemed to consider. Then he shook his head. That's all for now. Very good, sir. Therese Rose finished his drink, placed his cup on the desk, and rose. Thank you for the drink. Hogrum nodded absently. My recommendation to you is to make sure you get good rest the next few nights, Master Sende. No matter the outcome, next week is going to be very stressful. He didn't know the half of it. Therese bowed, stepped out the door, and with effort refrained from glancing at the guard outside on whom he stuck the transmitter. He retreated from the Regent's office with long, fast strides and was pretty sure he kept his hands from shaking. They knew something was finally happening when the two tracking beacons they sent to Therese began transmitting from different locations. The first pings arrived at the exact same time from the different devices, but according to the transceiver Salk had fixed up, those devices were now some 800 meters apart. They still had precious little information to work with, but they had to get a closer look. They'd obtained a cheap airspeeder the previous day, and it had taken Salk some 6 hours to successfully patch his transceiver into the speeder's navigational system. It was gross violation of the rental contract, but necessary for what they had to do next. Once it was confirmed that the trackers were separate, Marin, Salk, and Hondo piled into the speeder and took to the air. The airspace around the government district was heavily patrolled but technically open to the public, so with Hondo behind the wheel, they took their speeder on a series of convoluted loops around the different government buildings and did absolutely nothing to attract attention from security patrols. Exactly 30 minutes after the first distance pings, they received 2 more. Hondo had made sure they were flying close to the palace complex, and when the signals came, they were mapped onto the speeder's telemetry data to give an idea of what exactly the signals were coming from. Hunched in the speeder's back seat, peering at the portable view screen in his lap, Salk reported, both signals came in clear again. It looks like one's coming from the Imperial Night Wing, the other from around the executive tower. Well, at least we know which is Chalk and which is Sinde. Hondo glanced at Marin. Any chance you can feel the Regent? Do a slow loop around the palace, she told him. Sure thing. He twisted the wheel. After 1 round I'm bugging out. Don't want to attract attention from security. We'll come back in a half hour for another flyby. I know, Marin said, and closed her eyes. Over the past week she'd gradually acclimatized herself to Coruscant and its chaotic force aura. She'd practiced by standing amidst crowds, picking random pedestrians with her eyes, then identifying them in the force and using that signature alone to follow them. It required immense self-control, but in theory it should be easier sitting in a speeder instead of wandering through a crowd. She kept her eyes shut tight, breathed in and out slowly. Time seemed to slow, as well. She found 2 force auras right beside her, saw curious and deliberate, Hondo always edging for action. She felt them, marked them, and ignored them. Then she stretched further. The government complex was full of activity. Thousands of beings milled through its halls and offices, performing the complex duties of state. She felt a collective tension underlying the mundanity of bureaucratic work, the same kind of tension she felt all over Coruscant. Everyone was waiting for the next bomb to go off. Literal or metaphorical, nobody was sure, but everyone expected something big. Amidst such a mass of minds, it was hard to find those that stood out. She was sure Chalks would, She'd only met the man once or twice, and that was 40 years ago. But there was a weight and concentration people gained when in positions of power. She'd had it herself when leading the campaign against the Aga, and she searched for the same weary severity among all the beings in the palace. One stood out against all the others, more wear and more severe. She concentrated on it to the exclusion of all else and felt her chest grow tight with conviction. She angled her head to face where the feeling emanated from, and when she opened her eyes she found herself looking straight at the stout executive tower that peaked the palace. "I have him," she whispered. It came out so soft but Hondo heard, and he wrested the speeder away from the palace. As they put distance between them and Chalk, Hondo asked us, "You really got a beat on him?" "Yes," she swallowed. Her mouth had gone dry suddenly. "I'm pretty sure." "Good. We'll wing around," and he glanced at the dashboard chrono 26 minutes, and try again. Marin nodded and watched the government district move around them. Instead of heading straight out, Hondo made a turn and veered northwest. "Figure we should check out the transit HQ while we're in the neighborhood," he said. "Good idea," Salk chimed from the back seat. The Department of Transportation building was a tower standing separate from the others. It rose high and plunged deep, and Hondo cut altitude to give them a better look at the lower levels as they flew by. Marin and Salk both took out macro binoculars and pressed against the speeder's left side windows. Marin spotted several angular ports in the skyscraper's gently curving face. She figured any one of those could have been service entrances ideal for dropping off secret shipments for secret prisoners. She noted that only one of them seemed to have external sensor cameras. That portal was on the southeast side of the tower, facing the drum-shaped judicial building 2 kilometers away. They did a complete loop around the transit building before Hondo increased speed and altitude. As they skirted around the edges of the government district, she and Salk discussed what they'd seen and agreed on the most likely port of entry. Hondo put them on a return course seemingly as fast as they'd left, and Salk prepped his computer to receive the next pings from the trackers. As for Marin, she closed her eyes, tried to ignore the passing towers and speeders, and found the memory of Hagram Chalk's force aura in her mind. It was already starting to fade to insubstantiality, but she held it tight and readied herself to feel it again in a few minutes. She only opened her eyes when Hondo said they were close to the palace. Squinting into the midday sun, Marin watched the great structure draw close. She reached out for Chalk, seeking him in that same tower, but as Hondo took them on the first loop around the building she found it empty of his presence. "He's not there," she muttered. "Hold on," Salk said. "Ping's coming up in 10 seconds. Make that 5 seconds." Marin closed her eyes, sealed off her senses, and searched again. She caught a whiff of him weariness and severity, and tried to zero in. He wasn't in the executive tower. He was somewhere else, somewhere closer. "Got him," Salk said. "Telemetry says he's in the air." "He's in the speeder," Marin said, and opened her eyes. "Great," said Hondo. "Which one?" Even in the security-patrolled airspace around the palace, there were dozens of ships to pick from. Marin didn't spot anything with a visible security escort. That threw her off, so much she nearly lost track of Chalk, and she forced herself to close her eyes and concentrate again. Salk provided what they needed. "Ping says he's north and west of the palace. Say, 0.8 kilometers. Can't tell which direction he's going." "He's going away from it," Marin whispered as knowledge came to her. Hondo twisted the speeder and hit the accelerator. Marin felt the life swarm of the palace recede behind them, but Chalk was still ahead. He seemed to be getting neither closer nor more distant, but space was hard to measure in the Force. Then she understood. "Wait," she said. "I know where he's going." "You mean the transport center?" asked Hondo. "Just our shabla luck." "Slow down," she warned. "We don't want him to know he's tailed." "Got it," said Hondo. Marin only opened her eyes when she felt they decelerated to a crawl. She opened them to find the transit department, toward dead ahead. Hondo had plucked the binoculars from her laps and was holding them to his eyes even as his other hand gripped the control yoke. "That's him all right," Hondo said. "An airspeeder just ducked into that landing bay." Southeast side? Asked Salk. Yep. The one with the cameras, like you said. Now what? The Mon Cal looked at Marin. So did Hondo. She took a deep breath. They were close, damn close, but they weren't there yet. For all they knew, the Regent was paying the Department of Transit bureaucrats a surprise inspection. Salk, she asked, if we get a ping from inside, can you overlay that data to the building plans, or in slice for us? I should be able to. Good. Hondo, fly us some nice easy loops around the building. Fly too many, and we'll attract security, he said, but complied anyway. Just give it a few minutes. Then we can fly out and come back in time for the next ping. What are we waiting for? Marin didn't answer. She closed her eyes again and dipped into the Force. She pushed away Hondo's and Salk's auras, sifted through all the thousands of workers in the office tower, and found Chalk's, faint buzz distinct. The speeder swung around that aura like a planet around a sun, and with every loop she felt herself knowing the aura better. And then, suddenly, it winked out. Marin's eyes opened. She felt for Chalk one more time, but he simply wasn't there. What is it? Asked Hondo. Can we go now? We can go now. I've lost Chalk. And found Marasiah, she thought. When her uncle stepped into the room, Marasiah was in the middle of exercises, her only release of pent-up anger and frustration. The portal opened and Hogrum slid into the chamber, a pool of inky black against the white glow of the walls. She immediately sprung out of her push-up, palms jumping off the tile, snapped her back straight, and stared into his mismatched eyes from 2 meters away. Blood and adrenaline were pumping fast and she had an instant's desire to lunge for him. Marasiah restrained herself. Still breathing heavily, she clenched fists at her side and said, "What do you want, Uncle?" Only words. "You came to ask my advice. I already told you, I'll never give it to you." Ignoring her, he stepped over to one of the room's soft chairs and lowered himself into it. Marasiah glared down at him, bit back the urge to tell him to leave. It would do no good. She stalked around and sat down in the chair opposite. "I'm moving ahead with the trial," he told her. 10 days from now, Stasi, Nellorin, and Kaiga will be put on the docket for your murder, and the murder of your husband. Porat Darrow will be tried in absentia." "What kind of trial?" she asked because she was curious. "A criminal one. It will be heard by a panel of 7 magistrates. I assume you've already guaranteed a guilty verdict." "You assume too much. I'm not a tyrant, sire." She looked around her cage and laughed one bitter laugh. "I'm not," he insisted. "The judges will make their decision of their own accord. Once they weigh the facts, they'll decide they have no choice but to convict." "Facts?" she said bitterly. "Falsified evidence. Some will be, but I faked nothing I didn't already know." She shook her head. "All you know is what Eshkernan told you before you murdered him. Which was the truth." "How? Did you feel it in the Force, Uncle?" "No. Of course you didn't. Nine was a Sith. I know that better than anyone. Even you," he said with a flash of anger, an aching memory of her mother. "Even without the Force, Sith are masters of deception. Nine would lie with his last breath to spite you." He tried. Hogrum's face darkened. "I took that breath from him. This would get them nowhere." Marasiah leaned back in her chair and asked, "What did you come here for?" "Just to tell me the news." "I'd like to solicit your opinion." "Ask." "The magistrates will weigh the guilt of the parties accused, but I intend to have a hand in sentencing. What punishment would you suggest?" She stared at him. "Are you seriously asking me?" He nodded soberly. "They're innocent beings. They shouldn't be punished at all." He shook his head. "Let me rephrase the question. If senior Alliance officials colluded in your husband's murder, what punishment would you suggest?" "They weren't. I'm certain of it." "You're not," he said plainly, but it was a stinging accusation. It was right, too. Just before Hogrum's coup, she'd sent Ganner Krieg and Aslan Ray to question Senator Darrow. She never found out the results, but all 3 had gone missing. She had no idea what it meant, but it had to mean something. Perhaps even that her uncle was right and she was wrong. If they had killed Antares, I would want them punished. Severely. Even if it strained the Federation. Yes, she admitted. And what kind of punishment would you recommend? Capital. Her heart said yes, but her lips said no. Hogram's scarred forehead wrinkled. He didn't believe her. What instead? Life in prison. That makes them rallying points for Alliance diehards. Kill them and you make them martyrs. If I imprison them, Alliance partisans may try to break them out. And if they escape, they'll find no support, because you've painted them as criminals in the public eye and cowed the Alliance senators into admitting you were right. That is your plan, isn't it, Uncle? He regarded her before nodding once. Here's another reason, she said. By letting them live, you prove yourself magnanimous in victory. It will be harder for your enemies to paint you as a pure villain. You run the risk of them getting freed, yes, but if you put them in a secure enough facility, you shouldn't have to worry about that. A secure facility like this one, she thought. She still had no idea where she was being held, not that it would do her any good. Marasiah was tempted to suggest that he brutally execute Stasi and the rest, and any other Alliance loyalist who gave him trouble, just in the hope it would spark an insurrection and topple him. She didn't do it, though, because her uncle would see through the ploy and because she didn't want the blood of yet another civil war on her hands. Which meant Hogram understood her well, and had been wise to seek her advice after all. I will consider your argument. He stood up. I'll visit again before the trial. You don't need to bother yourself, she said, voice brittle. I can't keep myself busy here. Your well-being is important to me, Sire. She had the urge to strike him as he turned but remained in her seat. As he walked for the door, she called, if the Force ever returns, Uncle, your lies will be exposed. And you'll pay for them? He stopped before the portal and looked at her. That's quite unlikely. The research into rejuvenating midichlorians has been going for a year now with little progress. They may still discover something. They may, but it's unlikely. I've begun to drain staff and funding from the project. Quietly, of course. What? She rose from her seat. Why? Don't you want the Force back? The Force, he said, is the last thing the galaxy needs. How can you say that? You're an Imperial Knight. Yes, and I've seen better than anyone how the Force can cloud one's judgment. It ruined mine for many years, and it took me too long to break from its influence and do what needed to be done. His lips tightened in a scowl. But the Force does far worse things than that. Eshker was an honorable knight, one all of us trusted with our lives. Then his lust for mastery corrupted him and turned him into a beast. Men don't need the dark side to turn traitor. No, but the Force amplifies their desire and the damage it can do. The Force allows men to make themselves into monsters, and very rarely saints. Either becomes an agent of chaos. The galaxy needs order. It doesn't need the Force. You're wrong. The Force is more than a corrupter. It gives wisdom and strength. Does it, really, Sire? He looked around her cage. She felt hollow inside, as hollow as the words she'd said. She'd been raised from birth to believe the Force was as vital as breathing. The gifts it allowed were supposed to grant her the ability to realize any dream and surpass any obstacle. She'd had the Force with her all along, carried in her Skywalker blood. It hadn't done a thing to save her mother, her father, or her husband. It hadn't kept her out of this prison. The Force is done with this galaxy, Hogram said. I only hope this galaxy is done with the Force. She could have opened her mouth and reminded him that Cade Skywalker was out there, once again the Force's unlikely last hope. Instead, she kept it shut and watched him step outside of the chamber. Light eclipsed black, and she was alone again. Chapter 16. Khat Lah had been right when he said time was different on the other side of the gate. Dilation was one thing. They learned the full truth of that when they returned to Rahakala, but simply being on this world was strange. Day was only slightly brighter than night, and less welcome for the eerie, blood-colored glow of the dying sun. Cycles passed quickly, but they never seemed to pass at the same rate. It was impossible for their bodies to gather and rhythm, and they simply trekked until they were tired and laid down to sleep in the middle of the path, under bloody sun or myriad stars. It made no difference. At least, they tried to sleep. Cade didn't know what dreams had afflicted Eli and Kyra. They refused to say. The dreams or nightmares or forced visions had come to them their second time sleeping in this place, and they'd both woken up violently trembling with remembered pain. Kyra had woken up first and Cade had rushed on her, ready to heal any way he could, only to discover the damage was to her mind, not her body. Khat Lah had done what he could to calm her with the Force and soothe the phantom pain away. When Eli had awoken hours later, he'd done the same. The Force had returned to them both. Cade could feel them more clearly than ever. But as to what had awakened them, they wouldn't say. The two young people had become lost in the echoes of their dreams. Yet the march toward the distant pillar of light continued. They strung a long, loose line, with Khat Lah and Caden led, Kyra and Eli trailing behind them and distant from each other. As they trekked, Cade kept pace with the Yuuzhan Vong and asked, was it like this with the others? Yes. Khat Lah spoke softly, though Eli and Kyra were out of earshot. Through the Force they were dropped into visions as vivid as life. My companions were also reluctant to speak about what had happened. From what they eventually told me, I gathered the Force took them all to a moment, perhaps the moment, that defined the person they'd become. For many that was a moment of pain. I gathered that. If this was true, it wasn't hard to guess what Eli's pivotal moment had been. He had an idea what Kyra's was too. So it drudged up old memories. That's rough, but when they woke up they were hurting bad. Physically. I suspect the Force made them relive those moments, from a different perspective. What does that mean? It means the Force knows all life. Khat Lah lowered his voice further. One of my warriors told me in strictest confidence that as a youth, one of his Kreesh mates on Zonima II joined a radical cult that worshipped Unyamka and sought to bring back our warlike ways. He was forced to kill that friend. The Force made him relive that incident, though the eyes of the one he killed. That explained a lot. Cade knew Eli's father had died in agony. He imagined Kyra's parent hadn't died well either. For just a second he tried to imagine feeling his own father's death, fatally stabbed by Darth Nihil's blade then burned from the inside by his dark lightning. Nobody deserved to experience that kind of death and live with the aftershocks. The Force isn't usually so intrusive or cruel. Khat Lah cast his eyes on the distant light. The Force is different here. He could say that again. The strange miasma seemed to grow gradually thicker as they approached the light. The power still felt raw, neither light nor dark. Its omnipresence and unknown quality made Cade feel claustrophobic, and he refrained from touching the Force except in the lightest ways. He was afraid that if he used it here, he might not be able to control it. Trying for optimism, Cade said, well, I'm glad we didn't have to go through Poodoo like that. You understand what I meant when I was worried about them more than you. Yeah, I get that now. He glanced over his shoulder. Kyra lagged behind, and Eli lagged further, but they kept plotting. Is this why you brought the Horn Kid along? You thought his weird Force vision would scare the Sith out of him. It was my hope, Khat Lah admitted. Tough lessons. Yes. They walked a little more in silence. A thought came to Cade. You said the Force showed your guy his friend's death through his eyes. That was before either of them could touch the Force. Clearly the Force still touched them, in ways none of us knew at the time. I guess so. Another thought came. The Force awoke in your guys the same way it did in Eli and Kyra. You see the difference in them, right? They have midichlorians and your guys don't. In practical terms there is no difference. Darth Maladi's virus rendered their midichlorians inert. I imagine they still are. They are touching it directly without intermediaries, the same way I am. Khat Lah tilted his head and thought. The Jedi have always held that the Force embraces all life, even the kind that has passed through death into the Force. This planet demonstrates that tenet in full. Yeah, I get that now. No, you do not. Kay shot him a glare. He'd hoped they were done with the cryptic evasions, but apparently they weren't. He resisted the urge to call Khat Lah on it. He knew it wouldn't do any good. After a little more walking, the Yuuzhan Vong said, "One more thing about these visions. I believe Eli Horn is still having them." Cade resisted the urge to look over his shoulder. "You sure?" He wakes suddenly from sleep, shuddering from pain. He uses the Force to soothe himself. Sometimes he even falls back asleep. Cade felt ashamed for missing it. What about Kyra? She sleeps restlessly, but she doesn't seem to be haunted by dreams, at least not painful ones. So those are just Eli, then. Apparently, the Force is not done speaking to him. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? You wanted him to get scared straight, right? I did, and whatever happens, he will not go back through the gate the same being he was when he entered. Cade had a feeling that held true for all of them. That's not necessarily a good thing. I know. That is why we must watch them both closely. He sighed. I never wanted to be caretaker for some messed up kids. I didn't exactly have the most stable upbringing myself, you know. I do. That is another reason why I wanted you to come with us through the gate. Besides the obvious. He lifted his eyes toward the light pillar, still far off. It was a nice reminder that the real challenges lay ahead of them, not behind. For now, Cade thought, keep an eye on the kids. He'd deal with the bright unknown when he got there. He didn't understand what was happening. One moment he was hunched over his desk, processing the latest shipment reports his boss wanted. Then, suddenly, Cordes had stepped into the room. The paunched, bearded man looked down on his clerk and said, I have to step out. If anyone comes, stall them. He blinked, eyes gone fuzzy from staring at the datapad. What do you mean? I mean keep them busy here, as long as you can. Just like that, Cordes spun on his heel and made for the office foyer. He got up from his desk and followed his boss. The man was throwing on a light jacket and stuffing data cards in the case. Can I ask where you're going? I just have to be someplace. They'll help you mind the fort. Cordes snapped his fingers at a pair of very old YVH battle droids that stood like metal mannequins on the far wall by the window. He couldn't tell if his boss was joking. It was hard to tell a lot of things with Cordes, like why a civilian freight company had started shipping war material, or why he seemed to keep 2 droids in his office for the past few weeks. At the sight of those droids, Eli knew exactly what this vision was and the kind of pain he'll feel this time. He knew going in that Cordes operations might not be entirely on the level. There were rumors. But he climbed aboard anyway because he needed a job after his last one, and there weren't many companies on Ornessen willing to hire a man who'd been knocked out of manual labor by chronic back pains and had no special skills. His age was also a detriment, 46 standard years, and approaching 50 dreadfully fast. To his relief, nothing Cordes had made him do looked anyway illegal. If he had that side to his business, he was letting other people handle that. Cordes shrugged on his coat, grabbed his case, and headed for the door. As it opened, he called to his boss, How long do you think you'll be gone for? Several days, I imagine. When you're done with those reports, send the copies via HoloNet. That meant he was going off-world, to one of his company's other offices. It must have been something special, maybe something bad, that had drawn him away so fast. Cordes slipped out the door. It shut behind him. Eli realized that this time, he'd never even get the name of the man he was trapped inside. In his dreams, the past few nights, or what counted as night in this strange place, he'd been shown the final minutes of other beings before he killed them. In his dreams, he'd felt their pain and known their thoughts and understood the petty details of their lives. Last time, he'd been one of Governor Salk's security guards on Vorzit V, privately fretting about a gift for his girlfriend he wouldn't survive to give. He sighed, turned around, and looked at the 2 battle droids. They were totally unmoving by the photoreceptors, and their faces glowed faint yellow, indicating they were operational. Combined with the skull-like faces, it was an unnerving sight. He didn't even know if the battle droids could fight anymore. Cordes claimed they could, but he'd also had them decorating his office for weeks instead of shipping them to a buyer. Just you and me, boys, he muttered faintly. They didn't respond. He sighed, went back to his desk, and tried to put his mind off of all of it. It was steady work with decent pay. He was lucky to have it. After his injury, he'd been unemployed and despondent for months, gaining weight and drinking a lot more than he should have. Those empty days had forced him to take a look at his life, the decisions he'd made and not made, and it wasn't a pleasant picture. No wife or children, no career, no friends good for anything except rounds at the cantina. At that time, no job and no money. At least he'd gotten the last two. It was something, he told himself. It filled the empty days and made it a little easier to ignore the dumb wreck he'd made of his life. Just minutes left, Eli thought. Just minutes until this stupid, pointless, pathetic life gets a stupid, pointless, pathetic end. Twisting in his bedroll, he braced himself for new pain. He sighed to himself once more, then got to work. He processed 2 reports and prepped them to send to Corda's ship. He just started the third when he heard a faint sound from the foyer, metal grinding on metal. Then he heard a faint hum as the battle droids powered on. He rose from his desk and looked into the foyer to find both machines had stepped into the middle of the room and raised their weapon-mounted arms toward the door. What the hell? He bleated. What's going on? Please stand back, sir, a tinny droid voice said. We will do everything to ensure your safety. What do you mean? Is someone? He got out nothing else before the office exploded in violence. The door was torn open as though by an invisible hand, and the droids opened fire immediately. A figure rushed into the room like black wind. The body was wrapped in a whirling dark cloak, instant hole through by the hail of laser fire, but none of the blast stopped it. Then a blazing red-white light appeared in his fist and stretched to a half-meter. Standing in the side doorway, he froze in dumb shock. A lightsaber? He never thought he'd see one with his own eyes. Seeing through another's eyes, Eli felt primal terror at the sight of himself. He was a nightmare in black and red, a promise of deathsome to end another life without barely a thought. The black-robed figure stopped in the center of the foyer and threw out a hand palm forward. The droids tipped, as though struck by a powerful wind, but their metal legs staggered to keep from falling, and their laser fire didn't relent. Next, one desk bracing the wall tipped toward the closest droid, forcing it to sidestep to avoid. The black figure Jedi, Sith, charged through the doorway at the right droid and bisected it with a horizontal swipe through the hip. The droid's upper half kept pumping out laser fire, scorching the ceiling as the torso fell, and the attacker barely sidestepped them before severing both arms from the body with a pair of low swipes. This thing, Jedi or Sith, was a killing machine. Terrified, he ran back into his office and ducked behind the desk. He dared look over the edge and saw the figure charge the second droid, duck beneath 2 blasts, then rear up with a vertical swing that severed the machine from groin to head. The droid fell into tall halves and was still. The monster looked down on the broken droid, perhaps in satisfaction. His back was turned. Instinct grabbed him. Cordes insisted they keep a blaster in the office. He had one tucked in his desk. He'd never thought he'd had to use it. With shaking hands, he pulled open the bottom drawer, clasped the holdout pistol between his palms, then braced his elbows on the desktop and opened fire at the black cloak back. He never had a chance. His gun shook and his shots went wide, but the monster seemed to sense them coming even before they left his pistol. The black-cloaked figure spun and deflects 3 shots with deft twitch of his lightsaber. The figure stalked toward him with intent, and as it got close, he could see the face of the being who killed him. It was just a teenager. A smooth, pale face framed by messy black hair. Dark eyes that for a second seemed to flash gold. The lightsaber held high and vertical, ready for a downward blow. And Eli remembered sight of the man peeking over his desk, blaster aimed but shaking. Just some old, fat, pointless man. The moment he seen that man, Eli known he was going to kill him. Enraptured in the dark side, bereft of empathy, and drunk on power, he hadn't even hesitated. Terror froze him. He couldn't even pull the trigger before the boy flicked his wrist, wrested the pistol from his hand, and threw him into the wall behind him. He boy-bounded the desk, then dropped in front of him, ragged cloak flaring like a prey bird's wings as it came in for the kill. Black-gloved hands took his chin in a vice grip, and the red-white lightsaber hummed warmth inches from his eyes. He was going to die here, like this, killed by a Sith. His pointless, empty life was going to end, and he had no idea why. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Neither did Eli as he writhed in bed. If he'd known the Force was going to subject him to this, experiencing his every murder through the eyes of those he'd killed, he'd have never come. He'd have never sought to regain the Force at all. He'd have fled far away and lived another life and tried to forget he'd even thought the way of the Sith would bring him liberation. "Are you now Corliss?" the boy said in a low growl. He tried to wag his head. The boy loosened his grip enough for him to say, "And not him. He just left," SS said, "to stall anyone who came." "Please, please, please," he thought. "Don't kill me, please. I don't want to die." Where did Corliss go? "Gee gone. Getting off this our rock." The boy's face screwed up in anger. He glanced over his shoulder at the carnage in the foyer, then back to his captive. As he lay dreaming, Eli couldn't even remember how he'd killed this man. A lightsaber thrust. A blow to the head or neck. He dealt so much death, casually and coldly but also proudly, because he's thought the way of the Sith was the only way to power. The boy considered him for a moment, then drew the lightsaber away. He took a deep breath and felt relief flood through him. Then, his vision jerked to the right too hard. He heard and felt something crack in his neck. His windpipe twisted too, so tight it closed out breath. He was staring into the wall, but his body faced the opposite direction. Dully, he realized his neck had been snapped. A painless death. So much better than the other dream deaths Eli had suffered, but also worse. The dream lingered and held him and wouldn't let him go. They said you could get your head cut straight off and live for another minute. Oxygen and electric impulses still in the brain. That minute lasted forever. He couldn't twitch his head back or move the dead meat of the body below his broken neck. He couldn't even cry, though he wanted to. After all his life's accident and mistakes and dead ends, all its droning pointlessness, he'd sometimes thought there was no point in going forward. Now death was coming for him. Darkness crowded the edges of his vision and would take him soon, but not soon enough. In the silence of his mind, he screamed and wept and wailed. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He didn't want the emptiness of his life to end in the final emptiness of death. There was so much he wanted to fix. So much he'd do over if he could. If I could do it all over, Eli thought, I'd die with the other Jedi apprentices after their capture. I'd stand bravely before Darth Nil and let the Sith cut him down. Then I'd be spared this for sure. There was nothing for it. Darkness took forever to enclose him, but it finally did. His mind howled vain protest until the end. In a bleak, sad, stupid way, it was a fitting death. The dream released him. Eli opened his eyes and saw the star-packed sky overhead. His body didn't tremble with echoed knife wounds, punches, or broken bones. All he felt was an aching hollow inside, as if part of him had died with the man he'd murdered. Probably it had. He wondered if the Force was going to make him relieve every death he'd caused. If so, that meant he still had around a half dozen to go. He wasn't even sure of the precise number. And once the Force had shown him all that, what then? He wasn't naive enough to think the Force would leave him alone. It had descended on him and was hounding him, and he didn't think he'd escape it until he left this world. Maybe not even then. Eli wanted to turn back and march back to the gate, but he doubted he'd have the power to reopen it on his own. He needed these other three for that. He was trapped here in more ways than one. So when they broke camp and continued their trek, now across a landscape grown jagged and hilly, thankfully with no more scars from a cosmic war. The sun was low in the sky and strange shadows stretched over the rocky earth. As Eli packed his things, he thought he saw something in the corner of his eye. He rose and looked at the closest ridgetop, and his breath caught in his chest. 3 figures were standing there, shadow-sized facing him, but in their dark shapes he could make out humanoid bodies, flat noseless faces, and large eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them. The Duros were still there. He groped out with the Force, an unfamiliar and awkward effort after missing it for so long. He felt something atop the ridge, something different. "Khat Lah," he called. "Skywalker." "What is it?" the latter said, moving a hand to his lightsaber. Eli turned back to the ridge. Its crest was empty. He reached out with the Force this time and felt nothing besides the weird aura that hung over this entire planet. "Nothing," he muttered. Though I saw something." Skywalker shrugged and went back to packing. Khat Lah looked at him for a moment more, leathery face unreadable. Then he looked away. Last was Kyra, standing most distant, pack already on her back. She held Eli's stare for a good 10 seconds before turning. He hoped it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and sleeplessness. He didn't want to think his nightmares were following him into waking. Tired, frightened, perhaps a little mad, Eli marched with his companions beneath the sun the color of blood. Kyra's experience with the Force had been next to nothing until now. Jo said she'd been using it unconsciously all her life, but her only deliberate connection with it had been in one meditation session right before she lost her powers. It had opened her to feelings she'd never known before, and after a year had ceased to remember. What came to her on this world was something different. She almost felt submerged underwater, pressed on all sides by something thick yet fluid that subtly distorted her surroundings. The difference was that this thing all around her didn't warp reality but sharpened it somehow. Insight came to her naturally, without effort. Since regaining the Force, she had more energy and felt like she was marching longer every day. Despite that, she wasn't happy. This place was too strange, and the experience of her mother's death lingered with her instead of fading like a dream should. Sometimes phantom pains, echoes of a cracked rib or twisted arm would come on her, and she'd struggle not to cry out. Skywalker and Khat Lah had used the Force to calm her pain that first night. Several nights later, she's quietly asked Skywalker if he could show her how. She was learning, gradually, to use this power, to swim in the strange waters that submerged her. The Force came to her in other ways. Insight told her that Eli had been having more painful dreams. She didn't know what any of them entailed, not even his first one, and she didn't know enough about the young man to guess. She knew that, as a Sith Apprentice, he must have done terrible things, and a part of her thought he deserved all the agonized nights he got. But when they marched toward the distant light, she watched him and felt him in the Force, and she took no joy in his pain. She wanted to talk to him about their experiences, to understand her own as much as his, but she always balked. Whatever he was now, Eli had been a Sith Apprentice. He'd nearly killed Jo. He was dangerous, and she kept her distance. Their long march had taken them over dusty plains, through ruined cities, and around massive craters carved by ancient superweapons. They were passing over a spine of low mountains now, and as they began to gradual downhill climb, Kyra could see the path ahead was different. Instead of an open plain, it appeared to be a forest. The land ahead seemed darkened and dense with barren trees. That surprised her, as they seen no life at all on their trek, not even a slip of dry scrub. Khat Lah had said that life flourished near the Force eruptions, and while they were getting closer to that light pillar in the sky, they weren't there yet, and the forest hardly looked flourishing. As they got to the bottom of the slope and descended into the forest, things became clearer yet more confusing. The trees were mostly stout growths less than 4 meters high, with narrow trunks and crooked spread out branches. Their trunks looked curiously smooth, not like bark at all. When they got close enough to touch, Kyra's hand confirmed what her eyes told her. The trees were made of stone. Every branch and every twig was hard rock, surface slightly worn by thousands or millions of years of light breeze. "I don't understand," Kyra whispered as her fingers ran across a low branch. "How is this possible?" "I do not know," Khat Lah admitted. "I have discovered other stone forests on this world. When this planet ascended to become a will, the trees must have been instantly petrified. And we have to pass through this to get where we want to go," asked Eli. "Unless we add local days to our voyage, yes." "Then we go ahead," Kay said. "You know the best way through." "Of course." The red sun was falling toward the far horizon. It cast long, narrow shadows through the stone forest. Though she knew there was no one else on this planet except them, the jagged darkness still filled Kyra with dread. As they entered the forest, she felt the same primal fear emanating from Eli, Cade, and even Khat Lah. Every so often a tiny breeze blew. It whistled very faintly through the stone forest but failed to move even the tiniest twig. It was a small thing, but it felt so wrong. Kyra found herself looking left and right as they moved through the stone, sometimes ducking to pass beneath low branches. With every step the complex tangle of dark shadow and red sunlight shifted, creating a new and menacing geography. Sometimes she thought she saw movement among the shadows. Sometimes she stopped in her tracks and stared. Once she saw what looked like a human body moving through the forest. "Did you see something?" Eli's voice, soft and right behind her, made her jump. "Damn it," she snapped, "don't do that." "Did you see something?" he repeated, very serious. "No," she snapped, then corrected herself. "I don't know. It was just a trick of the light." She glanced fearfully at the place where she'd been movement. Nothing except the static tangle of black and red. "Hey," Skywalker called from up ahead. "You two all right?" "We're fine," Kyra said after short hesitation. Eli said nothing at all. They continued walking. As the march drew on, weariness warred with fear. Nobody said it, but nobody wanted to stop and sleep in the forest. At least not unless they found a clearing where the stone branches weren't hanging like cage bars overhead. As she became tired, Kyra stopped searching shadows for imagined movement, but she could feel Eli still paranoid behind. The two of them started to lag a little further behind Skywalker and Khat Lah. She kept her eyes ahead to track them as they passed through shadow and red light. That was when she saw, unmistakably, a humanoid figure dash through the forest and cross onto the middle of the narrow path. Kyra froze. The figure stopped and stared at her. In the darkness and distance she couldn't tell much, but the face looked flat and large-eyed, like a Duros. "Do you see it?" Eli asked behind her. She didn't jump or look back at him. She stared ahead as the Duros, if that was what it was, broke her stare and darted off the track into the shadowy stone tangle. "Did you see it?" Eli repeated. I saw it." She finally turned around. His tired eyes were wide in fear. "Hey," Skywalker called from up the path. "Something wrong back there." Something was very wrong. Kyra and Eli hurried forward, as though they'd be safer close to Cade and Khat Lah. "I saw someone in the forest," Kyra said. Eli saw it too. A Duros ran right through the center of the path. She gestured at the shadows into which it had disappeared. "What the hell's?" Cade's face crinkled. "I saw 3 of them in the mountains when we woke up," Eli added. I didn't think anyone else could see them." Kyra understood. "If you've seen Duros in your dreams, what are they doing here?" Cade turned to Khat Lah. Eli and Kyra did too. The Yuuzhan Vong sighed heavily. "It is happening already. Strange. Usually we must draw closer to the eruption before they manifest." "Before what manifests?" asked Eli. "What are they? Some kind of force vision?" "Nothing so simple." He glanced at Cade. "You know that on Zanima II, the living world can summon the spirits of those dead. It can also, on rare occasion, bind spirit to matter and give them form." "I've heard about it." But Cade trailed off as he tried to wrap his mind around this. What this world was like Second, except exponentially more powerful. Even the echoes of his life force do more than Second can, but lacking a collective consciousness, the power has no form or direction save what our conscious minds give it. "You're saying this world is pulling them out of my dreams?" asked Eli. "The force is raw and on this world, and very powerful. One could do things here unthinkable in the rest of the galaxy. I thought, because you are young and not fully trained, you would not draw on the force like this, at least not so soon." Kyra looked around the jagged forest. The red sun was finally disappearing, but silver starlight fell straight through the crooked stone branches, creating a new pattern of fear. "Can we get out of here? Please?" The nearest way out is to return the way he came. That will take hours. There is a clearing and a ridge not far ahead. We can't set there for tonight. Kyra didn't think she could sleep with the forest encroaching on all sides, but she didn't see any other way. This place had to be passed through. When nobody replied right away, Khat Lah said, "Come, I will lead the way." He turned and began walking forward again. Cade sent Kyra and Eli what encouragement he could through the forest, then followed. Together, Kyra and Eli did the same. The group huddled close as they passed through the forest. The things that had kept them separate no longer seemed to matter. Whatever this was, dream or nightmare or something else, they were in it together now. Darth Talon sat on the canyon floor, legs crossed, back straight, head lifted high to stare at the hypergate arch. She'd watched the gate for hours and would watch it for hours more, just as she had yesterday. When she wasn't watching the gate, she sulked in her cave. Her Yuuzhan Vong warders still followed her like lagging shadows, but even they were getting bored of the task. That was the point, of course. When the catastrophic news had come down, she'd wanted to grab her ship, fly clear of Valhalla, and blast a comm signal to any Sith she could find. She was that desperate not to be alone. Eli should have helped her, but instead he'd taken Khat Lah's offer to travel through the gate. She'd been angry at him, bitterly so, but once he left, her anger cooled, and she admitted that, were she in his place, she'd have done the same thing. All her life she'd had two constants. The Force gave her strength, and the Sith gave her purpose. Now, when the Sith might be truly gone, it felt even more imperative to regain the Force. But she wasn't ready to give up on her kind yet. She waited. She repeated patterns and spent hours gazing at the arch in apparent contemplation, and she didn't need the Force to tell her that her captors were getting bored. Soon they would leave their guard down, and then she could make her escape. Eli had given her his lightsaber as a parting gift, and she thought of how to use it. Talon didn't know what she could get when she escaped this place and broadcast her message to the Sith. Expectation was a distraction she couldn't afford. She decided the steps needed to get out of here and assumed them into her being until she didn't need to think about them, which would risk giving her plans away in the Force. So she waited. When the blue and white suns fell away, she would act, and then she'd be free of this place. After that, the Sith, her purpose, would find her, or they would not. That part was out of her hands. Talon waited and watched the arch. Soon, she thought. Soon there'd be the chance for everything. Chapter 17. Pieces were falling into place, making a picture that was close to clear, and yet so far. Everyone gathered in Starlight Champion's hold, ringed around a large holographic image of the Department of Transportation Tower. The data Orin had sliced from the site's public terminal had been overlaid with the telemetry information from Salk's tracking devices. They still couldn't pinpoint the Empress' exact location within the building, but Salk and Orin were confident they narrowed it down to within a 50-meter radius located at least 20 stories beneath the levels currently staffed by the Transit Department. On the holo, the target zone was marked by a pulsing white light. Marasiah Fel was somewhere inside that light. Marin Skirata, leaning forward, stared into the glow and contemplated all she might find there. The way I see it, getting close should be easy, Hondo Kar was saying beside her. He stuck out a finger and tracked vertical lines on the holo that marked lift shafts stretching from the highest levels to the unused depths. The lift cars are probably gonna be programmed to stop at a certain depth, Yanker said. They might even have physical blockers inside the shafts to keep people from going down where they're not wanted. The shafts are still there, though, said Ganner. And if we need to, we can cut through. You mean with your lightsaber? Asked Salk. Exactly. It had been a long, long time since Marin had wielded one of those. She knew she might well again. She'd be most useful to this party inside the transit building, searching for Marasiah and the Force void she was trapped in. That building is public access, but front door security is pretty good, said Orin.
Are you sure you can get that saber through the weapons scanners? I can take care of that. Marin said it softly, but everyone deferred. She added, I can't guarantee I can get blasters through. Hopefully we won't need the things at all, Sock said, with little confidence. Are we sure we want to come through the front door? Asked Oren. What about those service entrances on the lower levels? They're closer to the Empress. Marin shook her head. The portal Chalk uses is heavily monitored. The other ones are probably sealed shut, and besides, there are still aerial patrols flying around the area. If we try to break in from the outside, we'll be spotted. Agreed, said Hondo. But when we grab the Empress, we're gonna have to punch out fast. Can't go out the front door that time. Then, said Marin, we'll have to take her out the service entrance. Best plan is to knock out the cameras from the inside, if we can, then have champions swoop in for a pickup. We'll still have half of Coruscant security on our butts, warned Oren. That'll make it hard to punch out. I have an idea for that, said Ganner. The start of Stasi's trial is less than a week away. The Justice Center will be swarming with security. And the Justice Center's just a couple minutes away by speeder, Tez said sourly. That's not a bad thing, Ganner said firmly. If the slightest unusual thing happens there, even more security will come rushing. It can work perfectly as a distraction, if we do it right. What are you thinking? Asked Oren. For a start, I think we'll need your slicer skills, Ganner told him. I think I know how I can get you access to the security system in the Justice Center. Shut it down and you will cause a panic that'll draw every policeman on Coruscant. And what happens when the police come looking for us? We hide in plain sight. I think Master Sinde will help us. You think? Yanger said skeptically. I'll need to confirm it. If this doesn't work, there are still other options. Help from the Alliance, for one. That would be nice, said Suk. When we come Ania to tell her what's going on, I have information from Senator Gayan to pass on. Have you told the Senator about Marasiah? Asked Marin. No, but she does know I can get in touch with Admiral Bay's fleet.
She has a message and some documents for him. I'm sure he'll appreciate those, said Oren. Maybe enough to lend us a helping hand. The biggest thing we need is a distraction, said Marin. The team that actually goes to retrieve the Empress has to be small. I'll volunteer to take point. Salk raised a flipper. I should probably come too, in case you need mechanical help. Marin nodded and looked to Ganner. I know you want to come, and I won't stop you, but think if there's any place else you need to be. Creating a distraction at the Justice Center is just as important. She felt his eagerness in the Force, tainted by indecision. As he considered, Hondo asked, who gets to be our getaway driver? Distraction or no, that can get pretty hairy. He eyed Marin. Who do you trust to fly this rust bucket? She'd inherited this ship from her father, and had an appropriately protective streak, but successful escape trumped all other priorities. I'll take the best pilot I can get, she said simply. Ganner, still thoughtful, said, I think I may be able to help with that. In the privacy of a meditation room inside the Jedi Temple, Ganner sat across from Shadow Vale. The Twi'lek sat with legs crossed, elbows on knees, and hands folded. He listened to what Ganner's words with folded hands, and when the Imperial Knight finished he remained bowed, as though expecting more to be said. Ganner prodded, I've told you what we're going to do. You know what my offer is. Help us rescue the Empress. And you're sure she'd decide? You're truly certain? I am. Shadow lifted his head. His gaze was skeptical, as though he suspected Ganner of some grand delusion. What do you think I can do? I'm just... You're the same thing as me. A knight stripped of the Force. But we can still act, Shadow. He considered telling him about Marin Skirata and her connection to the Force, but that was one secret to hold to for now. But what can we do, specifically? It depends on what help we can get from the Alliance, but the plan is to split into 3 teams. The first sabotages the Justice Center and draws extra security teams there as a distraction. The second infiltrated the transit building and locates Marasiah. The third stands by in a ship to evacuate the second. When they get the Empress. Exactly? By that point, we'll probably have half of Coruscant security on our butts, so we'll have to run fast. Shadow snorted. This isn't going to be an adventure. Not like old times. No, Ganner admitted, though a part of him thought it might be. In conjuring this rescue scheme, he felt like he was finally accomplishing something. He felt alive in a way he hadn't since Maladi had turned him into a plague vector. Where do you think I can be useful? Asked Shadow. Wherever you feel comfortable. I recall you used to be a fine pilot. One of the Order's best. He allowed a sour smile. What kind of ship do you have? An antique. Ganner said. It's docked over at Eastport. I'll let you take a look at it, if you want. It was a transparent ploy, but it got a reluctant smile from Shadow. Why are you going so far to recruit me, Ganner? Because you remind me so much of myself. But again, Ganner held back the truth. I think our mission needs someone just like you. Shadow shook his head ruefully, and Ganner knew he was getting to him. Another question. How do you expect to sabotage the Justice Center? You said you'll be staging a distraction at the start of the trial. The place will be absolutely swarming with security. That's when it helps to have an inside man, Ganner smirked. He'd really entice Shadow now. The Twi'lek asked, who? I understand if you can't tell me. It's Master Sende, the head of the Imperial Knights. Shadow stewed that over. Are you sure you can trust him? I don't know a man I'd trust more. None still living anyway? Shadow looked down at his hands, still anxiously clawing into one another. All this, and you don't even know for sure the Empress is alive. She is, Ganner said, and so is our hope for the future. After a pause, Shadow asked, have you heard anything about Cade? Not yet. I'm sorry. It's all right. The Twi'lek exhaled, straightened, and finally broke his hands apart. We can't just sit around waiting for Skywalker to save us, can we? Definitely not. Ganner rose from his seat and stepped across the room. Will you help us, Master Vale? He held a hand in front of Shadow's face. The Twi'lek stared at it, considering all it meant in the future it would unlock. Then one of Shadow's rose and took it. Ganner squeezed, white clasping blue, and pulled him up. Chapter 18. They stepped out of a veil of smoke, down the catwalk connecting the landing pad to the temple. An unseen hand lifted the piled bodies of dead stormtroopers and casually dumped them over the railing. 7 Sith warriors, their bodies marked by vicious pattern tattoos, marched imperiously toward the 2 battered Jedi. Most of their bodies were patterned in reds and blacks, but the one in the lead was a tall, thin humanoid with long black hair and a chalky white face. It could only be Darth Nil, the vicious warrior he'd last faced on Coruscant, and who'd nearly been the end of him. These are the last, the Nagai said. Finish them, and our master's will is accomplished. What? He called, no demand for us to surrender, Sith. My master will not make Palpatine's mistake, Nil said. All Jedi must die. Cade had seen this before. He'd watched from the window of the shuttle as the Sith charged his father, and his father valiantly held the walkway choke point and kept them from the landing pad. Every bit of it was emblazoned in his memory after all these years. The Sith charged. He and Wolf Sazin were there to meet him, but Nil was fast. The Nagai ducked beneath his blow and snapped a sidekick that took the Jedi in the stomach. He staggered back. Thighs hit the catwalk railing, and he struggled to keep balance. At the same time, Nil fought back a series of blows from Wolf, then spun his long-bodied lightsaber around and jabbed his butt into Wolf's sternum, cracking bone. That stunned the Zabrak long enough for Nil to spin his blade back around and cut off Wolf's arm at the elbow. Cade writhed in angry sleep. He shouldn't have to experience this again, no through his father's eyes. He raged at the Force, but the Force wouldn't release him from the nightmare vision. Before Nil could land the killing blow, he struck out in a long horizontal slash. The Sith bent backward to evade it. He called Wolf's lightsaber to his hand and stood between the Sith and his friend, the Sith and his son. I am Cade Skywalker, servant of the living force. None of you will pass. The living force that permeated the air here. It had grown thicker still as they entered the stone forest. By the time they reached the eruption point, Cade knew it would be choking. The other Sith finally joined in. On the narrow catwalk, only 2 of them could attack him at a time, but even with 2 blades it was a struggle to hold them back. He tried to hold the center, but they kept striking at his flanks. Soon 3 Sith crowded the catwalk in front of him, and he had no hope of stopping them. Then a blonde-haired blur rode in from behind, beneath his right saber. Cade popped to his feet and took the enemy in front of him by surprise. An upward thrust caught the Sith in the gut, and he gave the wavering body a nudge in the force to knock it into the one beside him. "I'm here, father. You don't fight alone." His son's grin was white, proud, angry. Such a cocky damn kid even then, Cade thought. A wonder I'm still alive. "No!" he shouted. "Every moment you delay here, you endanger the lives on board that shuttle. This is not how you were taught. I won't leave you." As the Sith pulled their wounded back and regrouped for another attack, he told his son, "You're putting your own wants, your own desires ahead of your duties, ahead of the needs of others." Another Sith came at him. He batted back the attack and looked over his shoulder. Cade was on his knees beside Wolf's broken form. "You're a Skywalker, Cade. Act like one. Help your master onto the shuttle and leave." This was the moment Cade remembered better than any other. For many, many years he wished he'd stood with his father, fought, and died rather than live to endure the life that followed. It had taken a long time for that to change. He thanked Blue for that in Jeria, and though he hated it right now, he had to thank the Force too. Cade's desperation settled into beaten determination. He bent low, pulled Wolf onto his back, and called on the Force to give him the strength to rise. His son growled, "As you command, master," and then Cade was gone. He felt his son retreat. He turned his attention to the Sith in front of him. They came 2 at a time, 3 at a time. He used both lightsabers against them, defending with one hand and attacking with the other. He pushed Wolf's blade into the stomach of one Sith, then used his own to cleave the arm off another. A glancing blow cut across his forearm, but he ignored the pain. Another stabbed him in the thigh, tearing muscle. He should have dropped to his knees for the pain, but he ignored the wound, pirouetted on his good leg, and struck the head off his attacker. Cade had never seen this part, but he felt it even as he bent over Wolf in the shuttle cockpit, willing life back into him and drawing on the dark anger that would dominate his life for years to come. He found himself transfixed, no longer pained or even angry. Strangely, he was grateful for this chance to see his father's final moments through his father's eyes. Suddenly Darth Nil was before him. The Sith attacked more savagely than the other. He could feel the Nagai's anger in the Force, and with it a raw lust for violence. Nil was giving all of himself to the Force's dark side, forgetting every other desire beside his urge to kill. It was almost flattering. He countered Nil's angry lust with deepest calm. He blocked attack after attack, and when Nil tried to whip the butt of his long-bodied saber in his face, the Jedi bent backwards, lowered his blade, and swiped at Nil's hips. The Sith evaded, then went for his knees. He jumped high, held himself in midair for a split second, then came down. And then the Force let him go. "Skywalker, get up," a voice said, and 2 hands shoved his shoulder. Cade's eyes popped open, and he rolled onto his back. Overhead, a skyscape of stars, partially occluded by head and shoulders. Long hair dangled and brushed his face. "Kyra." He immediately rolled away from her, onto his stomach, and pushed himself off the ground. "What's wrong? What's happening?" The girl didn't answer right away. He jumped to his feet and got away from his bedspread. The 4 of them had laid out their sleeping blankets close together on top of the low hill that just barely breached the tree line of the stone forest. Bright starlight shone down on petrified branches that stretched out for kilometers in all directions. Khat Lah was getting to his feet, and Eli was already out of his bedspread. Dumbly the kid muttered, "I slept tonight, I could actually sleep. Maybe 'cause the Force was bothering me instead." Cade ignored his questioning stare and lunged for his pack. He grabbed his lightsaber and asked, "Can someone please tell me what the Karks got you all spooked?" Looking out from the hilltop, Khat Lah said, something moves in the forest. You mean Eli's Duro's buddies? Perhaps. Still clasping his saber, Cade fished around for his binoculars. Before he found them, Eli shouted there. Look. Cade looked. They all watched as two figures lurched out of the forest and started up the hill. Their bodies were too wide to be Duros, or human for that matter. They had no necks to speak of and conical heads. They seemed to walk with the brittle stag of the aged. The species was vaguely familiar, some outer rim race, but Cade couldn't place it. Kyra rasped, "What are they doing here?" "You know that." Eli swung on her. "No." She shook her head. "They just, in my dream, I never thought." "Are they dangerous?" Cade gripped his saber tight. "No. I mean, they never meant any of us harm. They were too slow." The others looked at her, understanding nothing. Then Khat Lah, voice strangely calm, said, "There are others." He pointed, and their eyes followed. A small herd of beings were mounting the hill from the other side. Their tall, gangly bodies were dressed in some kind of uniform, and the faces were flat gray-green. Definitely Eli's Duros. They moved up the hill faster, and though he couldn't believe they were real, Cade felt their violent intent in the force. "What the hells is this?" He shook Khat Lah by the shoulder. "Are those things real? Can they hurt us?" The Yuuzhan Vong looked to Eli. "Only if he wishes them to." The young man's jaw went slack. "What do you mean?" I can't control them." "Are they real?" Cade repeated. If Eli's and Kara's dreams were being made manifest, then his. A so familiar sound pierced the clearing. A lightsaber hummed but not his own. Cade turned toward the sound and saw a lone figure marching up the hill. A lightsaber with an arm-length hilt blazed red in his hand. The body was tall and athletic, with broad shoulders and a wasp waist. Long black hair flowed around a face tattooed in jagged monochrome. When the head lifted high, Darth Nil's eyes blazed red gold in the night. "That's not possible." Cade spat. He's dead." He got his carking head blown off. "There is no death here," Khat Lah muttered. "There is only the Force." The Yuuzhan Vong ducked into his bag, pulled out two kufis with long double-sided blades, and removed them from their sheath. He grasped one in his right hand by the pommel, the other he flipped in his left and held out by the blade. "They will not harm us unless you want them to," he said. "But if they attack, you must defend yourselves." There weren't enough weapons to go around. Kyra stared at the Kalfi a second too long. Eli lashed out and grabbed it. He pivoted to face the mob of approaching Duros. They didn't seem to have weapons in hand, but fists and feet would be enough. Then Cade remembered how Riker Horn had died. He knew what came at them now, and he knew that Eli could no longer will the Duros harmless any more than he could Nil. "What happens now?" Cade barked at Khat Lah. "Do we have to fight them?" "Only if you will it." "Damn it. Can they kill us?" A long, long heartbeat. "Yes." Kyra swore under her breath. Those two old aliens, Geodu, were plodding up the hill, but the others were much closer. Khat Lah held his Kalfi like a practiced warrior and faced the Duros. The Yuuzhan Vong wasn't letting much slip through the Force, but Cade felt something he hadn't expected: eagerness. He had leftover hate for Riker Horn's killers too. And as for Nil, Cade turned, and the Sith was on him. Leaving the Duros to Khat Lah and Eli, Cade threw himself into battle against his father's killer. He didn't know if this was really Nil, some strange illusion, or both at once. He felt real in the Force, a vehicle for barely controlled spite like he'd been in life. The Nagai weaved his blade back and forth, forcing Cade on the defensive. His green lightsaber deflected Nil's again and again until he caught it and forced it back at the Sith's face. Lifelike surprise showed on Nil's face as he was forced back a step. Cade pressed his advantage and slashed at him. Nil ducked and swiped at Cade's feet. He saw it coming and somersaulted over the Nagai's head, dipping his blade down in hopes of a cranial strike. Nil, too, ducked and rolled. They landed, spun, and faced each other from 2 meters apart. Behind Nil, he could see Eli and Khat Lah face off with the Duros while Kyra stared at her Geodu ghost. Nil charged. He spun his lightsaber one-handed, and while Cade evaded the red blade, he couldn't miss the long metal pommel that smacked him in the side of the face. It hurt worse than any punch, and he staggered downhill. Nil gathered his blade in both hands and made a thrusting lunge. Cade sidestepped, just missing the strike. Nil, moving downhill, overbalanced, and Cade slammed a knee into the Sith's diaphragm. He retched, gasped for breath, then reared up. His free hand formed a fist, lashed out, and knocked Cade in the face. Cade let the blow spin his body, and spinning he lifted his saber up, right through Nil's sword arm. Just like he had years back, when they fought in Crate's throne room. Just as before, Nil opened his mouth for a cry of pain. This time no sound came. Cade swept out with one leg and knocked Nil's legs out from under him. The Sith fell, landed on his side, and rolled down the hill, away from his lightsaber. I don't know if you're real or not, you Karkin Murglak, Cade spat, but you fall for the same damn tricks. Last time Cade hadn't been able to finish him off, though not for lack of wanting. Back then, Crate had fallen on him. This time it was just Cade and this strange half-living specter of the man who'd killed his father. Nil tried to rise with one hand. Cade stood over him, looked down, and found he didn't hate him, not really. He'd once hated Nil with a burning passion because he hated the man Nil had created, but he was done with that hate, just like he was done with the Sith. He knew too well that the harm they did to you was matched only by the harm they made you inflict on yourself. Get the hell out, Cade said, and shut off his lightsaber. I'm done with you. And as he watched, Darth Nil's body turned to light, and the light became a column of bright motes that dissolved in a luminous skyward whirl. Someone cried out behind him. No rest for the righteous, Cade thought, then turned and ran. Khat Lah was holding back 2 Duros with his Kalfi, but 2 more were mobbing Eli. The young man had defended himself and torn holes in the Duros' militia uniforms, but they kept at him, knocking his weapon from his hand and then knocking him to the floor. Eli rolled to evade their crushing stomps, but they crowded him on both sides and prevented him from standing. As he ran to help, Cade realized the kid wasn't using Sith lighting in his defense, though he could have. Get back! Back? Cade shouted. Pick on someone your own size, Sleemus. The 2 attacking Eli stopped to look at him. Cade ran close and waved his green blade in a warning arc, but they didn't back off. Fine, have it your way, he grunted. You ain't my nightmare. He lunged forward and unleashed a horizontal slash. The Duros tried to back away, but Eli grabbed both of them by a leg and planted them in place. Keisabi took them across the abdomen, cutting clothes and flesh with no effort. The bodies flailed and fell back, and disappeared before they hit the ground. There was no turning to light, no spiraling starflies. They were just gone. Cade looked sideways. The ones Khat Lah had been fighting were gone too. The Yuuzhan Vong lowered his calf and exhaled. It sounded like disappointment. The hilltop was suddenly silent except for labored breathing. They all looked to Kyra, who stood on the hilltop, staring downslope. The 2 Ogiadus stared at her. None of them moved. Kyra, Cade said, you have 2. He didn't even finish. The aliens faded and were gone. No light of release from them either. Kyra watched the empty space where they'd been. Eli uttered her name next, and she finally turned around. Thin tear trails glistened on her cheeks and her eyes locked dead on Khat Lah. What was that? She croaked. Explain it to me, please. I cannot explain, not fully, he admitted. But I can try. The only place on Rahakala where Jeriah felt vaguely comfortable was inside Minok, but even his well-worn cabin didn't give the comfort he needed. He turned sleepless in his bunk for hours until he gave up and got out. He walked carefully through the silent ship, stopping outside the cabin Blue and Cade shared. He heard nothing and hoped Delia, at least, was sound asleep. Even though the Qua had offered them beds in the cave complex, nobody had taken them up on it, not even Lobaka and Jayo, who were ensconced in their own bunks tonight. As Jeriah walked the dim, familiar corridors, it actually felt peaceful in here, but it didn't take off his edge. He stepped softly down to the main hold, which they'd left open to the outside. As he stepped down the ramp, he heard the sound of something rolling on the rocky ground and turned, unsurprised to see R2-D2 wheeling away from the canyon edge. "Long time no visit," Jerry told the droid. "Where's 3PO?" "Still doing his scholar act." The droid gave a low-pitched murmur her took for an affirmative. As the droid rolled close, he patted his dome top. "Bet you need to recharge or something." "Go ahead, the power port's open." "Go ahead and plug in." R2-D2 whistled. It sounded like a question, but Jiraiya didn't know about what. Cade had developed a pretty uncanny ability to make sense of R2's tweets, chirps, and whines, but they were beyond him. The droid repeated the same sound. "Hell, R2, I don't know," he sighed. "I'm sure Cade could answer yeah, but I don't know when he'll be back." R2 made a cooing noise, then rolled out from beneath his hand and crawled up the ramp. Maybe Jerry had answered his question after all. He was still edgy. The cool night air helped calm, but when he looked up he saw a black sky totally devoid of clouds or starlight, and it reminded him how close to the edge they were, literally and figuratively. He sighed and walked away from Mynock over to the canyon rim. He looked down at the hypergate arch, still ringed by torches and a few watchkeepers. If he could reach through that thing and pull Cade out right now, he would. But of course that wasn't happening. He didn't know what was happening, only that Jerry Sin, son of Zereb Sin, as tough and independent as any barbed supply the space lanes, was merely along for the ride. "Damn you, Cade," he muttered. "What did you do to me, Patissa?" He stared at the arch for a little while, then decided to try and sleep again. He only got a few steps toward Mynock when something caught his eye. It wasn't near his ship but beyond, a shadow moving through darkness toward the parked Sith scout ship. Jerry's heart beat fast. He ducked beneath Mynock's outstretched wing and edged toward the scout as quietly as he could. Somebody was there all right, but in this damn low light it was hard to tell who. Then the ship's landing ramp began to lower. Pale light from inside the ship fell outward, and Jerry could clearly see a slim female body with twin Leku trailing off the head. The second the ramp hit dirt, Darth Talon started up it, and on instinct he sprinted toward her. The woman heard him and turned. "Stop right there, Shudda," Jiraiya barked and reached for his blaster. "One move, and I..." His hand froze at his waist and his feet skidded to a halt. He left his blaster in the ship. "Oh," he said, "oh, Kark." Talon lunged at him. A lightsaber extended from either fist and she thrust both right at him. Force or no force, she was fast, and he only managed to dodge one. The second caught him in the stomach. Jerry screamed as hot pain spread up from his flank, or he tried to. His legs fell out from under him and his face was suddenly in the dirt. This was a stupid way to die. Even his dad's had been better. Jerry found strength in one arm and rolled onto his side. Talon hadn't bothered with the finishing blow. She was already darting up inside her ship. Jerry watched as the landing ramp retracted, swallowing up the ship's inner light. Everything else became a blur. He felt like he was plunging into darkness he could never climb out of. He heard the warming of the scout's engines, but a high wail sounded above them. R2-D2, he thought weakly. He needs something besides an astromech to fix his kind of hurt. The droid kept wailing at his side as the scout's engines grew louder. The world had gotten too dark, and he didn't see the ship lift off, only the muted glow of his engines as they flared to life overhead. With one final roar, Talon was gone. The second she was gone, somebody else fell beside Jerry. He felt someone shake him and hear her shout, "Jerry, stang it, talk to me, Jerry." Hands rolled him onto his back and the world was brighter again. His eyelids fluttered against the light R2-D2 was shining as Delia crouched beside him. Though his vision blurred, he made out two more figures racing toward him from Mynock, Jo and Lobaka. That Sith witch stabbed him. Delia snarled. Jo crouched beside him and looked at the wound. Jerry didn't have the strength to lift his head and see for himself, but the imp's face twisted in a wince. Lobaka gave a series of fast barks that Jerry couldn't mentally translate. Delia, though, got it all. Right? We need to take him down. Get those Karkin Quad to force heal him. Wait, Jo said. What about Talon? She's going to call her Sith pals here. We've got to stop her. Delia, bless her, looked ready to smack the imp and say she didn't care about their force wars, just her friend. But even when she was mad, she saw reason too. Lorie, take Jerry and get him help. Now. To Jo she said, you and me are going after the shutter. Lobacca barked something else. Delia snapped her fingers. Right, the tracker should still be on her ship. I just hope we catch up to her before she can call her pals, said Jo. Either way, I'm gonna vape her. Come on. Delia and Jo sprinted toward Minok, and R2-D2 rode after them, faster than Jerry had ever seen him move. Lobacca stayed with him. Bending low, the Wookiee picked him up as gently as possible, but the movement still sent fresh pain twisting through Jiraiya. It was getting dark now, dark and cold. He tried to fight it and used anger to keep him awake. This would be a stupid way to die. Jerry didn't care if it took force magic to do it. He wanted to live. As Minok's engines began to warm, Lobacca hurried over to the canyon rim while cradling Jerry to his chest. As the engines started to roar, he stood on the edge, tilted his head back, and bellowed a Wookiee howl into the black sky. They crossed the stone forest as quickly as they could, without once stopping for rest. After what had happened, no one was in the mood for sleep. Kyra peered into every shadow, searching for more movement. She was more confused and terrified than she'd ever been in her life, but she knew she hadn't taken the worst of it. Cade and Eli still bore bruises from the fight. As they walked, Khat Lah tried to explain it to them the best he could. Clearly they were summoned by your own thoughts. Whether the Nil you fought was in any sense the true Nil, or just an incarnate shadow, I cannot say. Well, that's granta helpful, Cade grunted. You were right, though. I told Nil to cark off, and he did. I didn't want to fight them, Eli said. They almost killed me, but I couldn't stop them. Did you want to hurt them? Asked Khat Lah. In a low voice, the young man admitted, yes. Then you wanted to fight them? They just faded away, Cade said. They didn't dissolve in light like Nil did. Does that mean they'll be back? It is likely. That left Kyra even more disturbed. She knew what the figures she conjured were, the two old Geodu who'd hobbled down the stairway too slow. If they hadn't been there, or if they'd gone faster, her entire family might have gotten to the shelter before the tides blew the top half of the apartment block off. They might all have lived, and her life would have been completely different. She'd never thought of them with hate before, like Skywalker had for the Sith who killed his father. She hadn't even remembered them until the Force vision a few days ago. The old couple had done nothing wrong, only been in the wrong place at the wrong time. They died that day, just as her parents, and could pay no higher price. There was no reason to hold malice toward them. And yet, without willing it, without even thinking about it, she hated them. She didn't know how Skywalker had willed Darth Nil away, or how she could get rid of the ghosts haunting her. These ones weren't physically dangerous like the Sith or the Duros, but that was small comfort. Everything on this world was strange and unpredictable. A little later, as they drew closer to the forest edge, Khat Lah explained, on other worlds the living force is weaker, but it functions the same way. It reaches inside you and moves us, but we also move it. Our focus determines the reality around us. On this world, the force is so strong and so raw that our thoughts shape reality without our even trying. Being here, I think, may be the closest any of us ever get to knowing how a will feels. Kyra didn't want to know how a will felt. She wanted to get out of here, forget the force ever existed, and try to live a normal life far from everything. She could feel that Eli felt the same way, but Cade and Khat Lah pressed onward, drawn by the light pillar now thicker in the sky than ever. There was no turning back, and she told herself she had to be ready for whatever lay ahead. When they finally escaped the stone tangles of the forest, they were all exhausted, and they cautiously agreed to make camp on the uphill slope and rest. Kira's sleep was mercifully dreamless. From his relieved expression the following morning, what passed for morning she gathered Eli's had also been restful. The day ahead might bring anything, and before setting out, Kyra made a request. "I want to practice with your lightsaber," she told Cade firmly. He raised a blonde brow. "We've got only one of these, darling, and it's mine to keep." "I know, but if something comes after us again, I want to know how to defend myself. Jo and Lobecca used to give me lessons. It's not like I've never held one before." "Yeah, I remember." Cade looked to Khat Lah. "Think maybe we should do a slow start this morning." "That is perfectly acceptable." The Yuuzhan Vong drew out his short blade kufis, which he now kept strapped to his belt. "I want to practice too," Eli told them. "Blaze ain't gonna get rid of us after you," Cade reminded, and looked to Kyra. "You neither, chica." "I know," she said, "but I'd feel more confident going ahead." So they practiced. The uneven terrain was different than the flat hold on Minok, and it was difficult for Kyra to get good footing, but she practiced slow-motion thrusts and parries, sometimes flicking Cade's lightsaber against Khat Lah's Kalfi, sometimes the other way around. Eli practiced as well, and after a short show of reluctance, Cade let the young man borrow his lightsaber. They went slowly so as not to exhaust themselves, and after a few hours they ended by a short spar between Kyra and Eli, both wielding the koofs. The Sith Apprentice was simply better than her, faster, more sure on his feet, more in control of his wrist and arm movements. Nonetheless, she sensed no malice from him, only a singular concentration on fighting well. After the fight, they continued their march, this time through rugged hills. The light in the sky was indeed growing brighter, and when she asked Khat Lah how close they were to the eruption, he answered vaguely that they were nearer their destination than the gate. She was a little more confident that she could defend herself, but that didn't make her any less paranoid. Kyra still scanned the surrounding ridges, watching for any movement in the supposedly lifeless landscape. A few times she thought she spotted silhouettes shifting far away. Her heart beat fast and she whispered to Eli, asking if he'd seen anything. He never did, but her questions were making him paranoid too. When they sat down for rest again, the red sun was high in the sky, casting the mountains in a sick, bloody pallor. Though she was tired, she couldn't sleep, and after twisting in her bedspread, she slid herself out of it, stood up, and looked around. The other three lay flat in their bedrolls, unmoving. Even Eli was still, and she wondered whether his recurrent dreams had finally ended. She hoped they had, for his sake. She hadn't started this expecting to feel empathy for the Sith Apprentice, but it was clear now he was just as frightened and scared as her. For a while she watched the red sun and listened to silence. Then she bent over her pack, reached deep inside, and found the object she stuck in the very bottom of its contents. As she took out the smooth-sided black pyramid, she clutched it between both hands, as though shielding it from view of her sleeping companions. She knew this holocron was a Sith tool, but when she first touched it back on the cave on Socorro, its spontaneous emission of light had been her first hint of the power she possessed. Even now, when she stroked it, she felt a hint of wonder. Clutching the holocron close, Kyra walked away from the camp until it was barely visible. Turning her back to it, she sat on the ground and held the holocron in front of her. Before her eyes, light danced up from its edges and converged over the pyramid top, then resolved in the form of a woman with thick braids hanging off either shoulder and a hood covering her face. It still looked magical. "My name is Darth Treya," the woman said. "For what purpose do you seek my knowledge?" Kyra hesitated. She never interacted further with the holocron. She never had the chance to. She'd heard these things contained merely a set of computer routines programmed to speak through the image of a long-dead Sith Lord. But as she stared into the darkness of the hooded face, she felt like she was looking at a ghost as real as anything on this world. "I don't know much about the Force," Kyra said, "but I'm starting to get it's more powerful and dangerous than anything I ever imagined." "The Force is often a cruel master," the holocron said. "It guides us to destinations without telling us why. It strengthens some beings and weakens others. If you are learning this now, you are learning the most important thing about the Force." "How can I stop being afraid of it?" she whispered. She knew any answer from a Sith device wasn't going to be trustworthy, but maybe she could glean something from it. "If you are wise," Darth Treya said curtly, you would separate yourself from the Force entirely. The gifts it offers seldom compare to the price it takes. This wasn't what she'd expected from a Sith device. Very truthfully, Kyra said, I can't do that right now. I just can't. Then you must enact your will upon the Force. It is a difficult task, requiring concentration and power. I'm not sure I have either of those things. Then you must gain them, the woman said sharply. You speak to a vessel designed to teach. I offer you lessons that will help you wrestle the Force to submission. Will you take them and see your will done? That sounded more Sith-y. Right now, Kyra wasn't sure what her will was either. She wasn't sure of anything. I just don't want to feel out of control. Then you must take control. If your concentration and power are great enough, the Force will naturally bend itself to your will. To achieve this, you must first find inner strength. It reminded her of what Khat Lah had said. You're saying before I get any control over the Force, I have to control myself. Yes. On that every school, from Jedi to Sith, agrees. Again, will you take my lessons? Kyra felt a slight tug of temptation, but whispered, no thanks. I'll try and figure things out on my own. Then perhaps there is hope for you yet. Surprisingly, Darth Traya sounded pleased. When you run into difficulty, and I'm sure you will remember me, I will be here to teach you what you need. And then, without protest, the hooded woman dissolved into falling light. The light disappeared into the edges of the holocron, and Kyra was left holding a dark, silent pyramid. She felt relieved that was over, but also slightly disappointed. She reminded herself what this was and the dangers it represented, and she knew she made the right choice. Kyra walked carefully back to the camp, and found the others still fast asleep. She crouched in front of her bag and stuffed the holocron down to the bottom, where they wouldn't see it. Then she crawled back into her bedroll and tried for sleep. When everyone awoke, they felt well rested, even her. They practiced lightsaber and Kalfiz for a short time, then continued their trek. After some 5 hours, they crested the tallest ridge, and the sight took Kira's breath away. Mountains fell downward into another stone forest. Beyond the petrified woods there was another ridge line, plainly visible from his elevation. And beyond that second ridge, something she'd never seen on this planet. Seen under pale and bright starlight, she wasn't even sure what it was, but Cade brought out his binoculars and scanned. Well, I'll be damned, the man muttered. What is it? Asked Eli, looking between him and Khat Lah. The Yuuzhan Vong was silent. Cade handed him the binoculars and he peered into the distance. I don't believe it. That's an actual forest. I see trees with leaves, grasses. Is that running water? Let me see, Kyra said, and tugged the binoculars until Eli relented. She held them to her eyes and peered through. Even in cold starlight she could see the deep green of the trees, and she scoured the forest with her eyes until she saw the twinkling trail of a river winding away from them. It seemed to be flowing downhill, and when she shifted the binoculars to the horizon she saw the sight they'd been chasing all along. The great pillar of light that stabbed halfway up the sky fell downward until it disappeared into what seemed like the lip of a volcanic rim. The eruption mound looked like it was all gray rock, but it was wreathed in forests on all sides. We're almost there, Kyra breathed. We could get there today. It is best you not tax yourselves, Khat Lah said carefully. But yes, we are close. All those plants, that water, Eli said, is that because of the eruption? The force is so strong there that life flourishes from barren earth. We should find food there to replenish our supplies, but we must be careful too. Kira's joy was tempered with renewed fear. Those things from our dreams, will we see them again? Perhaps, the Yuuzhan Vong said. Perhaps not. The Force will decide for us. And the Force, Traya had said, could be a cruel master. But Kyra had already been on the way to figuring that out. Well, Kay said softly, best get a move on. He was right. They'd come this far, and had only a short distance to Revelation. After a short break to eat and drink from their diminished stores, they began their descent toward a lush and living forest. When Talon's scout ship reverted to real space, it was just a little bit closer to the galactic disk, As the milky band of stars stretched across her viewport, her hands raced across the communications console. They were trembling, and she forced herself to take deep, calming breaths. Everything had gone as planned so far. She disposed of her guards, then they were tired, 2 heavy blows to the head with a rock. She'd sneaked out of her cave and sulked through the darkness, safely evading the Yuuzhan Vong and clawing the canyon floor. Then she climbed the sheer rock face until her hands ached and arms burned, but she'd gotten to the top and gotten to her ship. Jeriasen had surprised her and nearly ruined everything, but she disposed of him with a lightsaber to the abdomen. She wasn't sure, but she didn't think she'd killed him. Strange, she thought distractedly, that she'd made her escape without taking a single life. It would have been easy to do so, and she wondered why she hadn't. Whatever the reason, it was irrelevant. Talon turned on her communication system and set it to the precise frequency used by the one Sith for absolute emergencies. Whoever had scattered after Lord Nil's death would be listening to this. The broken pieces of the Sith would be coordinating, pulling themselves together, and plotting to avenge this latest defeat. Taking steady breaths, making sure her hands were steady, Talon brought up the frequency and began broadcasting. Bending close to the console, she said, "This is Darth Talon, former hand of Darth Krayt. Please respond." She took more breaths and waited. She hadn't expected a response right away, but seconds ticked on. After a long minute passed, she repeated, "This is Darth Talon. To any fellow Sith using this channel, please respond. I have discovered something vital that will allow us the Force again. I have found the key to our victory. Please respond." She waited. Another minute went by, and still there was no response. Now she was starting to panic. The one Sith had been broken badly in her absence, worse than she'd ever thought. No one was monitoring this channel. That meant the survivors had to be deep in hiding, unable to even access a communication system. Or there could be no survivors at all. Talon raged against the thought. If there were no more Sith, she had no more purpose. Before she knew it, an angry, wordless shout escaped her lips. Ashamed, she tried to calm herself and repeated her message again. She waited. No response. She checked her comm and made sure it was transmitting on the proper channel. Its small green light said everything was in order, but there was still no reply. She'd risked everything to sneak onto her ship, escape Khat Lah, and make this broadcast, but there was no one left to listen. The one Sith were gone. Her people were gone. Talon stared at the communications console for a long time, eyes focused on that little green light. She'd lost the Force, and she'd lost the Sith. She'd lost everything. The realization crushed her so badly, she didn't even move. There was no point in moving. There was no point in anything. Since the death of Darth Krayt, her life had been crumbling around her. Now, finally, she'd been reduced to nothing. She wanted nothing more than to drift through black void until she died. Sometime later, she had no idea how much another console started beeping. Talon picked up her head and saw a proximity alert. Here, in the depths of open space. Her mind, slowed by devastating grief, didn't understand right away. Then a yellow light on the comm console lit up. Incoming transmission. Numbly, she reached for it. She tapped it on, and a woman's familiar voice said, "Stand down now, shudder. Don't run, don't shoot. And don't you dare send hails to your Sith pals, or I will blow you to hot atoms." She jumped from Khat Lah at random coordinates. There was no way Minot could have found her so soon. Then Talon remembered the tracking device placed on their ship. In her rush to escape, she'd forgotten about something so obvious. Yet even if she disabled the thing, it wouldn't have done her a damn bit of good. It was also absurd. For the first time in years, maybe since she was a small child, Talon laughed. It was an unnatural wheezing sound that racked her body, and she couldn't control it. It lasted less than a minute before dying on its own, and Delia Blue's voice crackled. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you standing down or not?" She was standing down. No shields raised, no weapons hot. It occurred to Talon that she could try tugging the scout ship's control yoke, just to see what the Zeltron would do. Likely she'd fulfill her promise and turn Talon to atoms, The woman had a nasty streak almost as vicious as a Sith's. It would be so easy to die, and frankly, Talon had nothing better to do. Yet, strangely, she found she didn't want to die. She wasn't sure why. She only knew that the great abyss, without time or the Force, had no appeal to her. Talon lifted her head and stared at the galactic disk far ahead. A new voice came on the comm. JOSAMS. Darth Talon, state your intentions. I won't open fire if I don't have to. You won't, Delia groused in the background. Talon stared ahead. White streaked across black. The comm hummed faintly, waiting for response. Finally she swallowed and said, as strongly as she could, you have nothing to fear from me. Nothing. It was true. Something cold tickled her face. Talon lifted a hand and touched wet skin. Tears ran lines through scarlet and black, gleaming softly. Chapter 19. Ania might not have had mystic force perception, like some of her relatives, but she did know how to read a room, and from the moment she and Aslan stepped inside Alliance's conference chamber, she knew this was different from their first sit-down. Seated at the far end of the conference table, they had Ange and Captain Antilles on one side, Senator Darrell on the other. The Admiral gestured to the chairs beside Darrell and said, "Thank you for coming on short notice. Please sit down. We've had a chance to review the information package you sent us, and it's caused us to reevaluate some of our decisions." As they sat down, Ania and Aslan exchanged encouraged looks. They clasped hands on the tabletop and said, "The commencement of the trial is just days away. We fled Bakura because we weren't willing to stand by and watch an innocent being be convicted. That still holds true. We have this fleet. That means we have the right and responsibility to use it." That took Ania and Aslan both by surprise. The latter asked, "You're planning a military strike on Coruscant?" "Nothing so reckless. We do, however, intend to make our presence known. I will detach one of our cruisers, the Mon Elusia, to Coruscant to observe the trial." Observe with a warship. That still sounded fairly reckless to Ania. She liked it. "I want to demonstrate two things, both to Hogrum Chalk and all the citizens of the Federation." They held up twin thick fingers. 1, we are still a threat. 2, we chose not to be because we respect the rule of law. You respect it by dropping a warship over Galactic City, Aslan said skeptically. Mon Elusia considers itself part of the Federation Navy. We all do. It has every right to be there. Hogrum Chalk might disagree. And he'll be welcome to discuss it with Mon Elusia. Bay's lips parted in a thin smile. I think that will keep him distracted, don't you? Ania exhaled. It would. What if it comes to a battle? If shots are fired, Mon Elusia won't be the first to do it. However, we will come prepared. Bay gestured to Ange. I'm putting Rogue Squadron and the rest of our best pilots aboard. I only pray we won't need them. Ania glanced at the pilot and saw uncommon severity in the woman's eyes. Okay, she said, another concern. If they put all Coruscant on lockdown, it'll be harder to get the Empress off-world, though. Wouldn't it? We'll also do everything we can to help with that, said Ange. Our first priority is to get the Empress out, just like you wanted. That's nice, but if you don't mind, I'd like to use my own ship as a backup escape plan. If she got in contact with a G-37, she could probably swing a rendezvous between Free Agent and Mon Elusia en route to Coruscant. You're of course free to, said Bay. A best-case scenario sounds like Ganner, and the rest grab the Empress and get her off the planet while Chalk is distracted by Mon Elusia, said Aslan. That's correct, and we have just the thing to secure his attention. The Admiral held a hand toward Darrell. The Senator has volunteered to appear at his trial after all. I went to the Chagrian, who accepted them stoically. I'll tell Chalk I'd be happy to come down to Coruscant and take part in his trial, so long as we can agree to certain terms first. Over a wide-frequency transmission link. You're hoping to call Chalk out publicly, said Aslan. That's dangerous. Chalk is smart. He could trap you somehow and make you look like the villain. He's welcome to try. Darrell gave a pointy-toothed grin. We have the truth on our side. I respect your bravery, But truth isn't always enough with Chalk. It will be, said Anj, when we free the Empress. Imagine her and the Senator standing side by side over Coruscant in full public view. If there's a better way to kill Chalk's prosecution, I can't think of it. Neither could Ania, but it sounded too good to be true, which meant it probably was. You have a plan to evac in case things go bad, right? Mon Illusion will appear over Coruscant alone, but that doesn't mean it won't have backup, said Daryl. Trust us, Captain Solo. Trust me? I have no intention of going on a suicide mission. We've agreed to take care of our part, and said encouragingly. That means you have to take care of yours. More accurately, Anya, though, her mother would do her part. Anya was just a backup ride home. We understand, Aslan said, and passed Anya a glance that said, I'm with you. First things first. We get the Empress. Everything else follows from that. When Porat Daryl returned to their quarters, a small and simple cabin in Elias's habitat deck, he let the door close behind him before exhaling deeply. Sare came up to him and took both his hands in hers. Is it done? She asked. It is. I'll be going aboard Mon Illusion. Solo and Rey will insert themselves on Coruscant before the trial, in case they need help extracting the Empress. That's good. Every plan needs a backup. It will be dangerous. I'm sure we'll be encircled as soon as we enter Coruscant orbit. Chalk won't risk firing on you, not if it makes him look like an aggressor. He'll at least hear you out when you appear, she said firmly. Chalk's entire strategy so far has been to paint you and Stasi as hostile forces, bent on destroying the Federation. He's forcing the other Alliance senators to choose between him and you, and he's made a lot of progress in painting you as a villain. You sound like you know how he operated. Daryl smiled lightly. I am, she said. Here, with Daryl and no one else. She didn't have to pretend to be a naive young refugee. She was the daughter of a Sith, and a master manipulator at that. Chalk is ruthless and he trades in lies. He knows if a lie is flimsy it has to be kept in the dark, where it can't be seen. Like the not-so-dead Empress. Yes. And if a lie is strong enough, he can parade it proudly in front of a jury trial. You can't break his lies, Porat. He knows it, which means you will have the upper hand. I hope you're right, he said gravely. It had been Porat's idea to go with Mon Illusion and offer himself as bait. She knew her husband felt guilty to be free when 3 friends were on trial for their lives, but it wasn't just guilt that was driving him back into Chalk's hands. It was the kind of bravery Sare's father could have never understood. Like the other Sith, he'd let his Force powers become blinders that cut off from so much of life. Porat removed his hand from hers and moved it to cup her cheek. What about you? He asked. We know the Empress captured Darth Havoc. He's probably told her about you. I'm not sure. Havoc dealt in lies even better than Chalk. And even if he did tell her, what proof does she have? My past is a blank before I met you. I made sure of that. If they investigate, they'll find nothing. I hope you're right. I still see a little suspicion in Aslan Ray's eyes. I saw that too. You said she was one of the ones who interrogated you in your office. They were asking about the attack on Bavinire. Given the rumors going around about me, I wasn't surprised when they came in. The questioning was more aggressive than I'd expected, though. Let Ray keep investigating. Let the Empress interrogate us. We haven't done anything we're being accused of. She squeezed his hand. Our actions can speak for themselves. We are not traitors. Porat's smile was wry and wordless. If either of them was a traitor, it was her, but not the kind Havoc, Ray, or the Empress could ever imagine. His hand left her face and fell to his side. I won't transfer to Mon Illusion for another 2 days yet, but I should probably get ready. She took the hand. We'll get ready, you mean? Sarai. She shook her head firmly. Where you go, I go, Porat. We agreed on this a long time ago. They'd agreed the day she'd told him what she really was and been shocked by his acceptance. I know better than to argue with you, he acquiesced. All right, we'll go together. And if something happens... Sare released his hand and pressed a finger to his lips. Whatever it is, we'll be together. It was a simple fact. Alone, it couldn't change the future awaiting them, but it gave her greater strength than her father's dark, dangerous, draining force ever had. As her captivity drew on, day after empty day, Marasiah began to admit that Uncle had been right about a few things. For one, her anger ebbed and she began to see things more clearly. She understood what Hagrim had done, why he'd done it, and why she should have seen it coming. Grief had clouded her judgment there, as he'd said. As she reflected on things, she rolled conversations back in her mind. She found herself facing new questions that had never occurred to her before, and in the silence of her prison they nagged her for answers. When Hagrim visited her next, she restrained the urge to come out and ask them. As politely as she could manage, she sat down in the same chair she'd sat in before and talked with her uncle across the low table. "I'm not concerned about the trial itself," he told her. "I already know the outcome. I thought you were leaving the decision to the magistrates." She didn't bother to conceal her bitterness. "The magistrates will decide based on evidence, and the evidence is conclusive." "And false?" He ignored her. "History will not hinge on the trial. History will hinge on the way the Alliance partisans react, both in the Senate and the military. You're a fool if you think you can unify the government this way. They'll never stand by and watch you martyr their heroes." Hagrim raised his one brow. "Last time you counseled me to imprison them, not kill them. I'm strongly considering it. You'll still make the Alliance people furious. They'll never trust you, ever. They trusted you, to a point. They even trusted your father." Mention of him made her heart smolder. "You are not my father." "Yes, and I'm glad of it. Your father could have been a good leader, but his rage and ego destroyed him. Grief and naivety were your downfall. I won't be prey to any of that." She sniffed. "If I'm such a failure, why are you still asking my advice?" "Because for all your faults, Sire, I respect you." The honesty in his voice was more painful than any lie. "I believe most beings are more pragmatic than they appear, especially politicians. They joined with your father against the threat of the Sith. They started breaking against you because there was no such threat. The Sith never went away. They killed Antares. Those were not just Sith. Those were schemers lashing out desperately after they'd lost the Force, and they were defeated because they refused to adapt to this new galaxy." She sighed, unwilling to argue the point. "What kind of threat do you think will bind Brighton and the rest to you? Don't tell me you're going to resurrect the Vong as an enemy. The Sith already did that. You've said yourself that beings are tired of war. Everyone is afraid of another one. I imagine that's the only reason Admiral Bay hasn't played his well-armed hand yet. That's doubly true for the politicians. They want peace and order, and they want to congratulate themselves for holding true to Alliance values. If I can give them all that, I can keep them on my side." His voice was slightly distant. He was getting lost in his own thoughts. Softly, Marasiah asked, "What are you planning, Uncle?" His one eye darted up to her and his face tightened. "I've given them their enemy. All they have to do is join me in condemnation. The trial is their chance to do that. They'll never accept what you're doing to Stasi. Never. I believe they will." His expression softened. "I remember something your mother told me once, a very long time ago. She said the difference between the Empire and the alliance between any monarchy and any democracy is that in the former, the leader determines everything. In the latter, every man can be replaced, so long as the ideals remain. I still don't understand what you're saying." "You will in time?" He rose from his seat. "I'll explain everything later. Once it's been accomplished." He started for the door. Until now, Marasiah had kept her strange mix of curiosity and anger bottled tight, but it came out now. She rose to her feet and snapped at his back. "If you're coming back to brag, don't bother. I won't listen next time." He stopped and looked at her. "I realize it's a terrible pun, Saya, but you are a captive audience. You come here and pretend to care about me, and then you lie to me. I am sick of it. I don't lie. I'm more honest with you than anyone. The disgusting part was, that was probably true. Marasiah sneered. You lied to me? Even a minute ago, you lied. No. I'm just holding the truth close for now. Then tell me the truth. What do you have planned? He stared at her with that half-human stare, and after a long moment he muttered, Goodbye, Saya, and turned for the door. She should have let him go, but the bottled-up feelings were breaking free. She shouted, You've been lying to me all this time. I know it. He stopped again. Don't embarrass yourself, Saya. I remember, Uncle. She bounced a finger against her skull. I remember what you've said to me, about how you let things get too far out of hand, and how you regret it. He twisted his head to watch her, metal profile showing only one red glowing eye. I regret many things. First, I thought you regretted letting things get so far with me. But you talked about how the Force ruined your judgment, and how you had to break free to do what had to be done. She dared 2 steps closer. You weren't talking about now. Now the Force rejected you? When did you reject the Force? He stared at her with that one red eye, scarred lips pressed tight, saying nothing. But he didn't move for the door. Something in that inhuman face made her fear, and her voice dropped to a hush. What did you do? I've spent days trying to think of it, but I couldn't think of what you meant. He stared for another long moment, then fully turned away. We have nothing to discuss. Goodbye, Saya. His black cape flared behind him as he started for the door. Marasiah shouted, I knew it. You're a liar? Every single thing you tell me is a lie. The black portal slid open before him. She took another 2 steps and screamed, Mother would be disgusted by you. Marasiah expected that to get to him. She hadn't expected him to whirl and stalk back to her. He was upon her in a second, and his face was twisted with anger she'd never seen before. Do you want the truth, Saya? Do you really want to know? Her own anger was just as strong, and she snarled, Tell me. Give me the truth, for once in your life. Very well. He snorted in her face. Do you remember when you were ambushed while meeting the Jedi on a Ganner? Of course. I was captured there, and tortured by Havoc. You never found out who betrayed you. It was a simple statement of fact, innocuous out of context, but his suggestion made her jaw drop. You, she gasped. You betrayed us to the Sith. I betrayed no one to them. My contact with Grand Admiral Veed. I fed him information for over a year before the war's end. The shock was so great she momentarily forget her anger. But why? How could you betray me? I never betrayed you. Even now I'm doing everything I can to protect you. This isn't protecting. She waved both hands at the bright walls of her cage. At a Ganner. At a Ganner you betrayed me to the Sith. You were never supposed to be there. At the last minute you volunteered to go with your father. I tried to talk you out of it. He had. She remembered that conversation. Only in memory did she realize how insistent he'd been, and how disappointed when she'd refused to heed his warning. You betrayed my father, she croaked. Why? I believe in your father once. Elia believed in him. She gave him everything, even forswore our home in Hapes. Because she loved him. She loved him and he let her die. Marasiah trembled. That's not true. Father did everything he could. Nan loved your mother. Did you know that? He had his interrogation. He said something. I thought it was a lie. We all knew it. And we all looked the other way, because Nan was a trusted knight who sworn his vows. And because he was Rome's friend. Hogrim sneered. The Force twisted Nan's love to savage hate. Your father should have seen it coming. Nan was his knight, but he didn't. Just like he should have seen Muladdy's and Calic's schemes. So you tried to kill father for mother's sake. The viciousness of it was hitting her in full. Shock was receding, anger coming back. For Elia's sake. For all our sakes. Roan was a bad leader. His pride and his anger led him to bad decisions. Time and again. For your sake most of all, Saya, he had to be destroyed. She remembered her father's awful final moments. She remembered watching wounded from across the room as Antares thrust his white saber blade through his emperor's chest. She remembered the way her father's fierce expression lapsed to the peacefulness of death, and how Antares' eyes had gone empty with instant grief for what he'd done. She told Antares over and over it was necessary, that he was a good man and a great knight, that she forgave him. As she looked up at her uncle, Marasiah knew she'd never forgive him. My judgment was clouded for years and years, he said in a low growl. By the Force, by the vow I gave your father. But I broke free in the end, and I did what had to be done. When Milady offered your father a virus that could wipe out all life on Coruscant, I saw the hunger in his eye, and I saw at war with the cloak of nobility he wrapped himself inside. I encouraged him, you see. I urged him on, telling him that Milady's genocidal weapon was the only way to win the war. But why? Because I knew someone would put him down like he deserved. Coolly Hogram said, I thought Sand would be the one to have the strength, actually. And Terry surprised me. He was a better man than I'd thought. It was that, of all things, that made her finally snap. When facing the captive Darth Havoc, she'd barely been able to restrain her rage against the man who killed her mother. Against her father's killer, his real killer, she didn't even try. In her anger, she struck fast and hard, but she was sloppy. She lashed for his neck, but he twisted his body away so her hand cracked hard into the metal casing of his biosuit. As she snapped back, his arm came up, slapping hers back and leaving her open for a metal-cased elbow to the face. Pain blossomed, and suddenly, she was on the ground, groping across smooth tiles for the black leather of Hogram's boot. She grabbed it with both hands and tugged savagely, but his other foot swung and took her in the stomach. Marasiah retched and curled into a fetal position. Blood from her cheek smeared a red arc over the white floor. When she forced her eyes open, she stared up at her uncle, now well out of reach. I have a great deal to do, he said gruffly. But I'll be back. In time. I'll kill you, she choked, and meant it. He didn't flinch, just looked down on her coolly and said, Goodbye, Sire. For years she'd held herself against all the rage and spite that had ruined her father. She'd sworn never to take his path, but that was because she'd had power and responsibility and the Force, and the hinge of history turned on her self-control. She had nothing now, and she was nothing. She was free to act her deepest desire. Marasiah found a last spurt of rage and reared to her feet. Screaming primal anger, arms outstretched and hands like claws, she lunged for her uncle. He didn't move and didn't flinch, but a steel skeleton security droid appeared in the door behind him. When Marasiah was just inches from her uncle, the droid's wrist-mounted blaster released a bolt of blue stun energy. It took her dead in the chest and dropped her. She was numb before she hit the hard tile, and darkness filled her vision, erasing her bright cage and, for a while, the pain of revelation. Chapter 20. The Force sang with life. Just being here was intoxicating and a staggering change from the days they spent wandering across barren wastes, ancient ruins, and petrified woods. Leaf-dense branches and wide frond palms spread over their heads, and ferns brushed their legs as they moved toward the bright light flickering through distant trees. When they trod on raw earth, it was brown and soft, and when they found streams, they stopped to replenish their water supplies. I gotta admit, Cade said as he filled his canteen, this reminds me of Zanima II. Khat Lah nodded agreement, but Kyra knew it was more than that. I saw animals too. Insects and birds in the trees. I saw a flock of something. It looked like the blue-winged Nriki they have on Sviverin. Funny, Eli muttered. I thought I saw Hynix running through the bush. It's a small mammal. They have them on Corellia. This place is populating itself with things from our memories, isn't it? She asked Khat Lah. Yes, but no. This forest has sprung to life on its own. As I said, the Force is that strong here. These trees and ferns, I am not an expert on plants, but I imagine they are from 100 different worlds all across the galaxy. Still, said Cade, looks like some of us is coming out in our surroundings again. Yes, the Yuuzhan Vong said, and this is why we must be careful. He was right, but this couldn't have felt more different from the stone forest. The air here was damp and fragrant, and it sounded of water and birdsong. Kyra felt safe here, not menaced by shadows. but when she glanced at Eli, he still looked wary. "See anything?" she asked as they resumed their trek toward the light. "I see lots of things," the young man muttered. "Trees, bushes, hynixes. But those durs. No, what about here?" "Geodu," she said. "Nothing." "Good," he muttered. She didn't ask him exactly what those duros were, and how they figured into the nightmares that had racked him for days. She knew he wasn't ready to share. She wasn't either, so they kept walking. Along the way, Khat Lah recommended fruit that was safe to pick from trees. Kyra sampled one. After more than a week of dried foodstuffs, its wet tang was glorious. All four of them ate and packed their bags with fresh fruit. Birds sang in the branches, and no nightmares emerged from the woods. Feeling refreshed and strong and even optimistic, they marched toward their journey's goal. To get there, they needed to mount one last slope. The forest fell away to scrub, and the scrub to bare rock. The ascent was short but steep, and they had to hunch on all fours, packs heavy on their backs, and pull themselves up. Khat Lah was the first to reach the crest, followed by Cade. Kyra lagged further behind, and as she got close, a chunk of rock fell out under her hand, and she started to slide back. Eli, just ahead of her, saw and reached out with one hand. He was too far away to grab her with it, but his invisible force grip stopped her fall before it started, allowing her to regain her hold. "Thank you," she called up to him. Eli merely nodded and continued climbing. He joined Cade and Khat Lah at the crest a minute later, and Kyra was right behind him. They stood on top of a roughly circular rim. Land sloped down on all sides toward a single point. Light eruption from a gash in the stone. It was blindingly bright. Kyra had to peer between two fingers as she held her hand in front of her face. She felt it in the force too. All that raw and encoded power that lingered in the air felt stronger than ever. Before, she'd felt like she was submerged underwater. Now she felt encased in solid ferrocrete. It was impossible to move and difficult to even breathe. Despite the brilliant eruption, the light made no sound at all, which only made it more disturbing. She heard Eli perfectly as he whispered, "What now?" "The force is not concentrated so strongly anywhere in the universe," said Khat Lah. "It is a phase shift, a bridge between our plane of the universe and the higher, non-corporeal one on which the Whills exist." "So what are we here for?" asked Cade. "You want us to climb a ladder to heaven." "Not us," the Yuuzhan Vong said. "The eruption is so powerful matter itself dissolves in its light. Only those most powerful in the force can even temporarily withstand it." Cade's eyes went wide. "Staying, is that it? That's what you brought me here for? You want me to touch that thing, and what? Talk to your gods for you." His lip curled in a snarl. "What? You never tried that before? You and your Vong buddies?" "Several tried," Khat Lah's voice scraped. "They could not withstand it." "You mean they died?" asked Eli. The Yuuzhan Vong simply nodded. "Damn it," Cade breathed. "Damn it and damn you, Khat Lah. You could have at least told me before you dragged me across the entire Karkin galaxy to see this thing. You could not understand it without seeing it, without feeling it as you do now. I still don't understand it. If any living being in this galaxy can cross that bridge, it is you. Your Skywalker blood, the legacy of the Chosen One, protected you from Maladi's virus. Which is something that which cooked up in the lab. This is," he squinted at the light. "I don't even know what this is. There is only one way to learn. And you really think this thing can re-establish the Force somehow? Undo all the damage Maladi did? If that can happen any place in the galaxy, it is here. And if any Jedi can do it, it is you." Khat Lah placed a hand on his arm. "I awakened to the Force for reasons I still don't understand, but your grandmother was a part of it. In her dying moments, Jade Skywalker was in eruption too, and I touched the Force only after being bathed in her power. That power lives in you, I can feel it. No one else can do this but you." Kay stared at the light through narrowed eyes. Kyra could feel his conflict in the Force, muted as it was by the deafening strength of the eruption. For a moment he seemed ready to walk away, but then he snorted, "Might as well give it a try. But I ain't being stupid about this." Kay dropped his bag. He stuck his lightsaber inside and took out a small spool of fiber cable. He hooked on into his belt and handed the spool itself to Khat Lah. If I get in trouble, hit the auto-retract button and drag me the hell out. Don't you dare get close. Thank you, Jedi Skywalker. Don't mention it, Cade grunted. Seriously. He tugged the hook in his belt to make sure the cable was attached, then looked to Eli and Kyra. His determined gaze passed over them both, maybe for the last time. Then, very carefully, with the fiber cable trailing behind him, Cade began to move down the slope and into the light. He'd already fulfilled his destiny once, and lived to tell about it. Maybe he could do it again? That was the thought that kept ringing in Cade's head as he approached the light. He'd run from his fated battle with Crate for years but faced it in the end. This was different. There would be no clash of lightsabers against the backdrop of a burning world. There wouldn't even be a battle. There would only be revelation, and he'd either withstand it or he wouldn't. He'd gone inside the Lorie on Tython and come back in one piece. That was cause for confidence, he hoped. The light was so bright Cade had to close his eyes and cover his face with one hand. It was so strong but so silent, that felt wrong somehow. He staggered ahead as best he could on the uneven rock, listening to pebbles slip beneath his boots. Every few steps he tugged the fiber cord hooked to his belt, just to make sure it was attached. Because he was blinded, he didn't know when he physically reached the light. He didn't know if he even did. He simply felt the overwhelming force energy surrounded and envelop him. He expected some free-falling through trackless space, like when he'd been sucked into the Lorie. Instead, the light flashed and faded, and Cade found himself standing in a place he knew. Walls slanted high above great four-sided chamber, rising to a peak that matched the shape of the Jedi Temple's pyramid. This was the greatest convocation hall at the Asis Academy, the place where he'd watched his father address the assembled Jedi at times momentous and dire. This place had been destroyed by Sith turbolaser fire years ago, but Cade understood instinctively that the setting was not physical. Rather, it was something conjured by his mind, an ordering that allowed some sense of the plane in which he'd found himself. He stood on the podium at the chamber center. Rows of benches striated outward in all four directions. Above, the pyramid peaked and a soft light glowed. Suddenly Cade realized he was not alone. He looked around the imagined scene and saw shadows, formless, filling the benches, observing him without touching. Certainty came that if they wanted to rush him, they'd take him and dissolve him, and there'd be nothing left but light. There was an ancient, primal power beyond his reckoning. As he'd done in the Lorie, Cade spoke without speaking. Who are you? Are you the Whills? The shapeless, formless things stayed in their seats, and he sensed he was being scrutinized. A mind touched his and said, "You are a small thing, and you do not belong here." He had the sense it was talking like an adult would to an infant. "You won't get any argument from me," Cade replied. "Why are you here?" He couldn't tell if it came from the same source or different one. He wasn't sure if there were different minds around him or countless individuals subsumed into one. Something about this massive audience didn't feel quite whole. Rather, he got the feeling that they were divided in two, though neither half seemed more friendly than the other. "The Force gone from the galaxy, every place but this world," he said. "I'm trying to get it back. The Force exists everywhere. It touches all living things. Yeah, but nobody can touch it. Not anymore. You can't touch it. Well, apparently I'm special. I've got an ancestor called Anakin Skywalker. They said he was the chosen one, that the Force created him or the Whills created him. Was that you?" The response took a timeless forever. Then one of them said, "As we thought. We sensed the chosen one in you." "Then was it you? Did you make Anakin Skywalker? Did you make me?" Another long wait, and then, "Yes." "Why did you create the chosen one?" "Because it was necessary. The Force had been damaged and it needed to be repaired. Couldn't you do it yourselves? You're powerful enough." "You don't understand." "Then help me understand. I want to understand what I am, and I want to get the Force back." "You cannot understand. It would destroy you." Cade remembered the onslaught of knowledge in the Lorie, and how it had nearly torn him apart. He braced himself for more. "Show me a little, please." Another long wait. And then the will said, "Hold fast and try." And knowledge came to him, like water pouring from the pyramid peak above. Yet it wasn't like the torrent that had swept him away into the Lorie. He felt like he was an empty vessel being poured full to overflow. Suddenly he understood things. They seemed as natural, as comprehensible as his name. He understood that this world had attained a collective consciousness hundreds of millions of years ago, when galactic civilization had been relatively young. For millions of years more it had survived, growing more and more powerful in the Force, drawing the lives on its surface closer and closer until they'd become almost whole, a single consciousness spread across 1 billion physical bodies. It was like a Jedi mind meld, but so much more, and it touched every living thing, sentient and not. Cade realized the Force had been universal and pure here. It hadn't filtered itself through midi-chlorians. Those strange microbes did not exist because there was no need for them. Every life was in turn with the living Force, a part of its endless movement, and through the living Force it connected to that mysterious wellspring Jedi called the Cosmic Force. And he understood this world was not alone. Many other planets, hundreds, thousands, had also attained self-awareness through the Force. And he understood, with sickening certainty, that they did not live in primal paradise. The rules of survival applied for living worlds as they did for beasts. The great worlds warred on each other. They used unimaginable weapons to wage their cosmic conflict, devastating entire swathes of the galaxy and stripping them of even the most basic life. As the wars raged over eons, the living planets separated themselves into two sides, equal yet opposite, each determined to eclipse the other. In your terms, a will told him, a light side and a dark side. And suddenly the seeming division in the wills made sense. Yet even as he struggled with the ramifications, knowledge kept pouring into him. The Imperium Wars ended with unimaginable devastation. Most of the living worlds destroyed each other, but a few on either side remained. This planet one on the light side had attained a greater understanding of the Force. Through struggle and age and wisdom Cade's mind could never comprehend, the living worlds had discovered the way to voluntarily shed their material forms. Everybody acting as one mind, all its life forms had transcended. Every living planet, light and dark, had repeated this, and when the process was done, the galaxy was a racked and barren place, yet still fecund in the living Force. But those ancient, incomprehensible minds had joined the Cosmic Force. They brought themselves to the higher plane and colored it with their awareness. As they were split into two warring sides, so was the power of the Cosmic Force drawn across two equal and opposite halves, light and dark. In splitting the Cosmic Force, these energies flowed back into the living Force, coloring it as well, drawing all who touched it toward opposing poles. That is the way of the Force, the Whills told him. Everything is part of everything else. They rise and fall together, and everything that rises must converge. Millions of years passed. Life grew again, and every living thing touched the Force as naturally as breathing. Some worlds attained consciousness. Some few attained perfect oneness with the Force and ascended. Civilizations rose and fell. Species flourished and died. All the while the two great and ancient forces, light and dark, subtly pulled beings toward either pole, having been embedded in the nature of the Cosmic Force. And then, finally, things changed. You call them Celestials, a Will said, but that is only a name. They were not even one people. They were merely the last cycle of civilization to transcend. When the Celestials left this plane of existence to join the Cosmic Force, there was a schism. The Celestials had warred among themselves, destroying entire suns and star systems. Worse still, their powerful tools had been usurped by a mortal servant race, and those servants had fully embraced the Force's dark side to become agents of horror. Cade figured out that one on his own, the Rakata. Fearful of what the Rakata might do and jealous of their transcendent knowledge, the Celestials did something never attempted on so large a scale. As they became Whills and gained the power to join the Cosmic Force, they stole the living Force from beings still mortal. They took it with them, siphoning it away and locking it on the higher plane, not all at once but gradually over centuries. But the Celestials were not totally unmerciful. Before ascending, they seeded the galaxy with pieces of their mortal bodies that were still attuned to Force. These pieces bound themselves to the very genes of the species that were then rising to travel the stars. Only individuals lucky to have enough of these pieces ever felt the Force as more than a trickle of its true power, as influenced by the Celestials now joined with the cosmic Force. Midichlorians? Cade realized. Only a tiny few had enough midichlorians to attune with the living Force, and even they couldn't touch it as naturally as those before. The cosmic Force was forever beyond them, and with this inhibition no planets could ever attain the union required to reach consciousness. That was the point. The living Force had been weakened and neutered so it could no longer be abused. The Celestials had been from this galaxy alone, and as they passed into the cosmic Force their reach was still limited by space and time. They'd pass pieces of themselves as midichlorians to act as the Force's sole conduit, but to this galaxy alone. That was why Zanima Sekhet, that seed afar off Yuuzhan, had been alone and awakening, and why the Yuuzhan Vong, in their primordial state, had never needed midichlorians at all. "We did it to protect you from your own powers," the Will said. "Untrained hands have wrought too much destruction with the Force." Cade wanted to argue even though it might have been true, but another downpour of knowledge fell. He started to overflow again. Things that had seemed so certain a moment ago were spilling out of his mind. He relearned that 3 Celestials had disagreed with their kind, and instead of becoming Whills, they stayed behind, nudging mortal affairs in small ways as they passed millennia on the enclosed corpse of an ascended world called Mortis. They'd kept balance until Ania Skywalker watched them die. What was he? Cade asked frantically. What was the chosen one? What am I? Mortal beings should not have been able to breach their plane and wound the cosmic Force, but some did. Cade knew it and felt it. The pain inflicted on the Force on the Whills themselves by 3 determined Sith Lords. In concentrating the dark side in just 2 bodies, Master and Apprentice, the last Banite Sith had indeed attained power inconceivable. First Darth Acheron, through willpower and blood sacrifice, had reached beyond the living Force to tear a hole in the cosmic. 2 generations later, Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious had managed to fill that hole with their dark will, overcoming even the Whills who kept in timeless balance between dark and light. Plagueis and Sidious succeeded in tipping the cosmic Force toward darkness, a change that flowed into the living Force and bent the galaxy to nearly 2 centuries of darkness and strife. As the wound had been inflicted by mortal hands, the Whills were unable to heal that damage. Sealed fully inside the cosmic Force as they were, their ability to affect the living was limited, and they could do nothing to repair the great damage Plagueis and Sidious had made. Instead, they did the best they could. The powers of light and darkness had conjoined for a single purpose, a truce in a timeless war. They'd influenced the midichlorians to spark a single life inside a slave woman on Tatooine. And that timeless spark, that pure connection to the cosmic Force and the plane of the Whills, had been passed down for 180 years to the Chosen One's descendants. But why? Cade begged. Why create one life? What was Anakin supposed to do? He was a bridge between the living Force and the cosmic, meant to heal the damage the Sith had made because we could not. He was made to act his will upon the Force, and to act out the will of the Force. Will of the Force? You mean your will, right? Our will infuses the cosmic Force. Yet there is a level beyond that, which even we cannot touch. That exists beyond light and dark, good and evil, being and non-being. We are as separate from that plane as you are from us. And what am I supposed to do? After a long seeming pause they said, whatever you will, Skywalker. I came here to get the damn Force back. The Celestials never meant to take it away, just withhold it, so we can't damage ourselves. How can the Force connect with our midichlorians again? The Whills were silent. Cade sensed them still, swarming him on all sides without touching him, observing, judging. There was power all around him, in the Whills and the spaces between them, the power of a plane that defied all comprehension. And behind the immense power of the cosmic Force, he sensed something else too, the spring from which the Whills drew power from. Still feeling drenched from that downpour of knowledge, Cade looked up to the peak of the imagined gathering hall. The light above him was brighter than ever, stronger than ever, and he realized now this was not only light but a gateway. Greater than anything, beyond everything, this new layer to the Force was above him. He could feel it, and if he went through the gateway, could do anything. That was when Cade started to wonder whether the Whills, in creating a Skywalker, hadn't built more than even they had imagined. They were already a bridge between the living force and the cosmic force. He might even be able to stretch beyond that. They wanted him to act out his will. He could damn well try. He hadn't come this far for a lecture. Cade extended his awareness into the Whills and passed them to the power that lay beyond. With a hand that was not a hand, he stretching upward, toward a ceiling that was a gateway. With pure singular intent, he grabbed the portal and felt the power course through him. He felt the panic of the Whills and their attempts to stop him. He didn't care. He grasped hold of something older than time and deeper than knowing, and in a timeless instant, he was straddling 3 planes in the Force. Then Cade pulled from both ends, bridging them all together. As he built the bridge, he knew what it would do and what it would cost. He struggled to weigh one against the other. There was still so much more he wanted to do with his life, and in that hesitation, the will seized him. They grabbed him with incorporeal hands and pulled him apart, straining, breaking the bridge, and breaking Cade. But for a moment, the power of the purest force still surged through it all, binding everything into a unified whole. Then the moment was over, and everything broke. The bridge was shattered, Cade was shattered, and so was every world he ever knew. Darth Talon felt nothing as hyperspace disappeared and Khat Lah appeared before them as a gleaming blue-white crescent. The world and its strange, ancient secrets promised salvation for some, but not for her. When J.O.S. Sam had boarded her ship, he placed her in the co-pilot seat and cuffed her hands behind the chair back. She hadn't resisted all. She rolled her head slightly to watch the Imperial Knight as he gripped the throttle and began acceleration toward the planet. As they moved, he leaned forward and craned his neck to look outside the cockpit. Talon looked outside too and spotted Minnick's glowing thruster off their starboard flank. It was, she supposed, preferable to be held captive by a Sam than Delia Blue. If they returned to the planet and learned that Jerry S.N. had died of his injuries, well, Talon doubted she'd escape vengeance. Dying by someone else's hand, she discovered, bothered her less than dying by her own. It was a strange realization. As one Sith, she'd been told since childhood that she might one day have to surrender her life. Back then, of course, she'd had a purpose. She'd had faith. Sam muttered, "Let's get down there and see if they've cleaned up the mess you've made." Talon didn't react. She simply stared ahead at Khat Lah as the planet, still mostly draped in night, grew to fill half their viewport. Just a few minutes now, and then she'd learn what kind of fate she'd get. Suddenly, light appeared from the surface of the planet. It started as a flare dot in the black night side face, wavered for a few seconds, then grew brighter. "What the hell's a?" Sam muttered. He looked at Talon, as though for explanation. She gave the tiniest shrug. He reached across her to turn the comm system to broadcast. "Delia, did you see that?" "Delia." Talon waited for him to remember the radiation that crippled transmission in this system. Eventually, J.O. groaned frustration, gripped the throttle tight, and plunged them forward with increased speed. His eyelids fluttered shut, then opened slowly. It took effort to hold them apart. Bright light shone from behind him and glared on the backs of his hands, the shoulders of his vacuum suit. Far beyond them, the curve of a green-brown planet in the darkness of star-speckled space. His body twisted around of his own volition. The bright light hurt his eyes, and he raised a hand to block it. There was a single starship ahead of him, long-bodied, rugged. He tried to feel the minds inside. They weren't Jedi, weren't Sith. They were strangers who meant nothing to him. The ship grew larger. They were reeling him in with the tractor beam. Quiet sadness filled him as he realized he was going to live. The ship pulled him closer, filling his vision. An airlock portal opened, and he was pulled into it. There was no point in resisting, and he didn't have the strength anyway. He fell into the airlock vestibule, and the artificial gravity grabbed him, throwing him roughly to the ground. His vac suit cushioned the fall, but his limbs had gone stiff from hours floating in space, and oxygen deprivation blurred his mind. He couldn't find the strength to stand as the airlock sealed and the chamber nosily repressurized. Then the second door opened, and a single being marched into the airlock. The first thing he saw was a three-clawed metal foot, followed by a brown leather boot. Weakly, he lifted his head and saw a tall, broad Fearing glaring down at him with one vicious eye, a pale X-shaped scar slashed out the other. That was when Jerry realized he was seeing through Cade's eyes. He didn't know how or why. He remembered being stabbed by Talon, and he remembered the world fading to black while Lobaka unleashed a deafening howl. He'd heard about your life flashing before your eyes, but somebody else's life? Never. The Fearing roughly grabbed him by the collar of his suit. With the other hand, he released the pressure clamps on the helmet and twisted the bubble off his head. Pure air was glorious, and he gasped it in like a man saved from drowning. The Fearing dragged him out of the vestibule and into the chamber beyond. He was suddenly surrounded by men and women of different species wearing rugged clothes. Their eyes were predatory, their smiles leering. Many of them, he noticed even in his daze, bore the same tattoo mark, a red X shape with curved hooks on all four ends. Maybe this wasn't dying, Jiraiya thought. Maybe the Qua were healing him and this was some weird side effect of their force magic. Or maybe this was just some really vivid fever dream as his body mended itself together. What the cark is that? A nearby Duros asked. Some whelp. A Jedi whelp, maybe? The Fearing held him up with one and looked him up and down, clearly disappointed. What happened to you, boy? Tried to run when the imps were killing all your friends. His words bring back every awful memory of the escape from Asas, summoning the dark power inside him to save Master Sazin, feeling his father die, jumping into a twin-tail fighter and leaping out into space, blowing up TIE fighter after TIE fighter in a blaze of mindless vengeance. Memory brought back anger. He lashed out and landed a strong punch of the Fearing's face, right where his nose should have been. He might as well have puffed air in his face. The Fearing was unhurt but angry, and lifting him higher the pirate barked, so that's how it's going to be, is it? Slimo Jedi. Let's find out how well you breathe in vacuum. The Fearing started toward the airlock, carrying his captive with him. Other marauders gathered close to Lear and gawked, but one figure dashed right up to his captain. It was a lean dark boy, maybe his own age, with a red X tattoo on his shoulder and tangled dreadlocks framing his face. Jerry, I couldn't believe he'd ever looked that young. He's not Jedi, Captain Rav. Sir, the boy patted his jumpsuit up and down. Look, no lightsaber. With a growl, the Fearing dropped him hard on the deck. The pirate's anger smoldered as he swiveled to the boy. Why stretch your neck out for the likes of this one? He's no blood to you, Sin, and it was a Jedi who killed your dad. The boy wasn't cowed by the hulking figure. He might be a scavenger brother to us, Captain, off some other ship. Could be he's already dirtside on Asas. Could be he knows a way around them Jedi traps. We toss him out, we never find out what he knows. Jerry really hadn't been scared by Rav. Maybe he still trusted the old Sarlacc, the same way he trusted his father, not realizing until too late that neither man deserved his affection. Or maybe he'd just been stupidly brave back then. He sees his opportunity. Without hesitation or regret, he takes it and says, "That's the way of it, Captain. My former boss brought us in a little early for the pickings. Imperial shot us down." He looks up and sees Rav's face soften slightly in thought and goes on. Lies come with surprising ease. We traded with Jedi before and knew where they put their booby traps. But the maps are in my head. Kill me, and that map is gone. Rav's face twisted in a smile. He was more amused than convinced, but it was enough to buy a little more life. Rav bent over and told him, Aniki, I'm willing to wait and see. Then he turned to the boy who'd saved him. Chesko Mayo Buki, if there's no plunder, or if any of us dies in the traps, you can accompany your brother out the airlock. With a shout, Rav mustered his thugs and stared for the chamber exit. They flooded after him, eager for plunder. Suddenly the two young men were alone. pushing himself upright, he regarded his savior warily. And this was the moment Jerry realized, when his life changed forever in ways he couldn't have dreamed back then. One little act of bravery, and yes, compassion had changed his everything and brought him here. The dreadlock boy went down on a knee and offered one hand. Jerry S.N. You are. Cade, he muttered. The last name was a secret he dared not speak, not to these people, not to anyone ever. Why'd you help me? You're a cast-off, like me. Knew you for a brother the moment I saw you, no matter what else you are. He clasped hands, squeezed tight, and it's always good to have someone watching your back. Fair enough. Jerry's smile was bright and honest, the first honest one he'd seen in a long time. After everything that's happened, after wanting to die just minutes ago, he felt the unlikely warmth of hope. He squeezed Jariah's hand and said, Fair enough, brother. Wherever here was. Jerry awoke with a jerk and a start. His heart thudded rhythmically in his chest. His hand shifted to find bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Sheets covered him from the waist down. He blinked his eyes and recognized torchlight on the rough ceiling of a cave. Do not strain, Jerry S.N., said the hissing voice of a quah. He rolled his head on the pillow and felt a straw stab between lips. He sucked water thirstily as the quah beside him said, We have done what we can for your injury. You will heal, but it will take time. Rest now and mend yourself. When he took his lips off the straw, he muttered, I had this dream, real vid-like. That saurian face was hard to read, but he sensed curiosity. What dream, Jerry S.N.? Just a dream? About Cade from a long time ago. I see. What? What do you see? Alarmed for reasons he couldn't say, Jerry tried to prop himself on his elbows and get a better look at the cave. Did something happen at the gate? Is Cade back? The creature sucked breath through teeth, turned, and hissed something to another quah standing by the cavern mouth. That quah ducked out. A moment later, C-3PO came shuffling in. 3PO, he rasped, actually glad to see the chatterbox. What the hell happened? Oh, goodness, there's been so much excitement, Master Jerry. The droid lifted his metal arms as high as they'd go. I was in the archives, translating a particularly interesting fragment from the gate, 3PO. What happened? Well, you see, Master Jerry, the gate seemed to activate on its own, which the keepers of the Whills insist has never happened in their recorded history. There was an immense expulsion of light and energy, apparently from the world on the other side of the gate. But, Cade, I'm sorry, but there is, as yet, no sign of Master Cade. As Jerry fell back on his cot, the droid went on. But you see, something incredible has occurred. It seems that Master Lobacca. The Wookiee's name was met by a Wookiee howl. Jerry looked and saw the tall, furry Jedi bend his head to enter the cave. He immediately started barking and woofing, too fast for Jerry's addled mind to take in. He couldn't process the words, yet he understood. The Force? He asked, struggling to sit upright again. You've got the Force back? Why, yes, indeed he does, Master Jerry. C-3PO explained. During the energy expulsion, Master Lobacca lost consciousness very briefly. He says he experienced something like a fever dream, then awoke to find his connection with the Force restored. This is amazing news, don't you agree? Jerry felt a tremor run through his body. He picked one hand off the bed and stared at it. Somehow, he felt like he was seeing himself anew. C-3PO tilted his head. I say, Master Jerry, are you quite all right? Perhaps you had better lie down. He didn't lie down. He stared up at the Wookiee and into him. Knowledge came to him, irrational but certain. Lobacca had had a dream or a vision where he saw through the eyes of another. The dream, he said, it wasn't you in the dream, it was your friends. You dreamed you were your old friends on Kashyyyk. No, you haven't. Lobacca stared back. Very softly, almost like he was scared, the Wookiee asked a question. Master Lobacca asked how you knew that. C-3PO translated. Even the droid's voice wavered in confusion. He has not shared this with anyone. Jeriad didn't know. He looked down at the hand that was his own, yet different. There was no way he could know that, not unless he suddenly had the Force baked into him. "Oh," he whispered. "Oh, Fearfeck. I have to be dreaming still." C-3PO tilted again in confusion, but Lobaka moaned softly. "No," the Wookiee said. He'd never been more awake.